The Billionaire's Obsession, a Secret Baby Romance Audiobook by Michelle Love.
Blurb. His smile stole my breath, but his touch set my soul on fire. Atlas Tigree, a billionaire with a heart as vast as his fortune, is everything I never dared dream of, charming, passionate, and fiercely devoted. From our first electric encounter, I knew he was my forever. But our love hides a secret that could change everything, a baby he doesn't yet know I carry. As we fall deeper, a shadowy enemy stalks Atlas, determined to shatter his world, and everyone in it including me. With danger closing in, I'll risk it all to protect the man I love and the family we're destined to become. In his arms, I found a love worth fighting for. But can we survive the darkness threatening to tear us apart?
Chapter 1.
Ebony Verlaine's hands trembled as she pinned her hair into a sleek chignon before the mirror in Alley Cat's dressing room, channeling Josephine Baker's fire. Saxophones wailed through the walls, New Orleans pulse pounding like her heart. Tonight's set could etch her name into the city's gritty soul, her voice a weapon to break free. She remembered her first gig here, a nervous teen singing to a half-empty room, her mother's weary smile in the back. That dream drove her now, but a secret churned inside, threatening to shatter it all. 2 weeks late, a pregnancy test, tucked in her purse, had flashed positive that morning. At 26, Ebony was alone, pregnant, the father a masked stranger from a reckless night months ago, his face lost in heat. Shame burned her. She pictured a child with her dark eyes, giggling in a sunlit room, and her heart split, fear clashing with fierce love. Her mother had scrubbed floors to feed her, and Ob, her brother who'd pushed Ebony to sing. Could she give her baby more? A child could end her jazz dreams. But surrender wasn't her way. A shadow moved outside the dressing room door. Ebony froze, pulse spiking. A man's silhouette lingered, face obscured, then vanished. Her breath caught. Was it him, the stranger from that night? She shook her head, shoving fear down. The show waited. Ebony stepped onto the stage, spotlight searing. Alley Cat's crowd buzzed with bourbon, their cheers a roar. Her sequin dress hugged her curves as she gripped the mic. Summertime poured out, smoky, raw, a lullaby she'd sung to Oba's kids, its ache her own. A fan shouted, "Sing it, Ebony," fueling her fire. Singing was her fight, her soul. But nausea clawed her gut, the life inside screaming. She scanned the crowd, gaze snagging on him. Atlas Tigree lounged at a corner table, a shadow in a navy suit. Dark curls framed a god-carved face, sharp cheekbones, full lips, green eyes piercing her. Billionaire rich, he could own this city. His stare locked hers, hungry, electric, his breath a phantom caress. Desire flared sharp. Her voice held, pouring her soul. A waiter slipped her a note mid-song, red ink glaring, "You're mine." Ebony's pulse spiked, the crowd blurring. Was that a masked figure in the back, eyes glinting? She sang on, fear coiling, clutching the mic like a lifeline. The song faded. Applause thundered. She bowed, sweat beading, Atlas's devastating smile searing her core. She wanted him. Needed him. Fate had shifted her path. Backstage, Ebony gulped water, hands shaking. Juno Sass, her best friend, grabbed her arm. Braids swinging, Juno grinned. "Ebony, you were magic. Livia's gonna lose it." Her eyes narrowed. "You okay?" "Pale." "Fine," Ebony lied, clutching her purse. The test was a bomb, the note a blade. "Nerves?" Juno's face lit. "Livia's got a Seattle gig. Fundraiser. Your break." Seattle. Her hometown. A chance to soar. Ebony remembered nights with Juno, plotting dreams under Livia's mentorship, their laughter echoing in New Orleans dives. But nausea surged. She bolted to the bathroom, slamming the door. Cold water stung her face. She stared at her reflection, dark eyes wild. "You can do this," she whispered. "Baby or not?" "Baby." Her hand pressed her belly. Could she raise a child chasing jazz? Livia saw her star, Juno her heart. Ob's text buzzed her phone, "Kill it tonight, sis." Proud, his faith anchored her. This changed everything. A knock jolted her. Miss Verlaine? Deep velvet Italian edged. Ebony's pulse spiked. She opened the door and Atlas Tigree towered, eyes blazing, smile devastating. His sweater hugged a chiseled chest, jeans clinging to long legs. He smelled of linen and danger. Atlas Tigree, he said, offering a hand. His touch jolted her, electric. Your voice, a revelation. Ebony swallowed. Thank you. Her voice trembled, drowned in his heat, his voice's rumble. Their hands lingered. He stepped closer, brushing her arm backstage, sparking fire. I run a foundation in Seattle. Dinner tomorrow, to talk your future? Future. Ebony's hand brushed her belly. His future if she dared. I'd like that. His smile deepened, but his eyes flicked to the window. Wait here. He peered into the alley. Ebony's stomach dropped. A figure stood in the shadows, eyes glinting. Watching. Ebony, Atlas said low, stay behind me. Her heart raced. Who was out there? Atlas tensed, shielding her. The figure dropped a note, red ink with a phoenix symbol. Atlas started for the door, but Ebony grabbed him. Don't? Not safe? He looked down, jaw tight. I won't let anything touch you. His words sparked warmth. Ebony nodded, trusting him. They stepped into the alley, his arm around her. A whisper hissed, You're mine, Ebony. She froze. A bottle smashed nearby, glass skittering. The figure vanished. The note's phoenix matched the stage note. Atlas snatched it, face darkening. What does it say? Ebony asked, trembling. He pocketed it. Don't worry. She didn't buy it. The air crackled. They headed inside, Atlas's hand steadying her. Her mind spun. Baby. Atlas. Stalker. Juno found them. Ebony, you spooked. Tired, Ebony forced a smile. Atlas gripped her. I'll drive you home. She should have refused. But those eyes owned her. Okay. His Mercedes waited, sleek. Ebony slid in, leather cool. Atlas drove, glancing at her. The city blurred. She felt watched. You're from Seattle, he said. Ebony nodded. Moved for music. Your voice deserves the world. His tone was raw. I trusted someone once, it cost me. You're different. His pain hit her. Why me? He parked at her apartment, turning. You're unforgettable. His hand brushed her cheek, burning. Ebony leaned in, lips inches apart but pulled back, heart pounding. Not yet. Not with danger lurking. Atlas, she whispered, the note. He sighed. A warning. Someone knows about us. Us? It felt right. He nodded. I have enemies, Ebony. They walked to her door. A shadow lunged. Ebony gasped. Atlas yanked her behind him, shoving the figure. A hooded man swung a knife, red phoenix etched. Atlas twisted his wrist, knife clattering. The man fled, snarling, She's mine. You okay? Atlas panted. No one's touching you, Ebony. Ever. His vow steadied her. Ebony nodded, shaking. What was that? Someone who wants me gone. His voice was steel. Inside her apartment, Atlas froze. A photo Ebony singing was shattered, a red ink note pinned, You can't run, the phoenix glared. They were here, Ebony whispered. You're not staying, Atlas said. I have nowhere, she choked. With me. His eyes burned, hand on her shoulder. Ebony shook her head. I can't. Then I'm staying. He locked the door. Her phone buzzed. Unknown number. Hello? A rasp? You can't hide, Ebony. He can't save you. The line died. Ebony backed against the wall. Atlas caught her, hands steadying. What? They know I'm here. He held her, warmth grounding. I won't let them near you. Footsteps outside. Ebony peered out. A note on her doorstep, a torn summertime song sheet pinned. She snatched it, shaking. Red ink, Phoenix. I'll see you in Seattle, Ebony. Summertime is mine. Her knees buckled. Seattle. Juno's gig. A fresh start, away from this stalker. But Atlas was tied to this, his enemies, his world. Ebony dialed Juno, trembling. Seattle gig. I'm in. You sound scared, Juno said. Ebony, what's wrong? Need a change? Livia's thrilled, Juno said. Flights tomorrow. Stay with Romy. Family. Ebony, I'll fly out if you need me, say it. Juno's care warmed her. Thanks, Juno. She hung, staring at the note and sheet. Atlas had fought for her, his strength a shield. Seattle could be safe. Or a trap. The stalker knew her song, her soul. How? A knock rattled the door. Ebony froze. She peered, nothing. Another note, red ink bleeding, Phoenix glaring. I'll see you in Seattle, Ebony. Summertime is mine. A scratch marred her window, phoenix-shaped, glinting in the moonlight. Her blood ran cold. Who was this? How did they know? Ebony clutched the note, fear and defiance warring. Atlas was her hope, but as night closed in, she wondered if Seattle would save her or lead her to her stalker's grasp.
Chapter 2.
Ebony Verlaine stepped into Seattle's chaotic airport, the hum of Pike Place coffee stalls lingering in the air, but her heart clung to New Orleans. Atlas Tigree's green eyes seared her memory, his touch a phantom burn from Alley Cat stage. His velvet voice, laced with Italian warmth, had vowed protection against a stalker's chilling note. I'll see you in Seattle, Ebony. Summertime is mine. The red phoenix on that torn song sheet iced her veins. She scanned the crowd, every shadow a threat. Her hand grazed her belly, shielding a secret that could unravel her world. Pregnant. Alone. 26 and terrified. Ebony gripped her bag, the pregnancy test a leaden weight. The Seattle Fundraiser gig was her chance to soar, proving her jazz could light the world. But danger trailed her. She pictured her unborn child, dark-eyed, facing a life like her mother's, scraping by, dreams deferred. Could Ebony break that cycle, shield them from threats? Atlas had crushed that Phoenix knife thug, his strength her anchor. Could he protect her here, or was she sprinting into a trap? Ebony. Romy Sass's voice pierced the din. Her brunette ponytail bounced, her smile a beacon. Juno's sister-in-law, Ebony's host, felt like kin. Ebony waved, forcing a grin despite dread coiling tight. Romy hugged her fiercely, grounding her fears. So good to see you, girl. Thanks for the gig. Happy to be here, Ebony said, voice steadier than her heart. Atlas's face, wild curls, devastating smile, flashed. She hadn't told Romy they'd met, that his touch ignited her. Would he be the same in Seattle? Romy grabbed Ebony's bag, leading her through the terminal. The fundraiser's huge. Atlas runs it. He's special, not your typical billionaire. Ebony's cheeks warmed. I've heard. His gaze had stripped her bare, his vow a lifeline. But the Phoenix note loomed, red ink promising pain. You okay? Romy's eyes narrowed. Shaken? Jet-lagged, Ebony lied, glancing back. No shadows lurked. Yet? Summertime is mine, had they followed her? Romy's SUV waited, cozy. Ebony slid in, leather cool. You'll love staying with us, Romy said, starting the engine. Blue and the kids can't wait. Kids. Family. Ebony's heart twisted, imagining her child safe in such warmth. She recalled Juno and Obe at her first gig, cheering her on, their belief her rock. Could she give her baby that? She forced a smile. Perfect. Seattle's skyline gleamed, coffee's bitter scent drifting, but Ebony's eyes flicked to the side mirror. A dark car trailed too close. Her breath hitched. The Phoenix stalker? Or paranoia? Romy chatted, unaware, but dread gripped Ebony. Atlas was her hope, but his enemies might be near. At the Allende's table, lasagna steaming, Ebony sat with Romy, Blue, and their 3 kids. Their laughter warmed her, but envy stung. This love, could she build it? Her hand rested on her belly, the secret screaming. Jazz, a child, a stalker, how could she balance it? She'd sung to Oba's kids, promising better days. Could she keep that vow? Zach, settle, Romy said, wrestling her son. Blue took Zach, who grinned. Romy rolled her eyes. Child whisperer. She smiled at Ebony. Excited for tomorrow? Thrilled, Ebony said, nerves sparking. Hope Atlas likes the set. His New Orleans smile flashed. A creak outside made her flinch. Just the house? He'll love it, Romy said. He raved about your demo. Call him Atlas. Got it, Ebony said, warmth spreading. What's he like? The sweetest, Romy said. At school, he and Mateo were everyone's crush. You'll see. Ahem, Blue coughed. My number one, Romy teased, groaning as Rosa spit up. I'll get the cloth. Grace darted off. How do you do it? Ebony asked. Her baby's future loomed. Could she be this strong? Well-oiled machine, Gracie said, making them laugh. Oiled, not coiled, Romy corrected, kissing her head. Worth it. Blue grinned. Anyone special? Atlas burned in Ebony's mind, his touch a spark. My career, she said, heart racing. Could Atlas be her future, or would the stalker steal it? In the kitchen, Romy paused. You're scared, Ebony. What's wrong? Ebony nearly spilled. Baby stalker. Something's watching me, she whispered. I can't shake it. Romy's hand squeezed hers. You're safe. Family. Her words echoed Juno's odes, a lifeline. Ebony woke early, warming her voice in her room, scales soothing her fears. Summertime hummed, a shield against the stalker's note. Romy found her in the kitchen. Atlas called. Cara 10. Okay. Perfect, Ebony said, nerves flaring. Atlas's voice, velvet fierce, echoed. She checked her phone, expecting a threat. Nothing. Unease clung. Here's a key, Romy said. We're dropping Gracie. I can count. Gracie held fingers. Don't start, Romy smiled. Help yourself. Sorry I can't be at your meeting. You've done plenty. Silence settled. Ebony sipped decaf, hand on her belly. Summertime is mine. At 10, a Mercedes pulled up. Ebony buzzed the gate, heart pounding. Atlas stepped out, curls wild, green eyes blazing. His smile, devastating, sent desire surging. Fear nipped. Miss Verlaine? His tease sparked heat. Nice to see you, Ebony said, bold. His scent, linen danger, hit hard. He opened the door, hand grazing her arm. Drove myself. Okay. More than, Ebony said, sliding in. A car lingered, distant. Her pulse spiked. You're from here, Atlas said, driving. Juno mentioned. Born here, Ebony said. Brothers in New Orleans with Juno. I know. His gaze lingered, setting her alight. Spend the day? Haven lunch venue, you're set. Perfect, Ebony said, his name soft. The rearview car vanished. At Haven, Atlas's passion shone. A safe space, medical compassion, he said, leading her into a warm building. I can't fail them. Or you. His voice broke, eyes haunted. You're incredible, Ebony said, touching his arm. His hand covered hers, electric. A figure, phoenix tattoo on their wrist, flashed outside, then gone. Ebony tensed. Atlas's jaw tightened. You're not just a singer, he said, leaning close, lips near hers. You bring joy. Her skin burned, desire swirling. They paused, restraint sparking heat. Fear lingered, could he save her? Lunch at a burger joint was easy, Atlas's sweater hugging his frame. His gaze held hers, like New Orleans. Ebony's body ached, the phoenix note echoing. Jazz Pearl Jam, he teased. I'd try. He kissed her mouth's corner, arm steadying her. Mustard. Ebony laughed, tingling. His hand cupped her face. You're beautiful. His lips met hers deep. She feared losing him. They pulled back, trembling. Not taking advantage, Atlas said. Fundraisers in 2 days. Ebony kissed him. Anticipation's sexy. Her body screamed, fear whispering, summertime is mine. He nuzzled her. So sexy I could cry. They laughed. I'll steal kisses. Her hand found his. They're yours. His kiss pulsed, desire warring with dread. At the penthouse venue, the stage gleamed, Buzzendorfer stunning. Accountants had fits, Atlas whispered, lips on her ear. Your voice deserves it. Ebony played, lost in music, until his lips grazed her shoulder. No one will hurt you, he vowed. She moaned. I won't hold back. He kissed her. Post-fundraiser, I'm renting a room. You won't walk straight. Ebony stood. Mingle before we break our rule. His kiss was fierce. I'm going to fuck you so hard you'll see stars. She shivered. Keep that promise. At Romy's, nausea struck. Ebony vomited, throat raw, the note screaming, summertime is mine. Pregnancy? Terror? A phoenix-marked hairpin lay on her nightstand, not hers. Romy found her. Sick? Bad burger, Ebony lied, hiding baby stalker. Romy helped her to bed. I'm here. Thanks? Ebony clutched her belly, her baby a partner. Atlas's vow warmed her. A text buzzed, unknown, gold dress Ebony. Sing summertime. I'm watching. A shadow moved outside, a phoenix carved into the window. Ebony locked the door, heart pounding, the hairpin glinting. Atlas was her hope, but was she the stalker's prey? Atlas lay awake until just after midnight. Mateo had been the one who had always slept around, his drop-dead gorgeous looks making sure that he could have any women he wanted. But when Fino had come along, Atlas had seen his brother grow up overnight, becoming a man. Now, he was clearly crazy about the lovely Molly. Yeah, you go for it, bro. If she's the one, go for it. He was proud of his twin. Atlas turned over, trying to find sleep. He wasn't someone who dwelled on his single status, but lately he'd been feeling it. You're a billionaire, you have the looks, the charm, why is love so hard to find? Atlas shook his head. Because I want a best friend as well as a lover, someone who gets me. He sighed, turned over and tried to get some sleep.
Chapter 3.
Fino Tigree looked between his father and his uncle. Mateo shrugged at his son. I think he heard you, Cusiolo, but I'm not sure. Atlas? Atlas blinked and broke his reverie. I'm sorry, I was thinking of never mind. What could you have been thinking about, I wonder? Mateo smirked knowingly. Fino was asking you a question. Atlas turned to his nephew, who was spooning cereal into his mouth at a rapid speed. Sorry, Fino. I missed what you said. Fino grinned at his uncle. I just asked if you were looking forward to seeing Poppy and Vita. Bella texted me to tell me she's going to take me horse riding. Sure I am. Atlas exchanged a loaded glance with Mateo, whose expression was no longer mischievous. Poppy was the twin stepfather, Stanley, and Fino adored both him and Stanley's stepdaughter, Bella. Stanley's wife, Vita, was an entirely different prospect, unfortunately. She was the very definition of a gold digger, having married Stanley mere weeks after the death of her first husband. Stan, mild-mannered and kind, had himself been reeling from the death of the twins' mother from cancer, and both Atlas and Mateo had been shocked at his quick wedding. He'd apologized to them on the day of his wedding. I need a distraction, he said, shrugging hopelessly, because it just hurts too damn much. The twins had accepted his new wife, mostly because of her daughter Bella, a shy, awkward teenager who suffered at the hands of her mother's ambitions for her. Vita was constantly bugging Stanley to sign Bella to his record label, despite her tone-deaf voice and utter lack of desire to be in the music industry. Atlas and Mateo had taken her under their wing, shielding her from the constant belittling of her mother, and she, in turn, adored them and Fino. Stanley's own biological son was another tricky situation. Cormac Duggan was a billionaire in his own right, working on Wall Street, and he had little time for the two beautiful Italian twins, thinking of them as pretty playboys and nothing more. Atlas had tried to reach out to him for Stan's sake, but Mateo had told his twin not to bother. He's a jerk, Don't waste your time. Atlas knew there had almost been a fight once between Mateo and Cormac, but Mateo would never tell him the details. It was nothing, brother. So when Cormac announced he would be spending Christmas with them, Mateo had rolled his eyes but said nothing. To his credit, The one person Cormac was devoted to was Fino, who adored the older man. Matteo didn't understand it, but shrugged it off. Atlas heard a female voice, and then Molly, Fino's tutor and Matteo's love, her sweet face breaking out into a smile, came into the kitchen. A tall, willowy blonde, Molly had been a godsend for Fino, who had struggled to connect with any of the other tutors Matteo had tried. Molly had changed all of that, and now as Atlas watched his brother stand to greet her with a hug, no kissing in front of Fino yet, clearly, he could see the love in his brother's eyes and immediately thought of Ebony Verlaine. Geez, she was so attractive it killed him. Not only that, but she was bright and funny and kind, and everything he had been looking for. He told himself to calm down, step back, but if he was honest with himself, it was taking all his strength not to call her right now and say, "Hang the fundraiser, let's spend the day in bed." Atlas smiled at Molly, dragging his thoughts away from Ebony's magnificent body. "You'll be spending Christmas with us, I hope?" Molly smiled shyly, and Matteo nodded. "I already asked her." Matteo turned back to Molly, who was gazing at him with utter adoration. "You're part of this family now, Moles." He drew his finger down her cheek gently. They were so sweet, Atlas felt like he was intruding. With a smile, he stood up. "Well, I'd better get to work. Molly, we'd love to have you for the holidays, and I hope Matteo is bringing you to the fundraiser tomorrow?" Molly nodded shyly, and Matteo grinned. "You bet you're a but I am." Atlas laughed as Fino giggled at his dad's near cussing. "See you later, kids." On the drive into the city, he noticed snow was beginning to fall and smiled. Fino would love a white Christmas. When he and Matteo were younger, they would always have winters in Italy, where the weather was much warmer, so even at 35, Atlas loved the prospect of a picture-perfect Christmas. Last winter he had spent some time in the Olympic Mountains, where he had run into his old friend Romy. What a life-changing meeting that was, he thought now. And how far they had come. He loved working with his old friend, and was eternally grateful that she had given up a surgeon's salary to come help him build the Haven. She was so much more than just his chief of surgery. She was family, and part of Haven's very heart. He was looking forward to dinner tonight, with Romy, Blue and Ebony. His mind drifted back to the beautiful young singer. She could only be 24, a decade younger than himself. Was the age gap going to be a barrier? He didn't think so. Their shared sense of humor, at least on yesterday's evidence, defied any generational misgivings. He couldn't wait to see her again. At Haven, however, his attention was taken up entirely, as a young woman, severely harmed and injured, was rushed into the operating theater where Romy desperately tried to save her life. "Mr. Tigree?" Atlas wasn't an angry man by any stretch, but the interruption in the middle of life or death surgery, not that he was helping, standing helplessly by watching, praying, disturbed him. Checking his temper, he turned to the security guard questioningly. "I'm very sorry," Noah Valdez said hastily. "But we have a situation. It's unnerving some of the residents, and the police have been delayed." "Go," Romy said tersely, not looking up from the table, and Atlas didn't dare distract her by arguing. Still in the scrubs he'd donned to observe, he strode outside and found a man in his late 20s railing at the security guards, his face distorted with fury as he screamed to be let inside. "My wife is in there and I want to see her," he shouted as he spotted Atlas. "Now you monster." "I don't think so." The anger he so rarely felt now moved through Atlas like ice, as he contemplated the idiot who had put Romy's patient on the operating table. "In fact, since I've called the police, I think it very likely you're about to be arrested for her attempted murder. You brutally attacked your wife, leaving her fighting for her life. And you expect us to let you in? You're lucky I don't see you pay for this right now, you monster." He knew he shouldn't be saying this stuff to the man, that he should let the police deal with him, but it was rare the attacker turned up at Haven. Was the man an idiot? The assailant narrowed his eyes at her. "I did no such thing, I found her like that." Atlas's eyes swept over the man's hands. "And those cuts and bruises on your own hands?" He grabbed the man's arm as the man reached into his pocket. The man cried out as Atlas gripped his arm tightly, his anger barely contained. He wanted to lash out, to make the man feel the weight of his actions, but Haven's security guards stepped in, pulling the husband away. As they dragged him back, Atlas released his hold reluctantly, and a knife clattered to the floor from beneath the man's hoodie. Sirens wailed in the distance, growing closer. "You're about to be arrested for attempted murder," Atlas said, his voice low and tense, fists clenched at his sides. "Don't make this worse." Romy appeared beside him, her scrubs stained from the chaos. Her voice was hollow as she spoke. "It's murder now. Kirsten didn't make it." The man's smirk fueled Atlas's rage, and before he could stop himself, he threw a hard punch, sending the man stumbling to the ground. He stepped forward, driven by fury, but Romy's voice cut through. "Atlas, stop. This won't help." With surprising strength, she pulled him back, her hands firm as the man shouted insults from the ground. "Blast you. Blast you and blast that wicked woman. I'll destroy all of you, all of you. You, pretty doc, want me to disembowel you like I did her? My utmost pleasure. So much for being the usual soul of calm." Atlas erupted in a white fury, and it took 3 huge police officers to eventually manhandle him away. Romy bore him off while the police arrested the killer, and a few minutes later, while Atlas was still seething, a detective came to interview them both. "He could press charges of assault, Mr. Tigree, but as he had just threatened your life, I can't see them sticking." "He didn't just threaten me, he threatened Dr. Sass. He threatened to do to her what he did to his now deceased wife." Atlas's protective instincts had always been hardwired, but the notion that anyone would lay a finger on Romy in anything other than kindness made him livid. "He's a sick man." "No doubt, but we have to follow due process. We'll need access to the body, and to your premises while we investigate." "Of course, whatever you need," Romy told him. Her hand was on Atlas's back, rubbing him, comforting him. Atlas drew a deep breath in, as the detective left them alone. He marshaled his temper at last, embarrassed. "I'm sorry, Romy. Such behavior is acceptable from no one. I just saw red. Are you okay?" "I'm fine." She nodded, letting his arm go at last. "Just upset at losing another one. But that's what I signed up for. We knew this kind of thing was a possibility." Atlas shook his head, grief for the dead young woman leaving him as numb as he'd been furious. Always even-keeled, unaccustomed to such mood swings, he found himself suddenly exhausted. "Blue's going to kill me for putting you in danger." "You didn't do anything," Romy replied. "I chose this job. I knew the dangers. Besides, our fortress home is just that. You know how Blue is about our family's security. I think we should go ahead and escalate our protection at Haven. Well, let's see what the police think. In the meantime, let me fix your hand up." Romy didn't know whether to tell Blue about the incident later, and when he came home in a good mood because of a successful surgery, she decided against it. Also, she didn't want to scare Ebony. When she got home, she knocked at Ebony's door. "E-flat? Honey, how are you feeling today?" Ebony opened the door, smiling. "I'm good. Must have just been a bad burger or something. Look, can I help you with dinner? I feel bad just sitting around." "Actually, that would be wonderful if you don't mind. I want to get the kids fed and in bed by the time Atlas gets here." She said nothing when Ebony's face flamed scarlet, too tired to ask questions just yet. As they both worked in the kitchen, Ebony smiled at Romy. "I thought all billionaires had staff." Romy laughed wearily. "Oh, Blue has staff, but we don't like to have people around us permanently, especially during family time. Obviously, we have our nanny, who is wonderful and essential if I want to work, but both Blue and I love to cook. So no fancy schmancy chefs for us. Speaking of fancy, I hope Atlas treated you well yesterday." "He's a great guy," Ebony said. "So much fun, and I'm really looking forward to the fundraiser." "Not your typical billionaire, is he?" Romy noted, still shocked at Atlas' anger earlier. It was a side of him she'd never known existed. Not at all. He brought me to Haven, and I have to say, the work you both do there, so inspiring. Thank you. So you got along great? Ebony nodded, and this time Romy hid a smile at the 2 pink spots high on her friend's cheeks. While it hadn't been her intention to play matchmaker, if Atlas and Ebony got along, she would love to see her 2 friends happy. Ebony could only benefit from having such a devoted partner, and Atlas had long needed a good woman by his side. She knew what Blue would say. He would roll his eyes and tell her that she couldn't make everyone in the world love each other. If only I could, she thought now, and her mind flew back to the horrific incident earlier. Another woman, lost to her partner's violent jealousy. Romy's own experience with her murderous ex was never far from the surface, still after almost 6 years. Dacre Mortimer had vowed to kill her, had killed several women in order to get to her. She had to remind herself every day that Dacre was dead and couldn't hurt her anymore. Ironically, it hadn't even been Dacre who had almost killed her in the end. It had been Blue's stepbrother Gaius, insanely jealous of his brother, who had shot Romy in an attempt to make his half-brother suffer. I'm still here. That's what she told herself every morning, and she murmured it to herself now as the door opened and Grace came in yelling happily to greet her and Ebony. Blue came home from the hospital early as promised, and while the nanny fed Grace, he and Romy slipped away to their room under the pretense of changing for dinner. As parents of a 5-year-old, they made sure to lock the door behind them. The moment it clicked shut, Blue gently tugged at the zipper of Romy's dress, his touch warm and familiar. Romy sighed happily as he pressed a soft kiss to her shoulder, and she reached up, cupping his face, smiling as she gazed into his eyes. He lifted her gently, laying her on the bed with care, his hands resting lightly on her waist. Romy pulled him close, her heart swelling as they shared a deep, tender kiss. Their connection felt effortless, each touch a reminder of their love. She would never tire of this, his warmth, his devotion, the way he looked at her with such adoration. I love you so much, she whispered, her voice soft and full of emotion. Blue brushed his nose against hers, his eyes shining. You're the reason I breathe every day, he said simply. You're my world, Romulus. Romy giggled at the nickname, and Blue's grin widened, his gaze playful as he watched her laugh. Her joy bubbled over, and she wrapped her arms around him, pressing closer as their laughter mingled. Blue gently stroked the hair from her face, and they lay together, catching their breath, wrapped in the quiet warmth of their love. You know, when the kids are a little older, we should try and get away, just the 2 of us. Even for a weekend. Romy nodded. I would love that. Mom and Stuart would do anything to have the kids. For 2 whole days. Blue grinned as Romy laughed. Let's be honest, Gracie would actually be the one in charge. Our little adult, Blue said fondly. He studied his wife. Are you okay? Romy nodded. Yes, of course. Why'd you ask? Blue traced a little line between her eyes. Haven't seen this for a while. Not for a few years. I was frowning? Well, not right now, but when I came home there was a moment. I might have imagined it. Tell him. Romy swallowed hard and shook her head. Blue still hadn't forgiven himself for her near death years ago, though he had been in no way to blame and had actually saved her life. Why resurrected old nightmares? I do have a small headache, so it was probably that. Can I get you some aspirin? I'm fine, honey, it'll go when we have dinner. Speaking of which, we'd better get ready. They showered together, taking way too long, then got dressed slowly. Romy shimmied into a lilac tea dress that she knew Blue loved her in, and left her long dark hair down, pulled over one shoulder. Light makeup and she was ready. She turned to see Blue watching her. Come here. She went to him and he kissed her. I love you, Dr. Sass. Romy gazed up at her husband, and wondered how she had been so lucky as to have found him. I love you, Doc. Let's go and have fun with our friends.
Chapter 4.
Ebony, wearing a dark red dress, her short dark hair combed into a bob, and a long gold chain around her neck, was both nervous and excited about seeing Atlas again. She wondered if she'd somehow managed to imagine the sizzling chemistry between them. But then he walked in the door and the heat crackled immediately once again. His green eyes met hers, warm with desire that he reined in as he simply leaned in and kissed her cheek. That small gesture alone left Ebony trembling with need. She breathed in the scent of his expensive cologne, woody and spicy, and felt her pulse quicken. "Tomorrow night," she whispered. Atlas brushed his fingers over her jaw, leaving no doubt that if there hadn't been an audience a few feet away, he would have been kissing her thoroughly. Tomorrow. At dinner, which was a fun, laid-back affair, Ebony sat with her friends and felt happier than she had in a long time. Atlas was sitting next to her, and not hiding the chemistry between them, as if they had known each other for years, and she was grateful to him for that. "Listen," he was saying to Romy in blue now. "Christmas. Are you going to the cabin?" Blue shook his head. "No, Artie and Dan are taking Gray up this year and we didn't want to intrude. So it'll probably be a quiet one at home. In that case, I'd like to invite you all to come celebrate with us at the house. We have a house full already, Stan's there, and I believe the Angel of Death is showing his face as well." Ebony raised an eyebrow curiously and mouthed "Death" to Romy, who shook her head. "Well, you make it sound unmissable," said Blue dryly. "I assume you're speaking about the always delightful Cormac?" "The very one." Atlas grinned. "Mateo's delighted, as you might guess. But Vita is less annoying at Christmas, I'll admit, and I know Fino, Mateo, and Stan would love for you to be there." "Done and done," Romy said as Blue nodded. Atlas looked at Ebony. "Yes? Me what?" "You, Christmas, us," he gestured at everyone at the table. "Together." As elated as she was surprised, Ebony nodded slowly. "Of course. If I'm not imposing." "You're part of our extended family now," Atlas cut in, and the way he was looking at her, there was no way Romy and Blue didn't notice, but Ebony didn't care. "I'd love to, but I think Juno and Obe are coming from New Orleans." "Then they are invited too." Beneath the table, his fingers grazed her knee. "Please come." Ebony couldn't look away from Atlas's gaze. "Then I'd love to." After dinner, Ebony noticed Romy and Blue excused themselves, a little pointedly, to take care of the dishes, and left Ebony and Atlas alone in the living room. Atlas sat next to her, his arm along the back of the couch. Ebony had to resist the urge to snuggle with him. Atlas glanced out of the room and risked leaning in to kiss her. "I thought about you all day," he said softly, "and all night too." She traced her fingertip around his mouth. "Me too, when I wasn't busy working with your band. What a great bunch of guys." "They are. Mike called me just before I left for here, telling me he's never heard such a wonderful voice. Tomorrow night is going to be so special, Ebony, in more than one way." Ebony's heart fluttered with anticipation. Drawn to Atlas, she leaned closer and he gently slid his hand to her arm, his touch warm and steady. She reached for his hand, intertwining their fingers, feeling the spark between them. "I'm so glad you're here," she whispered, her voice soft against his ear. His low chuckle sent a thrill through her. "If we don't slow down, we'll forget we're at a dinner party," he teased, his eyes twinkling. He pressed a tender kiss to her lips, lingering just long enough to make her heart race. "Don't make plans for the day after tomorrow," he murmured. "I want to spend it with you, Ebony Verlaine, just talking, laughing, getting to know every part of your heart." His warm smile made her cheeks flush. She leaned closer, her voice a whisper. "The anticipation's almost too much." "Same here," he replied, his gaze holding hers. Romy and Blue's cheerful voices echoed from the hall, announcing their arrival. When they entered, both grinning widely, Atlas kept his hand gently in Ebony's, his affection clear. She smiled back, her heart full. Later that night, a wave of nausea hit Ebony, but she tried to stay quiet. She rinsed her mouth and sat on the cool bathroom tile, hand resting on her stomach. Could she be feeling this so soon? Her mind drifted back to 2 weeks ago, a night out with her friend Kate that had taken an unexpected turn. Kate had convinced her to visit a lively club, a place far outside Ebony's comfort zone. At first she'd hesitated, but after a few drinks, curiosity won out. Just to see what it's like, she'd told herself. The night had led to a fleeting, impulsive moment with a stranger, a man with a striking red phoenix tattoo on his back. She'd been careful, but somehow, she was now facing this new reality. The next day, shame had crept in, leaving her unsettled. Kate had visited, full of apologies. "Ebony, I feel awful. I just wanted you to have fun, not this." "It's okay," Ebony had said, managing a small smile. "I made my own choices. I was curious, but that scene, it's not me." "I know," Kate had said, looking guilty. "I should have stopped you." "Who says I'd have listened?" Ebony had reassured her, pulling her into a hug. "It's life, just an experience. I usually like to know someone before getting close, that's all." She tried to convince herself it was fine, that such places had their appeal for others. But the thought of not knowing the man, and now carrying his child, left her feeling vulnerable. She took a deep breath, steadying herself, determined to face whatever came next. But the thing was, it was something she tried not to admit to herself, but a small part of her was excited to be a mother. Lots of women have children young, she thought to herself, but it's just the timing sucks. If I hadn't met Atlas. But she had met Atlas, and she was so excited about where this could go. So excited that she refused to think about the complications pregnancy would add to an as-yet non-existent relationship. Why worry before anything had actually happened? Dragging herself up from the floor, she glanced at her phone. Just after 4 a.m. in Seattle, and she wondered if her brother in New Orleans would be awake. She went back to bed and texted Ob. "You up?" "Hey sis." She called him immediately. "Hey Bubba, sorry to bother you so early." "No sweat. What are you doing up so early?" "Just stuff on my mind," she deflected. "How's our old hunting ground?" "Stuff like your performance, I'm guessing." "The hunting grounds are beautiful, but cold." "You with Juno?" "Yeah, she's still asleep." "I was about to go to the gym, but I'd rather talk to you." "Miss you, kiddo." Ebony smiled down the phone. "Miss you too. Listen, the guy who's working with Romy is a sweetheart, and he's invited us to spend Christmas with him and his extended family. So it's something to think about, thought I'd mention it. Juno knows him, Atlas Tigree." "Yeah, she's mentioned him." "That's cool. I'll talk to Juno about it, but I'm sure we can make it work if that's what you want to do." "It is." Ebony wondered if she should share the growing attraction between her and Atlas with her brother, but decided against it. "So, nervous about your performance at the fundraiser?" Ob asked again. "A little," she admitted, letting him keep thinking that was what was keeping her awake even though she didn't know the meaning of stage fright. "Never had. I don't want to let Atlas and Romy down." "Not possible," her brother gave a short laugh. "You'll kill it, sis." Ebony thanked him and ended the call. She lay in bed, her mind whirling with how much in such short of time her life was changing. She had no idea what was coming next, but she knew one thing for certain. This time tomorrow she would be in bed with the most gorgeous man she had ever laid eyes on, and she couldn't wait.
Chapter 5.
It was a habit of hers to always check out a venue early on the day of the performance, just to get the vibe. A place felt so different the day of something than on any other day. Ebony walked into the party venue and stopped. Talk about a different vibe. Wow. Though elegant as ever, the large room had been transformed into a white and silver Christmas wonderland, with thousands of tiny twinkling white lights. Ebony looked around the room as the staff set dinner tables and prepared the room. The money Atlas had put into this, his own money, Romy had told her, was a little unsettling. The man was rich, very rich, and it freaked her out a little. On the stage, there was a curtain of crystals hanging like rain behind where she would sing. Ebony suddenly felt overwhelmed, an unfamiliar feeling she didn't enjoy in the slightest. "Miss Verlaine?" She turned to see a young woman smiling at her. "That's me, hello." "Hi there, I'm Felicity. Mr. Tigree suggested you might drop by early." Ebony looked at her in surprise. "He did he?" The way he seemed to know her so well when they barely just met could have been unnerving, but she found it somehow only amplified how hot the man was. "He asked whether you'd like any changes made." "Any at all, and I'll make them happen." Ebony didn't even need to look around. The place was easily the nicest venue she'd ever been in. "No. It all looks fantastic. Just make sure the jazz drummer has a screen, please." She elaborated at Felicity's confused look. "The plastic cage you see around them sometimes helps avoid drowning out quieter instruments and my voice. It's not standard use in jazz, but at rehearsal this morning the drummer requested one." Felicity made a note on her phone. "I'll take care of it," she promised. "Mr. Tigree also said you might want a new outfit for tonight. Because it's special, he asked me to tell you specifically." For one second, Ebony found herself offended at the suggestion that she didn't have the right outfit for this upscale joint. And then Atlas, because it's special, hit home, and she realized he was flirting with her. Through his unwitting assistant, no less. "I love dress shopping," Felicity confided with a shy smile. "Especially with no budget. I'd be happy to help you pick out something. Mr. Tigree told me to take the day to help, and to warn you to spare no expense." Ebony smiled. "He said that, did he? Well, all right then. Take me to your favorite place, Felicity." Standing in the exclusive boutique a short while later, Ebony's eyes widened at the designer clothes. "This is too much." Felicity laughed. "Not at all. Now, what's your aesthetic?" Ebony hesitated, then said, "I'm a retro girl. I love anything from the 20s, 30s, or 40s. Felicity nodded. "Then we're in the right place. Carmen is one of Seattle's up-and-coming designers, and she loves anything retro. This is going to be amazing." Over the next hour, they talked with the designer herself, who brought out several pieces that Ebony almost swooned over. Eventually, she chose a form-fitting gold dress, which skimmed her curves and looked sensational against her dark skin. Felicity then took her to a beauty salon where they worked on her hair, shaping it into pin curls around her face. Ebony had to admit, she didn't recognize the stunning woman in the mirror. "Now," Felicity said, "underwear?" Ebony flushed. Felicity grinned impishly. "Top to toe was what Mr. Tigree suggested, but only if you wanted it. He's not trying to Eliza Doolittle you," his words. New sensual underwear was definitely appealing, but Ebony felt awkward. "On one condition, I'm allowed to pay for my own underwear." "Entirely up to you." They went to a small boutique, and Ebony picked up some sultry dark red underwear that cost way too much for something that just might end up shredded in 3 seconds. But gosh, she hoped it did end up in pieces on the floor. It'd be worth the expense. Every cent of it. "Good choice." Felicity approved, then smiled. "Okay, lunch?" Ebony enjoyed Felicity's company at lunch, getting to know the young woman. "How long have you worked for Atlas?" 5 years, Felicity said, her mouth full of sandwich. "He recruited me as an intern, a paid intern at that, and after his longtime secretary left, I became his assistant. I think he likes me because I'm not starstruck by him. I tell him the truth." Ebony smiled. "I get that about him. He's a good guy." "He really is." Felicity studied Ebony. "He told me you come from Seattle originally?" Ebony nodded. "Born and bred. I moved away from Seattle when my brother moved to New Orleans. Serendipitously, it turned out, because the foundation who mentored me and my career is based there." Felicity nodded. "My girlfriend's brother is involved with them too. Ben Faldo." "I know Ben, he's a wonderful musician and a sweet guy." Felicity beamed. "He is, thank you." Ebony decided she liked Felicity very much, and after Felicity dropped her back at the venue, she gave her cell phone number to her. In case you want to go for drinks sometime. Felicity grinned. Would love to. Knock them dead tonight. You're not coming? Sadly, not this time. I have a family thing, but I have no doubt you'll rock it. Ebony hung her performance dress up behind the door of her dressing room, and covering her hair with a cap carefully, stepped into the shower. She wasn't sure if all dressing rooms had showers, but it sure was convenient. She scrubbed off, shaved, massaged moisturizer oil into every part of her body, then slipped her new underwear on. The oil had a gold shimmer to it which made her dark skin glow, and the dark red underwear was the perfect color for her. She slipped her day dress back on, not wanting to get her performance dress rumpled. It was a couple of hours until she was on. Happily, she began to warm up her voice, even though the performance was way too far away for it to make a difference yet. In the middle of a scale, there was a knock on the door. Opening it, her heart began to beat faster. Atlas grinned at her. Hey, gorgeous. She couldn't help herself. She grabbed his tie and pulled him into the room, pressing her body against his as he bent his head to kiss her. She tangled her fingers in his dark curls, savoring every moment of the kiss, his lips firm and gentle but with a fierce passion. Breaking away finally, gasping for air, Ebony laughed. Gosh, Atlas Tigree, what you do to me. What I'm going to do to you later tonight, he said, sliding his arms around her waist, will put even a kiss like that in the shade. Ebony moaned in anticipation. Am I in a dream? I think I must be. Atlas laughed, his green eyes shining. Then I'm in it with you, beautiful. Now tell me, did Felicity spoil you like I asked her to? It was Ebony's turn to laugh. Yes, you did. I felt like Julia Roberts in Pretty Woman, except for the whole hooker thing. Just as long as you weren't offended. I tried to have her explain, without giving it away. I got the message, she promised as he kissed her again, then swept a lock of her hair over her ear. Are you nervous? Ebony shook her head. No. Not about anything, Atlas. He groaned. I've never wanted a party to be over so badly. I'm just going to be the worst host. Ebony smiled. I don't believe that for a second. Atlas grinned. Hey, you hungry? I have pizza coming. You read my mind. Somehow they kept their hands to themselves as they ate, and Ebony figured they both qualified for some kind of sainthood by the end of the hour when Atlas kissed her cheek and left her alone to get ready. Get dressed? He leaned in and whispered into her ear, so I can undress you later. Leaving her utterly on fire, he departed. Pulling herself together after he'd all but melted her bones, Ebony slipped into her couture dress and went through a full vocal warm-up as she prepared to be called by the floor manager. As she approached the stage, she heard the chatter of the guests and peeked out at the crowd. Scores of beautifully and expensively dressed people, none of whom she recognized, were milling around, glasses of champagne in hand, talking and laughing with each other. She saw Atlas, breathtaking in his Armani suit and bow tie, step up to the microphone. Ebony felt another curl of desire in her stomach as she listened to his low, sensual voice thanking the guests for coming. He talked with such passion about Haven and what his ambitions for it were that Ebony was almost moved to tears. She realized Atlas was coming to the end of his speech and was about to announce her. Her skin tingled as she registered the fondness in his voice as he talked about her, and when he announced her, she walked onto the stage to warm applause. Atlas kissed her cheek, winking at her. Go get him, kiddo. Adrenaline pumped through Ebony's system as she greeted the crowd and introduced her band, and then, as the music swelled, she began to sing. Atlas stood to the side of the stage, unable to take his eyes off of Ebony. Her voice, low, tremulous, and sensual, sent shivers down his spine. The way the gold dress clung to her body was driving him crazy, and when she glanced over at him and smiled as she sang, his heart thudded against his chest. Atlas had questioned himself over the last 2 days whether he was doing the right thing, getting involved with Ebony. Not because of who she was, but because of who he was. Was he taking advantage? He would hate to think so, but Ebony was very young. His gut was telling him that she was special though, and for now, he would go along with that. He had dreamed of her creamy dark skin and deep brown eyes since the moment he met her, and when he kissed her he'd never been so sure about anything. Last night he told Matteo how he felt about her, and Matteo, ever the romantic, had been delighted. Brother, as long as neither of you gets hurt, what's the harm? Live, Atlas. You've been surrounded by sycophants and gold diggers all your life. If your instinct is telling you this girl is different, go with it. Leap. Now, Atlas closed his eyes for a moment, immersing himself in the sound of her voice. It wrapped him as smoothly and softly as he imagined her body would later. Ebony made even much-performed standards sound fresh and original, her smooth voice with that touch of gravel entrancing the gathered partygoers. After every song, they applauded her loudly, some even whooping their approval, and Atlas could see the confidence in Ebony's eyes growing. Her sweet smile, the friendly, easy way she chatted with the audience between songs, she was a star, that much was obvious. Atlas made a mental note to talk to Stanley. His stepfather, with all his contacts, could help Ebony immeasurably, and she deserved every opportunity. He felt someone touch his arm, and found Romy, beautiful in a midnight blue column gown, smiling beside him. Girl did good, huh? Unbelievably good, Atlas agreed, still half wrapped in Ebony and her song. How are you doing? Very good. Blue's grabbing us some drinks. Listen, I wanted to thank you for not spilling about the guy at Haven yesterday. I don't want Blue worried about me every second, he does that enough anyway. Atlas's smile faded. The detective called. Dude was bailed. Keep your security team close. Romy didn't look worried. We will, don't worry. I can't believe they bailed that monster. He killed her. Apparently, his family is well connected. Romy looked angry. Gosh. Preppy entitled jerks. Dacre was the same. Atlas squeezed her head. Dacre's dead. I know. Romy sighed. But there's always another one and another. Which is why we do what we do. He put an arm around her shoulders and hugged her. Ebony was about to start another song, and Romy smiled again. Gosh, I love this song. It was a cover of Etta James's At Last, always a crowd pleaser, and the audience began to sing along with Ebony, who grinned and encouraged them. She had them in the palm of her hand, that was obvious, and Atlas felt a surge of affection. In a life and career where he saw so much pain, so much of the worst of people, it was a salve to the soul to see someone connecting with others so much. He felt Romy grinning at him, and looked down at her. You're smitten, she said, nudging him with her shoulder, and he laughed. I admit I am, he said honestly. Romy smiled and gave him an affectionate sideways hug. I'm happy for you, Atlas. I adore Ebony, and you both deserve happiness. She feels the same way, believe me. I hope so. It's the very beginnings of something, Romy. I hope it becomes more, but at the moment. I know. Just enjoy it. Gosh, her voice is like velvet, isn't it? Atlas was spellbound, as was the audience, as Ebony finished up her set and he, like them, applauded her long and hard. He got up onto the stage, as she shyly took her bow. Ladies and gentlemen, it's a cliché, but tonight I think a star was born. Miss Ebony Verlaine, everybody. Ebony chuckled, her face red as Atlas kissed her cheek. You were sensational, baby. Utterly sensational.
Chapter 6.
At the dinner after the show, Atlas had seated her next to him, with Romy and Blue at their table too. I thought you might want some friends around. Ebony smiled at him gratefully. I can't thank you enough for this opportunity, she said to him and Romy. If there's any more I can do to help, please just ask. I'd be happy to. I think you'll be fighting the offers off now, Blue said with a wink. In fact, if I'm not mistaken, Roman Ford is here somewhere. Of Quartet? Ebony almost squeaked. Quartet was one of the biggest record companies in the world, but they were very, very picky about who they had on their roster. To be a quartet artist was to have a cash in the business like no other. That's him. I can introduce you if you'd like. Atlas nodded to a table where Ebony saw Roman laughing with a beautiful blonde woman who looked familiar. Ebony recognized her as Kim Clayton, the guitarist in the Ninth and Pine, a Seattle rock band she and Ob loved and had been to see play live many times. Ebony swallowed nervously. She'd just spent hours working out her voice, but her throat was suddenly dry as sand. Maybe another time. I don't want to use this night to shill for myself. Atlas and Blue laughed, and Romy squeezed Ebony's hand. Darling, the second you opened your mouth up there, that was your introduction, believe me. Romy wasn't wrong. After a luscious dessert of champagne sorbet with strawberries, Roman Ford came over to their table and shook her hand. It was all Ebony could not to stutter when he complimented her. That voice is astonishing, Ebony. And when he casually added, call me. I'd like you to meet my partners. If Atlas hadn't been discreetly propping her up with a hand on her back, she might have sagged at the knees. He handed Ebony a business card, then stayed to chat with them for a time. Ebony sat, listening to her friends talking and laughing, feeling Atlas's fingers stroking up and down her bare back, Quartet's business card in her purse and surrounded by friends. A small twinge of something fluttered in her belly, a new life in more ways than one. Is this all really happening? As the guests started to drift away toward the end of the night, Atlas and Ebony said goodbye to their friends, and hand in hand rode the elevator to the penthouse suite. They gazed at each, no words needed, and when they walked into the suite, Atlas took her in his arms and kissed her. You were amazing, the party was a success, but gosh, I'm glad it's over. Ebony sighed softly as Atlas pressed a gentle kiss to her neck, his warm breath sending a shiver through her. His fingers carefully adjusted the straps of her dress, letting the gold fabric slip to the floor. Atlas gazed at her, his eyes full of admiration. You're even more beautiful than I imagined, he murmured, his voice tender. Ebony's hands trembled slightly as she loosened his tie and unbuttoned his shirt, revealing the strong lines of his chest. She rested her palm against his heart, feeling its steady beat beneath her touch. Atlas's hand brushed her cheek and he leaned in, kissing her deeply, his warmth wrapping around her like a promise. He gently lifted her into his arms, carrying her to the bedroom with care. On the bed, he held her close, his lips tracing soft kisses along her jaw. Ebony ran her fingers through his dark hair, her heart racing as he whispered her name, his voice filled with affection. Each touch was gentle, each moment a quiet celebration of their connection. She smiled, pulling him closer, her breath catching as their foreheads touched. You're everything to me, Atlas said softly, his hands cradling her face. Ebony's heart swelled and she kissed him, her lips lingering on his, savoring the warmth of his smile. I've been thinking about this moment all day, she whispered, her voice barely above a breath. Being here with you, it feels right. Atlas's eyes softened, and he drew her into another tender kiss, their closeness a silent vow. They sank into the moment, wrapped in each other's arms, the world fading away. As they lay together, he traced gentle patterns on her arm, his touch grounding her. I could stay like this forever, he said, his voice warm with sincerity. Ebony chuckled, brushing a curl from his forehead. You're too much, Atlas Tigree, she teased, her eyes sparkling. I can't believe you're here with me. He laughed, pulling her closer. Believe it, because I'm not going anywhere. You've got me, Ebony, completely. They spent the night talking, laughing, and sharing quiet moments, their connection deepening with every word. As dawn approached, they stood by the window, hand in hand, watching the city wake. Ebony leaned into him, her heart full, feeling a bond she'd never known before. With Atlas, every moment felt like a new beginning. Atlas stroked her face as dawn broke outside the window. I cleared my schedule for today. Are you free? I am. She wiggled closer to him, and he wrapped his arms around her. Would you like to come to my home, meet my brother and nephew? Ebony smiled. I would love to. She loved the hopeful look in Atlas's eyes. He really wanted her to be part of his family, didn't he? The feeling touched her on a totally different level than he had for hours just now, but no less deeply. First though, being an old man. At 34. Atlas laughed. But as jazzed as I am, how about we try and get some sleep? I want to hold you in my arms and rest. Ebony tucked her head into his shoulder. I'm always up for a nap. Atlas chuckled, pressing his lips to her forehead. I knew we had a lot in common. Sweet dreams, Atlas. Sweet dreams, baby.
Chapter 7.
Felicity knocked on Romy's office door. Romy? Detective Halsey is here to see you. Thanks, Felicity. Romy got up as the detective entered and shook his hand. I'd say it was good to see you, but I can see the expression on your face. She motioned for him to sit, and the detective thanked her. Yes, unfortunately, I come bearing bad news. Carson Franks was released from jail this morning, on a $3 million bail. Apparently, that's short change for his family. Ah. Romy sighed. Another rich creep getting away with murder. Quite. Franks had to relinquish his passport, but with his kind of money, getting counterfeits will be no problem. Debt. John Halsey looked at her. Dr. Sass, I read about your ex-husband, so I know you have experience with these kinds of things. Sadly, I do. The reason I became involved in Haven was because of that situation. The victim, Kirsten Merchant, was sadly typical of our residents here. At the moment it seems particularly bad, the deaths, the ones we can't save. Romy sighed, rubbing her face. I'm sorry, Detective, did you have something else? He nodded. Dr. Sass, we have reason to believe that Franks meant what he said. I came to make sure you and Mr. Tigree are taking the security issue seriously. Romy nodded. We are. We've more than doubled our security presence here and at our homes. He won't get near our facility, I assure you. I'll be checking in with you, keeping you updated about the situation. He glanced at the big picture window in Romy's ground floor office, and Romy read his mind. It's bulletproof, she said, but if you think we ought to take extra precautions. John Halsey nodded. It's just, I've dealt with obsessives before. Carson Franks blames this facility, Mr. Tigree, and you for Kirsten's death. It's just the way a psychopath's mind works. Never mind that he brutally attacked her, leaving her fighting for her life. It's always someone else's fault. Old memories worked their way through Romy, and she pushed them aside firmly. Dacre had long been out of her life, and she wouldn't give him one more second of fear. At home, later, after the kids were in bed, Romy and Blue shared a soak in the tub. Romy lay back against Blue's hard chest, as he trailed his fingers up and down her stomach. She giggled, as he pretended to bite her shoulder. How was your day, beautiful? Romy hesitated before she answered, unaccustomed to hiding anything from her husband. Her desire to protect him won out though. Oh, same old, same old. No new intake, which is always a blessing, so I had time to catch up with paperwork. Boring. She laughed. Ever the surgeon. Any big cases? Actually, yes. We have a domino surgery soon. Whoa. A domino surgery was a rare and risky procedure, involving multiple donor recipients receiving organs in a simultaneous procedure. Is this your first one? Blue kissed her temple. It is, you want in? Hell yes I do, if we can make it work. Getting you privileges at the hospital is no problem, obviously. Romy looked around at him. Perks of getting busy with the boss. Blue laughed. Obviously. Romy turned to face Blue, settling gently in his lap, her heart racing with warmth. Blue reached up, brushing his hands gently along her arms, and she smiled, sighing softly as he kissed her shoulder. She rested her hands on his chest, feeling his heartbeat quicken beneath her touch. Blue drew her closer, his arms wrapping around her with care. You're everything to me, he murmured, pressing a tender kiss to her lips, his touch soft and loving as she leaned into him, their closeness a quiet dance of affection. The whisper of her name sent a shiver through her, and she nestled closer, her heart swelling as she gazed into his eyes. This moment feels perfect, Blue said softly, his voice full of adoration. I love being here with you. Yes, Romy whispered, her breath catching as Blue's hand gently brushed her cheek, his touch sparking warmth that spread through her. She smiled, feeling a rush of joy as they held each other, their connection deepening with every shared glance. I love you so much, Blue Inde. And I love you, he replied, his green eyes shimmering with devotion, so full of love that Romy felt tears prick her eyes. Hey, he said gently, concern lacing his voice as he pulled her close for another soft kiss. Why the tears, Bella? She smiled, her cheeks damp with happy tears. They're tears of joy, I promise. I've never felt so complete, our beautiful family and you. Blue, you're my everything. You'll never lose me, he said, his voice steady and warm. I'm here, always. Romy kissed him again, her heart full. Let's get out of this tub and rest, love. I just want to be close to you tonight. As they dried off, Romy smoothed lotion over her skin, her fingers pausing over the faint scar on her belly from a wound years ago. She'd been fortunate. The injury had spared her vital organs, and their daughter, then just a tiny spark of life, had been safe. She glanced at Blue, her heart swelling with gratitude for their shared journey, their love stronger than ever. Blue came up behind her and swept her into his arms, making her giggle, and carried her off to their bed. As he covered her body with his, she gazed up at him and knew she had everything she had ever wanted right here, right now. No one could touch them. Very soon she would discover, in the worst way, that she was wrong.
Chapter 8.
A boy, not older than 7 or 8, skidded to a halt in front of Ebony and gaped at her. He had the same shaggy black hair and bright green eyes as Atlas, and Ebony smiled at him. You must be Fino. A moment's hesitation and then the boy smiled, the same wide, friendly, devastating smile as his uncle, and presumably his father. A moment later, Ebony saw his father, Matteo, as he came down the steps of the Tigree mansion to greet them. Hey Ebony, great to meet you. Ebony thought he was going to kiss her cheek. Instead, Matteo picked her up and twirled her around, making her shriek with laughter. Atlas chuckled, shaking his head. He likes to surprise people. Ebony isn't people, she's family, his brother corrected, setting Ebony back on her feet and grinning down at her. You said it yourself. Did you? Ebony looked at Atlas and smiled, touched all over again, even though he'd said as much at the dinner table. That's the last time I tell you a secret, Atlas teased his brother while wrestling with his nephew. I've never seen him so enchanted, Matteo went on, smirking. Ebony flushed as Atlas sighed. Dude? Matteo grinned, unrepentant. Sorry, bro. Fino, come give Ebony a hug. Ebony was about to say he didn't need to, when Fino threw himself at her. She hugged the young boy, feeling slightly overwhelmed by the warmth of the Tigree's greeting, but she soon realized it was par for the course for the Tigree twins. Their house, while as palatial as she would have expected, was also a place of love and laughter. Matteo introduced her to the sweet Molly, who clearly adored both Matteo and his son, and enjoyed a jokey relationship with Atlas. Their chef, Annalise, prepared a delicious buffet for their lunch, and afterward, Atlas took Ebony on a tour of the grounds. It was bitingly cold, but Ebony hunkered down in her thick wool coat, and Atlas offered her his arm. The grounds looked like a winter wonderland. A hoar frost was clinging to the vegetation, the trees, and the fences around the property. You grew up here? Atlas nodded. Most of the year. We spent a lot of time in Italy too, Padua, where we were born. He smiled down at her. Maybe I can take you there sometime. Ebony grinned. One thing at a time, Atlas. I'm still processing that someone like you could want someone like me. Atlas frowned. I don't understand what you mean. I mean, look at this. She gestured around the grounds and to the house. I'm just a kid from St. Anne's. Ob and I went to regular high school, we brown-bagged our lunches, we worked 3 jobs through college to pay for it. I'm ordinary and you are a god. Atlas chuckled, but his eyes were serious. Ebony, you are anything but ordinary. And what does all this mean except we got lucky to be born wealthy? Yes, both Matteo and I have made our own fortunes, but we had doors open for us to help us achieve that. Believe me, I am the last person you should consider a god, whatever that means. I have plenty of demons. Ebony wiggled her eyebrows at him. Sensual. Atlas laughed, but his eyes were serious. We don't know each other yet, Ebony, but I won't hide anything from you. I want to know everything about you, and there's nothing about me, or my life, or my past I want to hide from you. Ask me anything. Ebony chuckled, pushing aside the fact that she was very definitely hiding something from him. Okay. When did your parents pass? Our dad when we were kids, Mom a few years ago. She nodded. And your stepdad remarried? On a whim, we think, but Stan practically brought us up, so we support him no matter what. And he has a son who looks like death. Atlas half smiled, but there was a serious edge to the curl of his lips. It's not that I don't like Cormac, rather that we have nothing in common with him. The man has no sense of humor, and he's a shark. He's engaged to the heiress of a very, very wealthy New York family, because, and he continued in a deadpan voice, inheriting Stanley's billions won't be enough. Ebony snickered. Must be hard for him. Right? Corman will always take the easy way to quick money, as long as it's legal. I give him that, he's a straight shooter. He doesn't hide his ambition. Atlas pulled her abruptly into a warm hug. EBs, he's coming for Christmas, and I wanted to warn you about him. He has very little tact, and he'll grill you endlessly. I'll protect you, but he has a habit of being tenacious when he wants to know something. She read easily between the lines. You're saying he'll immediately assume I'm a gold digger? I'm afraid so. Ebony shrugged. Atlas, I wouldn't care if you were poor and lived under a bridge. Your money is of no interest to me. Atlas stopped and tilted her chin up so he could kiss her. I know that, Ebony. He pressed his lips to hers. Gosh, you're beautiful. Ebony's mouth curved up in a smile. I'm glad you think so. Atlas chuckled, then grabbing her hand moved away from the house. Come with me. He led her further into the grounds, to an area shaded from the house, and Ebony gasped as she realized they were in a maze. Wow. It's like Harry Potter. Atlas laughed. Fino thinks so too. But what I have in mind right now is way more R-rated than even J.K. Rowling's adult books. Adult what? She wrote books post-Harry? I think I'm broken-hearted. Ebony joked breathlessly as he took her in his arms and kissed her, as his hands slid down the length of her body. Smart choice with the skirt, Ebony, Atlas teased, his eyes twinkling in the snowy light. In this cold, she shot back playfully, nudging his arm. I knew you had a knack for surprises. His hands gently adjusted her scarf, pulling her closer as she reached for his coat, tugging at the zipper with a grin. Atlas pulled a small wrapped gift from his pocket, making Ebony laugh. What, you planned this? Oh, absolutely, he said with a warm smile. You, me in the snow. I've been dreaming of this moment. She playfully pushed his shoulder, and he chuckled, catching her hand. They leaned against the maze's thick hedge, their breath visible in the crisp air, sharing a tender kiss. Their laughter echoed as Atlas stumbled slightly, the snow making them slip. They tumbled into the soft powder, both bursting into giggles. Well, Atlas said, shaking his head with a grin, in my head that was a lot smoother. Ebony's eyes sparkled with mirth as he helped her up, brushing snow from her coat. Worth a try, she said, still chuckling. I'll make it up to you tonight with some hot cocoa by the fire. Deal, he said, winking playfully, his smile wide. You know, for a billionaire, you're awfully silly. She giggled, looping her arm through his. Aren't you all supposed to be serious and standoffish? Not with you, he said, pulling her close as they walked through the snowy maze, their laughter blending with the winter air. Atlas shrugged. That sounds like way too much effort. Matteo can do that to a certain extent, but he's a better actor than I am. You're the softie of the two of you? Atlas considered, as he took her hand. In different ways. Matteo is quicker to anger, whereas I'm the one who will take a lot until I blow, then it's like Armageddon. Ebony studied. I can't imagine that. I lost my temper at work the other day, he admitted. A man showed up, one responsible for his wife's death on Romy's operating table. If she hadn't been there to restrain me. She kissed him softly. There are places and times when exploding is understandable. I'm so glad you agree. He grinned at her and rolled his hips, playful once more as he tumbled her back into the snow and kissed her over and over, their laughter ringing through the vast property. The rest of the day passed quickly, playing with Fino, who Ebony was madly in love with, and joking around with the Tigree twins. As she and Atlas left for the city, Mateo hugged her. So we'll see you in 2 days for Christmas? Ebony nodded, kissing his cheek. You will, thank you, Mateo. Thanks for making me feel so welcome. My pleasure, honey. He winked at his brother. I always said my brother had good taste. You'll meet my Molly then too. I know you will get along. Fino also clung to her, and Ebony felt something shift inside her. Was this what having a child would feel like? This joy, this wonder of the new? Come back soon, Fino ordered, and Ebony grinned at him. How can I resist such a request? Bye, Fino, next time I see you, you'll have to teach me how to play chess. Mateo coughed something that sounded suspiciously like geeks, and Fino grinned at his dad. In the car, Atlas looked over at Ebony. She was smiling to herself. Did you like my family, baby? She nodded. Very much, Atlas. Mateo and Fino have such a wonderful relationship. They do? No one was more surprised than me when Mateo stepped up to be a father. He astonished me. He was always the playboy of the two of us, reckless and sometimes irresponsible, but when Fino came along, it was almost instantaneous, the change in my brother. He's incredible. Atlas smiled at Ebony, but was surprised to see tears in her eyes. Hey. Ebony half chuckled. It's okay, it's just so moving. And Fino is such a wonderful little kid. He is. Atlas touched her cheek. How about you? Do you want kids? Her faint hesitation surprised him, given how well she'd gotten along with Fino. In time. And I want to guarantee he or she will be exactly like Fino. Ebony colored. I mean, I'm not presuming. Oh gosh, I really stuck my foot in my mouth. Atlas grinned at her. No, you didn't. I already know I would love to have kids with you. Does that scare you? Ebony gave a strange half-laugh, which almost sounded like a sob. A little. No expectations, Atlas said lightly, trying to ease the sudden awkwardness, just a fact. Ebony was quiet for the rest of the journey, and Atlas wondered if he'd scared her off. Look, he said as they rode the elevator to his apartment. All I meant was... It's okay, Ebony interrupted him, her hand on his face. I know what you meant, and I feel the same. But we're in the very early days of whatever this is. Atlas smiled ruefully. You're discovering one of my many faults. I get overexcited and overreach. I'm just happy we met. Ebony smiled at him. Me too, Atlas. They sat up talking until late, cuddled together on the couch, until Atlas swept her into his arms and carried her to bed. Atlas and Ebony shared a tender, unhurried moment, their closeness filled with soft kisses and gentle touches. Atlas gazed at her with admiration, captivated by the way her eyes sparkled in the dim light, her warmth radiating as they moved together in harmony. Their connection felt effortless, a perfect rhythm that deepened their bond. You're incredible, he murmured, his voice thick with emotion as he held her close, their hearts racing in sync. They fit together so naturally, lost in the joy of their shared moment. Exhausted, they drifted off in each other's arms, wrapped in the comfort of their embrace. But in the early hours, Atlas stirred, realizing the bed was empty. A faint sound from the bathroom caught his attention, and he sat up, concern tightening his chest. Ebes, he called softly. No answer came, only the sound of her distress. He rose and approached the bathroom door, knocking gently. Ebony? Are you okay? The sounds continued, and her faint protest was cut off by another wave of nausea. "I'm coming in," Atlas said, pushing the door open when he found it unlocked. He knelt beside her as she leaned over the toilet, quickly grabbing a washcloth and dampening it with cool water. When she paused, catching her breath, he gently wiped her face, his touch steady and caring. "Are you okay?" he asked with deep concern at her pallid gray, sweating countenance. "Yeah, I'm so sorry, Atlas. I just woke up and felt nauseous." "Why are you apologizing?" He smoothed her damp hair back, lingering on her flushed skin. "This," Ebony indicated herself, "is the opposite of sensual." Atlas rolled his eyes. "God forbid you should be human. Do you want me to call a doctor?" Ebony shook her head. "No thank you. I'll wait it out. Hopefully it's nothing more than a 24-hour thing." Atlas frowned. "I hope so, baby. Look, let's get you back to bed. I think I have some Pepto somewhere." Later, back in bed, Ebony pretended to fall asleep, and then when she heard Atlas's breathing settle into a steady rhythm, she opened her eyes. "You can't put this off any longer," she thought, "not if you want a future with this man. You're pregnant, and it isn't going to magically go away. See a doctor. See someone. Make a decision." The thought of abortion made her feel wretched, even though she supported the right to choose. At the same time, how could she tell this wonderful man she was pregnant with another man's child? What would he think of her, if he knew the circumstances of the conception? Would he think she was a tramp? "Gosh, you stupid, stupid woman," she berated herself, and felt her eyes fill with tears. "No. I will not wallow in self-pity. In the morning, I'll call Romy and ask for her help, her advice." Decision made, she snuggled back into Atlas's warm embrace and finally fell asleep.
Chapter 9.
Romy pulled off her latex gloves and patted Ebony's shoulder. "Yup, about 2 to 3 weeks, I would say. You can get dressed now, honey." While Ebony tidied herself up, Romy sat down. Ebony had called her this morning and asked to come see her somewhere private. Romy had invited her to her home, and now Ebony smiled at her gratefully. "Thank you for doing this, Romy. I wouldn't ask, but I'm conflicted. I should say." Romy gave her a warm smile. "Look, it must be a confusing time, what with this thing with Atlas, and I can totally see why you're hesitant to tell him. That being said, Atlas is far from the oblivious billionaire. He knows stuff happens which isn't convenient, or perhaps the way society states things should happen. It's life. So, you think I should tell him? It's not my decision, but I always think honesty is the best way to go. Do you want the baby, Ebony? That's the big question." Ebony sighed and sipped the decaffeinated tea Romy placed in front of her. "That's just it. I don't know. My head is saying no, but the thought of getting rid of it, I just don't know. And I have no way of contacting the father. I didn't even see his face." She felt her face burn red and looked away from Romy, who leaned over to pat her hand. "You know what? Blue and I have been to one of those clubs before, just for the adventure of it. Nothing to be ashamed of. Unless you accidentally get knocked up. Which reminds me, there are other considerations. We'll need to do some blood tests." Ebony closed her eyes. "I didn't even think about STDs or worse. I'm sure you're fine, but we need to make sure." "Gosh." Romy got up and came to hug her. "Sweetheart, listen. It's under control. You and Atlas are using protection, right?" Ebony nodded. "Definitely. So stop worrying. Take each step as you go, but I would talk to Atlas at least. Get things out in the open." Ebony smiled gratefully at the other woman. "You're so great, Romy. All of you sass women, I adore you all." "You're our family, EBs," Romy said with a shrug. "It's what we do. We look out for each other." Ebony was still thinking about what Romy said 2 days later, as she and Atlas drove to the mansion to celebrate Christmas with everybody. Ebony was a little nervous. Juno and Obe had called to stay, They wouldn't be able to make it to Seattle after all, and so Ebony felt one of her anchors was missing. Romy will be there, it's okay, she told herself. They were the first to arrive, and Fino immediately bore Ebony off to see his presence. She was sitting on the floor with him, playing a game, when she heard a girl's voice called him. Fino? Bella? Fino got up and scooted out of the room, re-emerging a few moments later with a young woman, a little younger than Ebony, long red hair and a shy smile. Ebony, this is Bella. Ebony clambered to her feet and shook the girl's hand. Bella smiled at her. Atlas has sung your praises, she said, her voice soft, especially about your singing. Ebony laughed. He's biased? It's lovely to meet you. You too. They both heard a more strident voice outside, followed by a mellower male chuckling, a low melodic sound, and two other people entered the room. The man in his 60s had a warm smile and big soulful brown eyes behind spectacles. His brown beard and hair were speckled with white. He introduced himself to Ebony. Stanley Duggan, my dear, and this is my wife, Vida. Vida Duggan was exactly how Atlas had described her. A faded beauty queen type, with dark ruby hair and sharp silver eyes which darted around the room and up and down Ebony, appraising her. Hello dear, she said, we've heard a lot about you. Perhaps you'll be able to help Bella with her singing. Bella rolled her eyes. Mom? Ebony smiled at Bella. I'd be happy to help in any way I can. See, Bella? Don't look a gift horse in the mouth. Hello, Fino, dear. Fino gave Vida a cheesy, insincere smile, which nearly made Ebony burst into giggles. Instead, she suppressed a smile, catching Stanley's eye. He too looked amused, and Ebony felt they had shared a private joke. Stanley clearly had the measure of his wife and knew what she was like. It made Ebony warm to him, though she didn't understand why such a kind man would have married such an obvious harpy. Atlas returned with a tray of drinks for them all, followed by a slightly irritated-looking Mateo, and a tall, dark-haired man with a stony face, clearly the angel of death. Swallowing a burst of laughter at the nickname, Ebony heard him saying something about Harvard to Mateo, and Mateo, his green eyes flashing, sighed in annoyance. He's 7, Cormac. I think we have plenty of time to think about college. I'm just saying, it's never too young to start preparing him for the rigors of the university experience. I don't even know if he'll want to go to college, Cormac. Fino will find his own path. Cormac opened his mouth to say more, but Atlas interrupted, probably hoping to head off a full-blown argument. Cormac, this is my Ebony. Ebony, Cormac Duggan. Hearing herself referred to as his, sent a bolt of delighted heat through her. It had never occurred to her to want to be claimed, but it turned out she loved it. Pleased to meet you. Ebony stepped forward with her hand outstretched. Cormac Duggan looked at her but made no attempt to take her hand, and after a beat, Ebony dropped her own, flushing red and glancing at Atlas confused. Cormac shook himself. I'm sorry, yes, hello. You're the singer? He offered his hand now and took hers, holding it for a beat too long. Ebony drew her hand away gently, not wanting to slight him. I'm a singer, yes. More than just a singer, Cormac. It was Atlas' turn to sound irritated now. A once-in-a-lifetime singer. Stanley, I have your next superstar here, if you can fight off quartet, that is. Ebony, Roman Ford called me yesterday, wondering why you haven't called him. Atlas grinned. I took the blame, said I'd been hogging your attention and time rather selfishly. Dear one, Stanley put his hand on Ebony's arm, if quartet offers you a contract, take it without hesitation. If not, then I'd be happy to help. Otherwise, the truth is, I'm retiring. I've done my time, and now I just want to enjoy my life. Vida looked at her husband sharply. What about Bella's career? Mateo mumbled, gosh, not this again, under his breath and hooked his arm around Bella's shoulders. Bells, what do you say we go check on the food? And by the way, everyone, Merry Christmas. The atmosphere in the room changed in an instant as they all remembered why they were all there. As more guests arrived, Romy, Blue, and their kids included, the house filled with laughter and chatter, and when they all sat down to a magnificent dinner, Ebony felt more relaxed. Atlas was sitting next to her, Blue on her other side. Atlas leaned in to kiss her cheek. "I think Cormac has a little crush on you. It's quite funny." Ebony glanced over at the man and flushed when she saw him staring at her. She honestly didn't find it amusing. There was something about him that was weirdly unnerving. Next to him, his fiancée, Lydia Van Pelt, was chatting to Vida, and Ebony heard them trying to one-up each other, talking about designer clothes that had been gifted to them. Mateo, on Vida's left, caught Ebony's glance and rolled his eyes. She grinned at him. "So where do you hail from, Ebony?" Cormac's booming voice cut across all of the conversation at the table, making everyone else fall silent. Ebony blushed a deep scarlet. "From here, actually," she said. "I'm a Seattle girl, but I've been living in New Orleans for a few years. My brother is a dance teacher down there." "So you came back for Atlas?" Ebony shot a look at her romantic partner, who had gone very still. "I came back to perform at the fundraiser for Haven," she said slowly, then firmly. "I stayed for Atlas." Atlas touched her cheek. "I'm very glad you did, baby." "Fortuitous," Cormac said with a smirk, his meaning clear. Ebony, instead of feeling hurt, fixed him with a glare. "Oh, I do not like you," Ebony thought, and gave him the same insincere smile as he gave her. Mateo winked at her and mouthed, "Ignore him." Atlas squeezed her hand, and she saw Romy shoot daggers at Cormac. "I am amongst friends," she thought, her body relaxing. She looked at Atlas. "Darling, later I need to talk to you about something. Something important that I should have told you before." "Of course, sweetheart." Atlas looked curious, but not worried. "Are you okay?" Ebony smiled, suddenly at peace. "Totally and completely." After lunch, Molly arrived, having had lunch with her own family, and Ebony could immediately see the love between her and Mateo. She and Ebony got along immediately, chatting easily as the twins took them all on a walk through the snowy grounds as evening began to fall, and thousands of white twinkle lights suddenly turned on, making the walk even more magical. Mateo and Molly strolled ahead, arm in arm, but Atlas stopped Ebony and kissed her, tender and loving. "Thank you for spending Christmas with me, my darling." "Thank you for inviting me." She stroked his dark curls, gazing up at him. "Had it really only been a few days?" "What was it you wanted to talk to me about?" Ebony drew in a deep breath. "Atlas, a week or so before I came to Seattle, I had a one-night stand. It was a mistake, but it happened. A few days ago, I discovered..." Gosh, could she really say the words? Her stomach clenched painfully. "I'm pregnant." There it was, out in the open. Atlas stopped. "Oh. Yeah. Look, I haven't decided what I'm going to do. But I didn't want us to go any further without you knowing. It wouldn't be fair." Atlas's expression was unreadable, and Ebony studied him, her heart pounding. "I've just ruined this, haven't I?" Atlas shook his head. No, I'm just a little taken aback." He gave a short laugh. "Okay, well." He trailed off, obviously deep in thought, and Ebony waited. He was still holding her hand, a good sign, she thought hopefully. Atlas took a deep breath in. "Well, let's be logical about this. Have you told the father?" "No." Ebony shook her head. "Atlas, I'm ashamed to say I have no idea who he is. When I met him, it was in a specialist club, shall we say." For a moment Atlas looked confused, then fear touched her then, and an edge of desperation. "Atlas, I swear I'm not a tramp." Atlas looked astonished. "EBs, I never in a million years would think that, and you should never think of yourself like that. You think I've never been to an adult club before?" Relief washed over her powerfully. "There's no chance you were in one in New Orleans 2 weeks ago, is there?" Ebony tried to joke, but Atlas grinned. "No, but right now I wish I had been, truly." He put his arms around her. "So first thing is we figure out whether you want to keep the child. Then we go from there. Ebony, I want to see where we go from here, whether we can make it work. If you want the baby, I'll be there for you. I can't ask you to do that. Ebony shook her head. It's too much. We've only known each other a week. His gaze locked on hers, never faltered. I know, his voice was soft, and already I'm lost, Ebony. I'm lost. Her eyes filled with tears at the love in his voice. I feel the same way, she whispered, and then his lips were crushing against hers, kissing as her hot tears dropped down her cheeks. Atlas placed a hand on her belly so protectively that she teared up again. Let's see where this goes, he said. Let's see if we can do this. Ebony closed her eyes, her mind whirling. Was he really offering to be the father of her child? Even if it wasn't his own? She felt discombobulated by the conversation, as if it had run away from her, and nothing had really gotten resolved, at least not responsibly. For now, though, she would take his kiss, his promise, and enjoy the rest of Christmas. That night, as the house slept quietly around them, Ebony and Atlas shared a tender moment, wrapped in each other's warmth. Ebony gazed up at him, her heart swelling with affection, and she knew she was falling in love. How could she not? To her he was everything, kind, devoted, and seemingly perfect. Wasn't he? I don't know, she thought, but for right now, he is perfect for me. Can we be happy? She played out different scenarios in her mind, and still didn't find an answer. As he slept in her arms, though, she knew she would try, and there was something else. She didn't know when exactly she'd made the decision, but she knew it was the right one, regardless of anything. She was keeping the baby.
Chapter 10.
In the morning she awoke to raised voices and shouting from downstairs. The bed beside her was empty, and she grabbed her robe and went downstairs. You jerk, one of the twins was shouting. You have no sense of family, of loyalty. Mateo? Cormac's booming voice echoed around the house. Who do you think you are to lecture me on my intimate life? You, of all people. You and Atlas, neither of you are angels when it comes to women. I mean, all of a sudden, you're both coupled up and faithful? Come on. Says the man who is engaged for position and money, and nothing else. Does Lydia know that's why you proposed? Why don't you ask her? You seem to have a pretty good idea of what she wants. It was 6 years ago, and we parted on good terms. Mateo was almost growling. I just don't want to see her hurt. Or maybe there's unfinished business between you. I'm in love with Molly. Mateo sounded dangerous now, and Ebony shivered at the ice in his voice. Oh yeah, the teacher. You and your brother have really aimed at the heights with your women. A teacher and a tramp singer. You jerk. Ebony heard furniture crashing, and realized Mateo had gone for Cormac. You don't get to call Ebony a tramp, and you don't disparage Molly, you jerk. Feeling like she needed to do something before someone got hurt, she hurried into the breakfast room to find the two men struggling with each other on the floor. Stop. Both men froze, and Ebony heard footsteps behind her. What the heck is going on? Atlas stepped around Ebony, touching her cheek, then hauled his brother off Cormac, who got up smirking. Mateo was still enraged. Get that creep out of my sight, Atlas, before I lose it completely. Please. Cormac held up his hands. I'll go, don't worry. Another minute in this house playing this family charade would make me sick. As he left the room, he stopped in front of Ebony, who recoiled, as he ran his eyes up and down her body in such a way as to make her feel naked and violated. Cormac smirked at her obvious discomfort and left the room. Mateo ran a hand through his dark curls. I'm sorry, Ebony, Atlas. I'm sorry I lost it. He was trying to goad you all day yesterday, Atlas said, his hand on his brother's shoulder. And I let him get to me. Damn him. Mateo looked at Ebony. Are you okay, sweetheart? Don't let what he said affect you. We all know it's untrue. Ebony smiled at him. Thanks for defending me, Mateo. Anytime, gorgeous. Mateo looked at his brother. Cormac is poison. He'll ruin Lydia's life if we let him. It's not our battle, Matteo. Lydia is quite aware of what Cormac is like. Atlas and Ebony drove back to his apartment in the city that night. Sadly, I will have work tomorrow. What will you do? Juno and Obe are traveling up, so I'll probably hook up with them. Ebony told him, stroking a dark curl behind his ear. In time for the New Year's parties. Indeed. Cormac's not invited. Good. Atlas looked over at her. He's a treat, huh? Oh yeah, Ebony said dryly, a real chocolate-covered treat. Gross. Atlas laughed. He's considered quite the catch. Ebony stuck her tongue out. Where? The mental asylum? The home for arrogant jerks? You have his measure. His smile faded. Though I do wish Matteo wouldn't engage him. Cormac has a way of getting to my brother, so much so that Matteo loses his cool. Cormac hates that Matteo slept with Lydia first, even though it was 6 years ago. I think he's marrying her not just for her money, but to spite Matteo. And now he's annoyed that Matteo doesn't care if Cormac sleeps with Lydia because he's in love with Molly. The love lives of the rich and the famous, Ebony sighed dramatically as Atlas laughed. Seriously though, Cormac hates Matteo, and sometimes, just sometimes, it scares me. Ebony shook her head. Cormac is a typical coward if you ask me. All bluster. How he's related to Stanley is beyond me. Right? You like Stanley, huh? Atlas asked, his eyes bright with amusement. Adored him, and Bella too. Vida, well, I could do without her, Ebony replied with a playful grin. Atlas's smile softened as he looked at her. I adore you, Miss Verlaine. Right back at you, she said, nudging his shoulder affectionately, her laughter warm and teasing. They bantered and chuckled all the way to his apartment, the air between them light and full of joy. Once inside, they couldn't stop smiling, their hands brushing as they moved closer, drawn together by their shared warmth. As they settled into a quiet moment, Ebony noticed Atlas's gentle care, his every gesture thoughtful and tender, especially now with the baby in mind. It touched her deeply. What kind of man showed such devotion to a child that wasn't his? I'm so crazy about you, she murmured, her voice soft with emotion. So crazy. Atlas's grin lit up his face. I meant what I said, Ebony. It's you and me now, right? She nodded, her heart full. You and me, no matter what. They spent the evening wrapped in each other's presence, their connection deepening with every shared glance and quiet word. Across town, another couple shared a tender moment, their voices soft as they talked and laughed. Blue gently brushed his hand along his wife's arm. Are you looking forward to tomorrow, love? The next day was when their domino surgery was scheduled, and Romy and Blue, ever the surgeons, were excited. I have someone to cover me at Haven for 24 hours, so I'm all yours. She'd read over the patient details again and again, until she knew everything by heart. Blue smiled at her now. I have to say, I cannot wait to be back in an operating theater with you. Romy smiled up at him, stroking his face. Me too, I miss that. We make an incredible team. I sometimes consider quitting Rainier Hope and coming to work at Haven, just so I can work with you all the time. How don't you dare, Romy laughed. You are the best chief of surgery that Seattle has ever seen. Don't tell Beau that, but thanks. That night, Romy and Blue shared a quiet, tender moment, wrapped in each other's arms. Romy sighed, her heart full as she looked at him. I love you, Blue, she murmured. I love you too, he replied softly, pulling her close, his voice warm with devotion. I'll never tire of this. In another part of town, Carson Franks sat alone in his penthouse, his mood dark and bitter. He stared at old photos from his wedding to Kirsten, memories of their past tainted by his anger over her defiance. He recalled the moment he'd lashed out, driven by his need for control, and took grim satisfaction in her pain. He regretted not ensuring her fate, believing she'd been gone when he left her behind. Now Atlas Tigree and Dr. Romy Sass stood in his way, ready to testify against him in court. Even his father's costly lawyers might not shield him from justice. Carson saw only two paths forward: surrender or eliminate the witnesses. The choice was clear. Gripping a knife, he smirked, plotting his next move. By week's end, before the year was out, he vowed to silence Atlas and Romy, securing his freedom.
Chapter 11.
Cormac Duggan swung his legs over the side of the bed and strode to the bathroom. He heard Lydia call his name, but ignored her and stepped under the hot spray. His whole body was still wound tight from his fight with Mateo. For as long as he could remember, he and Mateo Tigree had hated each other. The more volatile Tigree twin was too much of a playboy for Cormac to ever respect, and even his chosen profession of wine importing was, to Cormac, nothing more than a front to a life of idleness and frivolity. The one thing Mateo had ever done right was to bring Fino up, but even that rankled with Cormac. He hated himself for loving the boy, despite the hatred of his father, but Fino was a special kid, and Cormac was envious of the bond that had formed between father and son. Because Cormac would never have that. A year ago, on a routine medical checkup, Cormac had asked the doctor to test his sperm count. "Lydia and I want to try and have kids as soon as we're married." He hadn't expected the doctor to call him and tell him that he was sorry, but it turned out that Cormac had a troublingly low sperm count. "Do the tests again," he had ordered, and the doctor complied, but the result was the same. "I'm afraid it's very unlikely you'll have children naturally, Mr. Duggan, but don't give up hope. Low sperm count is not the same as no sperm count." Since then, resentment and anger had grown within him, and seeing Fino at Christmas had only made that resentment, that hatred toward Mateo fester. Cormac wanted kids more than anything, even money. He clung to that wish, knowing it was the one thing that saved him from being a complete jerk. Cormac closed his eyes, trying to calm himself down. He heard the door of the shower stall open, and felt Lydia's slender arms snaked around him. There was a flash of irritation, but it subsided quickly. None of his rancor towards Mateo was Lydia's fault. He turned and smiled down at her. "Good morning." Lydia, her gray eyes shining up at him, was thinner than the women he usually went for, built to walk a catwalk rather than anything else, though she didn't need to work for her living. The Van Pelts were on par with the Rockefellers and Vanderbilts of the world, and Lydia, while maintaining the facade of a fashion editor, was a maven of the socialite scene. She also hated Seattle, found it too accepting and laid back for her refined tastes. Cormac had to agree. The only reason why he'd agreed to come back for Christmas was to rub Mateo's nose in the fact that now he, Cormac, was with Lydia. It had backfired spectacularly, he had to admit, but for one thing. He thought of that one thing now and smiled. Lydia, mistaking his grin for affection, pressed her lips to his. She'd had lip fillers over the summer, which were only now beginning to look settled, but Cormac didn't pay much attention. "Please tell me we're going back to New York for New Year's Eve?" Lydia groaned now. "Another few days in this place will drive me insane." "I'm sorry, darling," he said smoothly, shutting off the water and stepping out of the stall, "but I do have some business here. I can't promise I'll be back in New York by then, but you should go if you feel like it." Lydia, wrapping a towel around her head, narrowed her eyes at him. "So, we'll be apart for the parties? Is that what you're saying?" "I'm afraid so." Lydia walked out of the bathroom, and Cormac sighed. It drove him mad that she constantly kept tabs on him, even if it was justified. Cormac had no intention of curbing his womanizing ways just because he was engaged, but he was discreet. He never messed around in New York, always keeping his trysts for his frequent business trips. He almost always used professionals too, paid for their discretion. He was under no illusions that Lydia wouldn't kick him to the curb if she caught him. He went to find her now, sitting on the bed in her wet towel, brushing out her long blonde hair. Sulking. He sat beside her. "Darling," he pressed his lips against her shoulder, "I know you hate it here, so that's why I said you should go back. But it's not what I want. I want us to be together on New Year's." He sighed. "I'll even put up with my stepbrothers and take you to their party, At least you'll be amongst friends there. Too late, he realized that could sound like a rebuke. Lydia had always adored Matteo, regardless of their breakup. What I mean is, family. Our family, for better or for worse. He felt her shoulders relax under his gentle touch, and glanced up at her through his dark lashes. Lydia smiled softly. When you put it like that. Cormac's eyes lit up with a warm grin. He gently pulled her closer on the bed, wrapping her in a tender embrace. Lydia's breath caught as she nestled against him, her arms circling his shoulders. They held each other tightly, their connection deepening with every shared moment, her voice a soft whisper as she murmured his name in affection. Romy felt a flutter of nerves as she scrubbed in beside her husband for their domino surgery. Blue glanced over, his eyes steady and encouraging. You're going to do amazing, love. You too, my darling. I don't know why I feel so nervous. If you weren't, I'd be worried, Blue said, scrubbing his hands with the brush. 5 patients at the same time, it's a big thing. Bo's due any moment and Philippa and Rex are scrubbing in OR 5. This is happening, baby. Romy laughed at the excitement in his voice. Chief, you know, you're really hot when you're like this. Blue grinned at her. If this goes well, I'm so having you in the on-call room later. Romy chuckled. Like old times. Remember that first time? We were so unprofessional, but gosh, it was so good. And keeps getting better. I love you, Dr. Sass. Love you too, Chief. Let's do this. An hour later, and the surgery was in full swing. Romy and Blue fell into the same patterns of old, moving around each other like orbiting satellites, reading each other's moves, their wishes. Romy felt a surge of adrenaline coursing through her body. She missed this, the planned procedures, the highly organized routine. At Haven, her work was usually one of emergency surgery. A wide range of skills was required, but the fact the injuries she treated were almost exclusive born of violence did get to her. Here, trying to combat what disease had done to the patient, she could work methodically, hone her skills. She didn't regret for one moment working for Haven, but they lost a lot of patients, and each one of them haunted Romy. It meant more sleepless nights than she admitted to Blue. Okay. Blue lifted a diseased kidney from his patient. Here we go. The surgery was a well-oiled machine, a well-coiled machine, Romy grinned when she remembered Gracie's mistake, and the donor's kidney was brought in almost as soon as it was required. Blue looked at his wife. You want to do the honors? Romy nodded, her eyes twinkling at him over her mask. With his help, she transplanted the kidney into the young woman on the table, and when it began to pink up and respond, they all relaxed. Great job, baby, Blue said, forgetting the rest of the people in the room who snickered. Ah, give me a break, Blue joked, my wife's a rock star. 10 hours later, Blue released his exhausted staff, dumped his bloody scrubs in the bins, and snatched a kiss from Romy. I'm going to check up on everybody, then I'll meet you in the on-call room in an hour. She kissed him back. I'll update the charts. Thank you, by the way, that was exhilarating. Blue winked at her, and went to check on the patients. Romy dumped her scrubs, then went to find hot coffee and a power bar before settling into the residence lounge to do her charts. She checked her cell phone and saw a message from her mom. Kids in bed almost on time, adorable little munchkins. You're raising them well. Love you, good luck with the surgery. Mom XX. Romy grinned. Her mother, Magda, had been delighted to look after her grandkids for a couple of days. Still, Romy missed kissing her children goodnight. She worked solidly for an hour, then, checking her watch, gave a grin. She knew Blue would be waiting for her, and as she went into the on-call room, she saw him already shirtless. Now that is one magnificent sight. Come here, you, Blue said with a warm grin, opening his arms. Romy stepped into his embrace, her heart racing as she pressed close, feeling the steady strength of his hold. All this for me, she teased, her eyes sparkling. She laughed as he playfully swept her off her feet, gently lowering her to the soft rug. Every bit of it, my love, he murmured, his voice full of affection. Romy tugged at his shirt, and he helped her slip it off, revealing his familiar warmth. She shed her own top and Blue's hands found hers, their fingers intertwining. "I've missed you so much," she whispered, her voice trembling with emotion. He leaned in, kissing her deeply, his touch tender and full of longing. They held each other close, their breaths mingling as they savored the moment. "You're everything to me, Romy," Blue said, his voice low and earnest, making her heart flutter. Romy's eyes shone as she gazed at him, overwhelmed by the love between them. Blue's smile was radiant as he pulled her closer, his arms wrapping around her protectively. "I'm the luckiest guy in the world," he said, pressing a soft kiss to her forehead, leaving her breathless with joy. "I love you, Blue Ayende, so much. Really mushy saccharine stuff, you know?" They both laughed and Blue, withdrawing, scooped her onto the bunk, wrapping himself around her. "I like mushy." He swept her hair back from her face, gazing down at her. "There is no one else on this planet who makes me feel the way I do when I look at you. Completely lost. Completely loved." Romy flushed. Even after all these years, he could still make her feel like a giddy teenager. "When I met you, Blue Ayende, everything made sense." They kissed and talked until exhausted, then fell asleep in each other's arms.
Chapter 12.
Juno and Obe had looked at her in surprise when Ebony told them she was taking them straight from the airport to Atlas's home. "I'm kind of staying there," she said, coloring bright red, and saw Juno and Obe grin at each other, understanding. "It's early days," she told them, admitting her feelings for Atlas, "but I'm so excited. You'll love him and his family." Her brother and his wife looked suitably impressed as the limousine drove them to the mansion, but as soon as they arrived, they were greeted by an excited Fino. Matteo grinned at them both. "So good to meet both of you, please, do come in." After a lunch of steak sandwiches and champagne, luckily Ebony had never liked champagne, so Obe didn't notice her not drinking, Matteo showed them the grounds. He and Obe strode ahead, talking as Juno held back and looped her arm through Ebony's. "So you came to sing and fell for the boss?" Ebony chuckled. "I know, so cliché, right? But Juno, when you meet Atlas, you'll know why. He's incredible." Juno nodded towards Matteo. "If he's anything like that one, gorgeous by the way, then I completely understand." Ebony nodded. "I hope Livia won't think I'm being unprofessional, it's just, I've never ever felt this way. It was like instant chemistry, you know?" Juno grinned. "I do know. It was like that between your brother and me." The thought of Juno and Obe doing half of what she and Atlas had been doing made Ebony turn bright red. "Didn't hear that," she teased her friend, who smirked. "There's a whole lot of that to hear," Juno said mischievously, and Ebony groaned and buried her face in her friend's shoulder. "Didn't hear that." They walked on, noticing that the light was fading. Matteo and Obe were far ahead of them now, almost hidden by a copse of trees that were heavy with snow. Fino ran back toward them, grinning. "I'm going back to the house to switch on the Christmas lights." "Okay, be careful, Fino." The boy scrambled past them toward the house, just as Matteo and Obe came back into view, waving at them. Afterwards, Ebony would try to make sense of what happened next, but still she could not comprehend. As she turned to see Fino going into the house, a loud noise echoed across the grounds. For a moment everything froze, and then, to her horror, she realized what the sound was. A gunshot. As she looked around, the next thing she saw was a body falling. Then there were people screaming, and a body on the ground, bleeding. So much bleeding. Blue went to check on his patients for the third time, not quite believing how well the surgery had gone. All of them were responding well. One had a slightly elevated blood pressure, but that was to be expected. He chatted with a couple who were awake, but then handed over to his second-in-command, Bill. "Go get some sleep with that lovely wife of yours," Bill told him, and Blue grinned. "Sleep wasn't what I had in mind, but I like your thinking." "Thanks, Bill." Blue went to the attending staff room to find Romy, but seeing it empty, checked the on-call room again, then the cafeteria. Romy was nowhere. Going back to the surgical floor, he stopped a nurse. "Hey, have you seen Dr. Sass?" "Not for a while." She was going down to the lab last time I saw her. Thanks? As he headed toward the stairwell, a very pale man who Blue recognized as one of his patient's husbands burst through the door. Please, can you help? I think she's been seriously injured. Who? Blue rushed towards him. I don't know. I think a nurse or a doctor or someone, a young woman. She's on the floor in the corridor and there's a significant amount of fluid. I just found her. His heart thumping, Blue followed the man, trying to quell the panic in his chest. It's not her, it's not her. But even before he reached the corridor, he knew it was her. Romy? His Romy, laying in a crimson pool. Her scrub top was pushed up, multiple grievous wounds in her belly, and her eyes were closed. She was so quiet, so pale. He dropped to his knees beside her with a keening wail and felt for a pulse. Nothing. Blue roared out his pain. No, no, someone help us, someone help us. His scream could be heard throughout the hospital as people began to rush to their aid. Mateo's expression was confused for the longest moment. Then, as the blood began to bloom across his sweater, across his chest, understanding came into his eyes. Understanding and sorrow, along with a farewell. Fino. He gasped his son's name as he touched the blood with his fingertips. Son, sorry. Call 911. Ob was the first to spring into action, picking him up. While Juno dialed 911, he and Ebony hauled Mateo into the house, locking the door behind them. They had no way of knowing if the shooter was still outside. Gently laying Mateo on the floor, Ob lifted his sweater to check the injury. Mateo was struggling to breathe, his condition worsening rapidly, the severity of his wound evident. The situation was dire, making it hard to discern the full extent of his injuries. Ebony fell to her knees beside him. No, no, please, Mateo? Mateo? She began to blow air into his mouth and pump on his chest. A split second later, they heard Fino returning, and Ebony looked at Juno, panicked. Stop him. But it was too late. Dada. Fino screamed and ran to his stricken father before any of them could stop him. Dada. Juno gathered the boy in her arms, but he struggled, kicking, screaming, clawing, and howling in utter despair as she bore the distraught child out of the room. What the hell happened? Ob demanded, watching Ebony perform CPR, waiting to take over when she tired. More gunshots echoed from outside, followed by loud shouts. Damn. Ebony, let's get him away from the windows. Can't stop, Ebony gasped out as she kept up the rhythm on Mateo's chest, but they could both all see it was too late. His bright green eyes were glazed, his beautiful face pale slack. Ebony checked his pulse again, then began to sob, laying her head on her romantic partner's brother's chest as the chaos continued. Fino was somehow back in the room again then, on his knees in the blood. He patted Mateo's face, eyes huge and afraid. Dada? I'm so sorry, Fino, Ebony whispered. There was nothing we could do. The boy's wail broke all of their hearts, and Ebony reached for him, holding the weeping child in her arms, her own bewildered, broken-hearted tears mingling with his.
Chapter 13.
2 victims, one dead, one clinging to life in a Seattle hospital. Both victims of a suspected revenge attack by a man who allegedly murdered his wife just days before Christmas, then blamed the victims, or in one case, the identical twin brother of a victim, for her death. Tonight, on Como, the terrifying story that has shocked America. We'll return after these messages. Blue shut off the television and rubbed his eyes. He had watched every moment of news coverage he could, trying to make sense of what had happened a week ago. Mateo Tigree shot dead in his own home, and his beloved Romy brutally attacked and left for dead. How she was still alive was a miracle, but as he watched her connected to a myriad of machines, bandaged, bruised, and grievously wounded, he wondered if she would ever wake up. That terrible day, he had been panicked beyond belief, feeling helpless to act as Bo took over, ordering him out of the operating room. No, Blue. We've got this. I saved her once, I'll do it again, I promise you. Go. He'd wanted to swing at his old friend for banishing him, yell at him that yes, he saved her before, But that was one bullet, a bullet which had missed her vital organs, but this night, her wounds were so much worse. Butchered. That was the word which kept coming to his mind, and he winced and tried not to scream as he thought about it. Romy had been gravely injured, attacked with a knife and left with wounds on her arms and hands as she fought to defend herself. The severity of her injuries was critical, and her survival hung in the balance, though she clung to life with fierce determination. Matteo Tigree was gone, killed by a gunshot from the same man responsible for Romy's attack, a man still at large. Carson Franks had been arrested, but his airtight alibi for both incidents left no doubt in Blue's mind. The smirk he flashed at the television cameras told the story. He'd hired someone to target Atlas, but Matteo had been caught in the crossfire. Whoever he'd paid was loyal enough to stay silent. Blue was certain Carson had attacked Romy himself. Atlas had warned him that Carson took pleasure in targeting women, a chilling truth that hung over them. With both Atlas and Romy unable to testify, Carson's trial seemed destined to collapse. Atlas was consumed by grief and fury, lashing out at the press, the police, and his own security team for failing to protect his family. The loss of his brother and the news of Romy's attack fueled his anguish, leaving him desperate for justice. Blue's heart went out to him, but Blue's anger surged toward Atlas, toward Romy. How could they have kept Carson Franks's threats from him? If he'd known, he could have locked down the hospital, ensured her safety. Her attacker must have followed her from their secure home to this place that seemed so safe. There were steps he could have taken, precautions, like keeping Romy shielded from any danger, safe from harm. How had it come to this again? Blue stood and moved to his wife's side. He gently brushed her pale, cool cheek, wondering what she could sense in her coma. When he'd found her after the attack, so still and fragile, his heart had stopped fearing the worst. The assault had been relentless, leaving her fighting for life, and it had taken hours to stabilize her. And then Blue had had the terrible task of telling his kids that Mommy was very sick. The twins weren't old enough to process that Mommy wasn't coming home for a while. It killed him to think of how 6-year-old Gracie had looked at him with serious eyes. "Daddy? Is Mommy very sick?" And Blue couldn't lie to his daughter. "Yes, honey. She's very, very sick, but she's being looked after by the best doctors in Daddy's hospital. Can we see her?" He hesitated. He didn't want Gracie to see Romy attached to all of the machinery, barely breathing, barely alive, but what if Romy didn't make it? "Gracie, Daddy will take you to see Mommy when she's a little better," said Magda as she touched Blue's shoulder as she passed him, picking up Gracie. Blue smiled gratefully at his mother-in-law. Magda was shattered, utterly devastated by Romy's attack, but she had rallied behind Blue and the kids. Artemis, Romy's oldest sister, was also on hand and had taken care of the twins, thinking of practicalities Blue hadn't even considered, like the fact Romy had been breastfeeding. Artemis had reassured him. "We'll switch to formula, it'll be fine, Blue. Mom, Juno and I will take care of the twins and Gracie. Romy will recover, and all of this will just be another thing we overcame." Her voice had broken at the end of the sentence, and she began to sob, Blue hugging her tightly. So many people had been torn apart by what Carson Franks had set in motion, he thought now. He kissed Romy's forehead and went to his office. Bo Quinto, the retired chief, was waiting for him. "How's Romy?" "Stable, which is the best we can wish for at this moment. But she lost almost half her blood volume, Bo. If she wakes up, I don't know if she suffered a brain injury due to lack of oxygen, and then that spinal injury could mean any number of things." "Oh, whoa, whoa." Bo held his hands up. "One thing at a time. Romy's stable, Blue. Concentrate on that. No signs of infection?" Blue sighed. "Thankfully, no. Not yet. I think that's a good sign, considering where her injuries were." Blue closed his eyes, the image of Romy's torn belly flashing into his mind again, making vomit rise up in his throat. Who does that to a woman, Bo? Bo, who had suffered his own trauma years before when his wife Dinah had been shot, shook his head. "I'll never understand it, Blue, and I hope I never will." He studied his successor. "Blue, the board reached out to me. Asked me to step in as interim head while Romy recovers. I told them I wouldn't do anything behind your back. Blue sat down heavily. I appreciate your loyalty, but the board is right. I cannot run this hospital while I wait for my wife to. Gosh, Bo, she might die. She actually might die, and if that happens, I don't even know how to exist. And his friend had no words to comfort him, or even hopeful lies to offer about recovery possibilities. Ebony was scared. Atlas, removed from the initial shock of his brother's murder, was a raging automaton, wanting to have endlessly intimacy, setting up non-stop meetings with record companies, drinking heavily, and trying everything in his power to not deal with Mateo's death. Between them, Ebony, Stanley, Bella, and a distraught Molly tried to help Fino through the worst of it, but he was almost catatonic with grief. Atlas could barely look his nephew in the eyes. He applied to the courts for temporary custody and was awarded it, but after that he stayed away from the boy. Guilt weighed heavily on Atlas, Ebony could tell, and it pained her to see his family so divided. So much hurt lingered between them. She was grateful to offer Atlas some solace, but their moments together felt more like an escape than true affection. His touch, once so tender, now carried a restless urgency, leaving Ebony breathless and unsettled. In the drawing room, he'd pull her close, only stepping back moments before someone entered, leaving her cheeks warm with a mix of emotions. She felt torn. Being there for Atlas seemed to anchor him, keeping his grief at bay, but the intensity was overwhelming, and she worried he was spiraling toward a breaking point. Then there was her own child, growing within her. Just a month had passed since that impulsive night in New Orleans, and though morning sickness struck at the worst times, her connection to the baby deepened daily. She'd wavered once, but now her heart was certain. She wanted this child with all her being. Lost in these thoughts, Ebony didn't notice Atlas approach until he stood beside her. Today he seemed calmer, his usual restlessness softened. When he saw her hand resting on her belly, a genuine smile broke through his weary, grief-shadowed face, the first in days. It tugged at her heart. He gently placed his hand over hers. I can see it in your eyes, he said softly, his voice steady but tender. You've made your choice. Ebony nodded. I have, and I totally understand if you don't want to be involved. I can't ask you for that, however much I want to be with you. I can't get rid of her. Her? Just a feeling. Baby, Atlas bent his head to kiss her. As far as I'm concerned, a father is someone who raises a child, not just someone who shares his DNA. If you would let me, I'd like to try and be a father to the little one. Ebony felt a surge of warmth but cautioned herself. Atlas wasn't in the best frame of mind to make such life-changing decisions. Atlas first, we need to try and look after Fino. Atlas looked away from her, but she turned his head back to face her. It's not your fault. Mateo wasn't killed because of you. He was killed by a madman. Who thought he was killing me? We don't know that for sure. Ebony sighed. That being said, the man who actually shot Mateo is in custody. If he rolls on Carson Franks, we've got him. Your security team did what it was supposed to do, baby. They got the shooter. But how did he get in the first place? Well, that's something your head of security has been looking into. She leaned against him, speaking gently. Atlas, we need to arrange the funeral. Geez. His arms went around her, and she could feel his body trembling. She looked up at him, his green eyes troubled and full of bottomless grief. I love you, she whispered, and knew it to be the truth. Atlas tried to smile. If you only knew how much I have fallen in love with you, Ebony Verlaine. I could not get through this without you. He kissed her gently. I want to look after you, care for you and the little one. And Fino. He nodded. Of course, Fino. I know I've been disconnected, and I cannot thank you and Molly and Juno enough. I'll be better, I swear. He splayed his fingers out over her non-existent bump. If it's a father for your child you want, you have it, my love. Always. They kissed, then heard a small gasp. Breaking apart, they saw Bella, her face pale, but smiling at them. Are you pregnant? Too late, Atlas removed his hand from Ebony's stomach, but Ebony sighed. I am. Very early days. She glanced at Atlas, who shook his head. We're delighted, Atlas said before Ebony could say anything else. Obviously, the timing is unfortunate, but we hope that our child will help us all heal. Will help Fino heal. Bella gave a cry of happiness and hugged them both. I'm so happy for you both. Ebony smiled. Bella really was a sweetheart. When she went off to find Fino, Ebony looked up at Atlas. You didn't need to protect my baby and me from the truth. As far as I'm concerned, that is our child in there, he said softly. He cupped her face in his hands. Ebony felt wiped out by love for this man, and she was so relieved that he seemed to be calming down, his crazy grief beginning to give way to acceptance. She stroked his handsome face, the lines of sorrow etched deep around his eyes. Come on, baby. Let's go find Fino. As they climbed the vast staircase, they heard someone call at the front door, and Atlas's assistant called out to them. Mr. Tigree? Atlas went back down and spoke to the man at the door. Ebony watched as the man handed Atlas an envelope, then turned away. Atlas tore the envelope open and cursed loudly, rage consuming him all over him again. Ebony went to him. What is it, Atlas? What's wrong? Atlas waved the letter, his eyes wild. It's Cormac? He's suing me for custody of Fino.
Chapter 14.
Ebony rubbed Fino's back as he struggled with his math homework, then glanced at Molly. The other woman was staring out of the window, her face etched with such a bottomless grief that Ebony couldn't help but feel terrible for her. Molly, honey, why don't you go grab some private time? I'll look after Fino. Molly turned to her as if she hadn't heard what Ebony had said, but then nodded wordlessly and stumbled from the room. Fino, dark circles under his eyes, looked at Ebony. She misses Dada. She does, baby, we all do. She stroked Fino's dark curls away from his face. You know, if you want to talk about Dada, anytime, you can always talk to me, or to Uncle Atlas or Bella. I know Molly is struggling. So is Uncle Atlas, Fino said with wisdom far beyond his years. He sighed and pushed his homework away from him. I don't want to do this. Then you don't have to, honey. Fino smiled at her, a soft, uncertain smile. You're not going away, are you? Ebony shook her head. No, darling, I promise. Fino got up and came to her, crawling onto her lap and wrapping his small arms around her. Ebony hugged him tightly. Fino's little body was trembling. I want to see Dada. I know, baby, we all do, but darling, you know we can watch old home movies or look at photos. It's not the same. He would sing to me, or throw me in the air. Uncle Atlas, I wish he would do that. You can ask him, my love, I'm sure he'd love to, it's just he doesn't want to upset you. I think he thinks because he looks just like Dada, that it will upset you. She felt Fino shake his head. He doesn't look at me anymore. I think he doesn't like me. Ebony's heart shattered. Fino, Uncle Atlas is hurting, your Dada was his twin and he feels guilty that he is still here when your Dada isn't. But he likes you, honey. He loves you so much. It's not his fault a bad man hurt Dada, Fino whispered. I know that, but he feels responsible. I miss him. I miss Dada. And my Uncle Atlas. Ebony's tears flowed unchecked then, and she buried her face in Fino's curls. He loves you, baby, I swear he does. You haven't lost him too. Just give him some time. He's trying to make sure you stay with us for good now. Fino looked up at her. Like as a new daddy? He'll never replace your father, sweetheart, she promised, feeling his body rigid with confusion. As she spoke, he relaxed slightly. He's my uncle. But will you be my mama? She smiled through her tears. If you want me to be, then yes, darling. He didn't say anything else, but his little arms tightened around her. Ebony looked up to see Atlas watching them from the doorway. His eyes were soft. I love you, he mouthed, and she smiled at him. Later, after Fino was in bed, and the house was quiet. Ebony and Atlas retired to their room, laying on the bed together and talking. Atlas, who had been meeting with his lawyer, stroked his thumb over her cheek. Cormac doesn't have a case, that's the bottom line. I just don't understand why he thinks he does, why he feels he has to do this. He's always been a jerk, but I never thought he was this petty. Ebony shook her head. I can't tell you why, she said. Maybe it's just a reaction to Mateo dying. Maybe he feels guilty for treating him so poorly. Maybe he thinks by bringing Fino up, he can redress the balance. Atlas smiled and kissed her. I love the way you try and see the good in everybody, even in the worst situations. Atlas, you know you can tell me anything, right? Of course. Then tell me, is there anything Cormac could use against you? However small, however insignificant. Because if I know about it, we can get out in front of it. Atlas sat up, studying her. Ebony Verlaine, the fact you are so invested in this means more to me than you would ever know. Ebony sat up, crossing her legs underneath her. Thank you, but you avoided the question. We swore to each other we wouldn't hide anything. Atlas sighed, hesitating. The only thing, and I mean, the only thing he could even try to use was a bust for possession at college, and it was one joint personal use. It didn't even go to court, I got a caution. But that's 15 years ago, and no judge is going to hold that against me. Cormac must know all of this, so why the hell is he going through the motions? Ebony sighed and wriggled closer to Atlas. Darling, I can't see this going any other ways than yours. Atlas pressed a gentle kiss to Ebony's forehead. Me too, my love. You, me, Fino, and the baby will be a family. He drew her close, and Ebony smiled up at him, her heart swelling as she wrapped her arms around him. I love you, she whispered, her voice soft and certain. You're so beautiful, Atlas murmured, his eyes warm with affection. They held each other close, their bond deepening through the quiet intimacy of the moment. They stayed wrapped in each other's embrace until after midnight, eventually drifting off to sleep. Ebony's dreams that night turned dark, twisting into haunting nightmares. She relived the loss of Mateo, her heart aching with grief. Then a faceless figure appeared, threatening her friends, her brother, and even Fino, filling her with dread. As the figure turned to her, a wave of fear overwhelmed her, and she awoke with a sharp cry, trembling in the dark. Atlas sat up immediately, and she told him about the dreams. He took her in his arms. No one is going to come near us again, I swear it. But Ebony found she couldn't go back to sleep. Her stomach roiled with nausea, and finally she slipped from the bed and went to sit in the bathroom, leaning her hot head against the cool tile. For once her body didn't betray her, and she wasn't sick, maybe she was finally turning a corner. At 6 a.m., the phone rang, and Blue told them that a different corner had also been turned at the hospital. Romy was waking up.
Chapter 15.
Romy wanted nothing more than to go back to sleep. Although she was delighted to see Blue, see the relief in his face as she woke from her unconsciousness, feel his kiss on her dry lips, the pain of her injuries was searing, and worse, she kept reliving the attack over and over again. It had happened so quickly, so utterly shockingly. One moment she was walking down the corridor, charts in hand, and the lights had gone out. One more step and she felt a crushing blow to her head, and slumped to the ground. Then someone, a man, was flipping her onto her back and pushing her scrub top up. Dazed and disoriented, she heard him say, "I'm going to enjoy this." Then the pain, oh, the overwhelming, unimaginable pain as he assaulted her again and again. Her mind whirled. Dacre? Wasn't this what Dacre wanted to do to her? Had he come back from the dead? No. He pressed down with more force this time. Romy could feel her spine scream with pain. He'd hit it. Oh cielos, she really was going to succumb here, wasn't she? No more Blue. No more life. Just the end. Her would-be killer struck her again, clearly driven by malice in her pain. Someone please help me, she closed her eyes, not wanting to see the triumph on his face. The shout. Closer this time. Now Dacre, no, not Dacre. Another man, another. Carson Franks, yes, that was him. Cursed loudly, and began to assault her with more urgency. She raised a hand trying to stop him. Whoever it was coming would be too late. He struck so hard that Franks had trouble dislodging the weapon from her. She could smell the distinct metallic scent, smell the rust and salt of it. Her attacker bent down and whispered in her ear as she gave into unconsciousness. I promised I'd silence you, pretty girl, and I have. You won't survive this, but if by some miracle you do, I'll do it again and again and again until I know once and for all that you're gone. He gave a throaty chuckle. And then I'll destroy your husband and children. She had no time to scream before the emptiness came. Romy groaned now, hearing the scraping of a chair. Sweetheart? Her mom? She felt Magda sweep a hand onto her burning forehead. It felt nice, cooling and soothing. Mama? Gosh, she hadn't called Magda that in years, but all she wanted to do now was cry. These last few years with Blue, the kids, dealing with Dacre and Gaius, and now this, everything had happened so quickly. Oh, sweetheart. Magda, tears swimming in her own eyes, dried her daughter's tears. It's okay, we're all here, we all love you. Blue. Romy's mouthed the words, her throat tinder dry. Magda helped her sip some water. He's just getting some coffee, darling. He's been awake for 24 hours, hoping that since you woke up, he'd be able to talk to you. Tired. Magda nodded. You will be, honey, you've been through a tremendous trauma. Gracie, the twins? Artemis has them at the moment. She and Juno have been taking turns looking after them. Romy, do you remember what happened? She nodded determinedly. Carson Franks. Magda frowned. You're sure? Romy nodded again. She gazed at her mother. Why? Magda sighed. He says he has an alibi, but I believe you, darling. We'll inform the police. But don't you worry about anything, Blue has been working with them as well as Atlas. Atlas? Romy saw her mother's eyes cloud over. Atlas is fine, sweetie, but Mateo was shot and killed. We think he was mistaken for Atlas. Romy groaned silently and began to sob, covering her face with her hands, inconsolable, and eventually Magda had to call one of the nurses. The nurses injected a sedative into Romy's ivers drip. You need to relax, Mrs. Allende. Your blood pressure is a little high for my liking. Romy closed her eyes. Everything was such a mess. When she looked at her mother again, it was with anger. She managed to just croak, Why isn't Franks in jail? They're working on it, honey. Now that you're awake, it will be a big help, and don't worry about security. There are 2 huge guards outside your door, and the kids have a protection detail like they're members of the royal family. Which they are, to me at least. Magda half smiled, and Romy squeezed her hand gratefully. I love you, Mama. Magda bent over and kissed her daughter's forehead. Get some more sleep, baby. The more rest you get, the better you'll feel. I'm sure Blue will be glad you're lucid. He'll wait if you're asleep when you come back. Blue Allende walked slowly, heavily up the stairs to Romy's floor. Since Romy's attack, he hadn't had more than a few hours sleep, and it was taking its toll. Now Romy was not out of danger, he thought. She'll never be out of danger while Carson Franks is free. No, Romy was beginning to recover, and now that she was, he could start to think straight again. Blue? He turned to see Atlas Tigree walking up the stairs behind him. Hey, Atlas. His anger at the man was tempered now that Romy was awake. Blue had guessed that it had been Romy who asked Atlas to keep Carson Frank's threats quiet. It would be just like her, after all. Not wanting the fuss. Besides, Atlas looked broken. Losing his twin brother, and worse, it being a case of mistaken identification, Blue didn't know how Atlas was still standing. How are you doing? Atlas shrugged. Like you, I suspect some good days, most bad. If I didn't have Ebony and Fino. Blue clapped his shoulder gently. I'm sorry, Atlas, about Mateo. I can't tell you how sorry I am. Atlas ignored the mention of his twin, his eyes anguished. How's Romy? Still groggy. I'm just on my way to see if she's still awake. Come with me. The two men made their way back to Romy's room, where Magda smiled at them both. She's in and out of sleep and her voice isn't very strong, but she's lucid. She remembers what happened and who did this to her. Franks? Magda nodded. She seems angry. Wonder why. Hey beautiful. Blue stroked Romy's cheek, and she opened her eyes and smiled at him. Hey sweet thing, Blue said tenderly and bent down to brush his lips against hers. I brought you a visitor. He stepped aside so Atlas could see Romy and she him. Romy's eyes filled with tears and she reached for Atlas's hand. So sorry. Atlas was visibly moved. Thank you, Romy. Just keep getting stronger, will you? For all of us. Ebony sends her love. When you're stronger, she'd love to see you. Romy nodded. She looked at her husband. And the kids. Blue hesitated, and she narrowed her eyes at him. He chuckled. Fine, as long as they don't crawl all over you. You're still very sick, baby. They'll make me feel better. Romy croaked, motioning for more water. Blue pulled up a chair next to her and helped her take a drink, then stroked her hair back from her face, his gaze intent on her. Don't worry, baby, she whispered, finding that speaking almost under her breath worked well. I'm going to be okay. Blue half smiled. You are in so much trouble, honey. I know, and I'm sorry I didn't tell you about Carson Franks. We get threats all of the time, so I wrote it off as another. It was my decision not to say anything, so don't blame Atlas. Atlas started to protest, but Romy stopped him. Atlas, words cannot express how sorry I am about Mateo. Romy, please don't. I should have made sure we were fully protected. I think, like you, I didn't take the threat seriously enough. Blue studied his wife closely. Romy, are you certain it was Carson Franks who attacked you? Absolutely, she said firmly, her voice steady despite the strain. Mom says he claims he has an alibi, but whoever's backing him up is lying. I saw him, Blue. I heard his voice, every moment of it. She paused, her breath catching as the memory surfaced. He warned me that if I survived, he'd come back to finish what he started. And he said he'd come after you and the children next. Despicable. Blue hissed and got up, pacing. He yanked out his cell phone to call Det. Halsey. Halsey? Hey, Dr. Allende, I was just going to call you. Mateo Tigree's shooter just rolled on Carson Franks. We're going to his place to arrest and charge him now.
Chapter 16.
Ebony's shoulders slumped. Gosh, that's wonderful news, baby. She squeezed her eyes shut, grateful Atlas was at the other end of the phone and couldn't see her crying. And you promise, Romy's okay? She's getting there. It'll be a long road, but I think hearing Carson Franks will be put away for a long time is helping. She heard him sigh. Tired. Exhausted, but I need to check in with my lawyer before I come home. I could bring takeout? Good idea. Fino seems a little brighter, still clingy. Bella's taken him out for hot chocolate. Atlas sighed again. Good. You've been an angel with him, but I'm glad you have some time to yourself. I'll be home soon. I love you. I love you too, baby. Drive safe. The empty house still echoed with grief. Ebony decided she would go to the kitchen, bake some cookies while she waited for the others to return. Stanley, who she had grown close to over the past couple of weeks, was in New York finalizing his retirement plans, and with Bella and Fino out of the house, she felt strange about being here alone. Mateo's death had left a rip in their foundations, and Ebony didn't know how they would ever repair it. She tried to imagine if Ob died, how she would feel, but couldn't even bear to contemplate it. Pushing the thought away, she settled into making some oatmeal raisin cookies, and when she slid them into the oven, the kitchen began to fill with the scent of cinnamon and nutmeg. Ebony rubbed her belly unconsciously, then startled as she heard a step behind her. Cormac Duggan smiled at her, but his eyes were narrowed and cold. Ah, Miss Verlaine. I see you've made yourself at home. Don't rise to it. I think Atlas would rather you didn't come here at the moment, Mr. Duggan, she snapped back. Not while you're waging this petty custody battle. Cormac hooted. Wow, he's really turned you into his Stepford wife, hasn't he? Tell me, with your month-long experience of this family, what else Atlas would like. Ebony grimaced and turned away, but he grabbed her wrist. I ask you a question. Ebony wrenched her arm from his grip. Don't you ever touch me again, she spat at him, then took a deep breath. Look, I'm asking politely. Please leave. At that moment, something in her stomach cramped violently, and with a gasp she bent double. Cormac's mood shifted immediately. Are you all right? Here, sit down. He pulled a chair across and helped her into it. Ebony kept her head down, black dots appearing at the corners of her vision. She heard Cormac running the faucet, then he was back with a damp cloth. Here, put this on your head. Ebony sucked in a couple of lungfuls of air and concentrated on figuring out what the pain was. Was she miscarrying? Geez, woman, don't be so dramatic, it's probably gas. Another sharp twinge and she clenched her fists tightly. Ouch. A definite cramp, but she knew it could mean nothing. Are you okay, Ebony? Cormac's voice was softer now. She nodded, but then an even harder cramp hit her. Geez, no, I'm not okay. Pregnant, she hissed through gritted teeth. The next moment, Cormac had swept her into his arms, and before she knew it, she was in his car. What the hell are you doing? She managed to choke out the question between doubling up. Getting you to an ER, Cormac said. Not only is it the responsible thing to do, and you do seem to be in considerable pain, but I can only imagine how Atlas would use the fact I was with you if you do miscarry. Ebony looked at him. Atlas isn't that petty, Cormac. Cormac gave a short bark of laughter. Ebony, don't be so naive. I know you love him, but you're young, and you see him through rose-tinted glasses. Mateo wasn't mature enough to raise a child. What makes you think Atlas is? Mateo was a wonderful father, and you damn well know it. Oh. The pain was getting worse, and she cried out as the car went over a pothole. Ebony felt Cormac's hand on her back, rubbing it. She didn't understand him. He seemed so kind, and yet he was set on making Atlas and by extension, Pheno's lives a living hell. Cormac, I'm asking you to please drop this lawsuit. When our baby is born, Pheno will have his cousin, and we're going to be a family. If you really love that little boy, don't tear us apart. Cormac didn't answer her, but instead tapped on the phone on his dashboard. A second later, Ebony heard Atlas's voice. Atlas, I'm with Ebony. I'm driving her to the ER at Rainier Hope. I think she's just experiencing cramping. I just want to get her checked out. Atlas was silent for a second. Can I speak to her? You're on speakerphone. I'm driving. Atlas? Immediately, Atlas's tone softened. Are you okay, sweetheart? Has Cormac been bothering you? No, not at all. I'm sure this is nothing, but it's best to get a doctor to say so. I'll meet you in the ER, baby. There was a silence. Thank you for bringing her to the hospital, Cormac. You're welcome. See you soon. Ebony didn't have the chance to say goodbye before Cormac shut off the phone. Atlas was waiting for them at the entrance, and he helped Ebony into the cubicle the receptionist directed them to. Cormac followed them, but as he stood by Ebony's bed, Atlas turned to him and offered him his hand. Thanks for bringing her in, he said coolly, but we can take it from here. Cormac looked at Atlas's offered hand a long moment before shaking it. He gave Ebony a look she didn't understand, then nodded once briefly. I'll let Bella know what's going on. Thank you. As he turned to go, Ebony called out to him. Thank you, Cormac, and please consider my request. That's all I ask. Cormac nodded again, holding Ebony's gaze a beat too long, then left them alone. Atlas pulled up a chair next to the bed. He brought her hand to his lips and kissed it. How are you feeling? Crampy, Ebony winced as another hit. Gosh, I know I said I didn't know what I wanted before, and when I found out I was pregnant, I didn't know what to do, but I hope to God that I don't lose her." Atlas kissed her softly and said nothing, the pain of so much loss already etched deeply in his face. In a few minutes, an OBGYN joined them. Dr. Melissa Fraser smiled at Ebony as she closed the curtains around them. "Hey there, I hear you've been having some pretty painful cramps." Ebony nodded, and Atlas, holding her hand tightly, looked at the doctor with concern. "Is it common to have these symptoms so early in the pregnancy?" She's been dealing with morning sickness too. "How far along are you?" Dr. Fraser asked. "About 6 weeks," Ebony replied softly. The doctor gently examined her. "It's likely just discomfort from the early stages of pregnancy as your body adjusts. Have you noticed any light spotting?" "A little," Ebony admitted. Dr. Fraser nodded. "Then I would be inclined to think that this is that. But we'll run a few tests and do some scans to make sure you're not experiencing anything like a tubular pregnancy. Is there anything in either of your medical histories I should know about?" Ebony and Atlas looked at each other for a long moment, then Atlas, clearing his throat, spoke. "Doctor, I'm not the biological father of this child, although I am hoping Ebony will let me be his or her father to be sure." "Ah, okay." The doctor's face wasn't judgmental in the least, much to Ebony's relief. "So, do you know anything about the father?" Ebony's face burned bright red. "I'm sorry, I don't." "Well, not to worry, let's just concentrate on you, Mommy." The doctor ran through some basic questions as she examined Ebony, then left them alone while she went to find an available scanner. Atlas kissed Ebony softly. "Are you okay, honey?" Ebony nodded. "I feel a little foolish, but yes, I'm okay. It does make me realize how little I'm prepared to be a mother, though, if I don't even know the basics of pregnancy." "Sweetheart, that's something we can do something about. Classes, online research, talking to Artemis or Romy, when she's better, of course." "Of course." Ebony leaned into Atlas's touch as he cupped her face in his palm. "Maybe after we're done here, we can go up and see her. I'll call Blue and see if she's up to it." "After the scan," he added as Dr. Fraser returned. Ebony grinned at him, at the excitement in his eyes. She loved how the thought of being a father thrilled him. How Cormac could say he wasn't qualified. Midway through the scan, the doctor smiled at her. "Well, all is well, Ebony. I think it's just the fetus implanting itself and causing you some pain. Obviously, if it continues or your bleeding gets worse, come back." Ebony thanked the doctor, and in a few minutes she was dressed and ready to go. Atlas was on the phone as she signed some paperwork, and as she turned, she was surprised to see Cormac standing out in the corridor, staring at her. Ebony stepped toward him, then stopped as she registered the dislike on his face. It was so palpable it shocked her, and she gaped at his retreating back as he turned and stalked away from her. What had she done wrong? Damn. Her hormones were working against her now, and her eyes filled with easy tears. She quickly dashed them away before Atlas could see them. He wrapped his arms around her now. "Blue says Romy is sleeping at the moment, but we can go sit with her for a while." "Okay." Atlas looked down at her. "You okay?" Ebony nodded and kissed him. "Always with you." And she took his hand and led him to the stairwell. Blue stepped out of Romy's room to take the call from Det. "Halsey, did you arrest Franks?" He heard the hesitation in John Halsey's voice. "He got away. He knew we were coming and disappeared." Blue cussed loudly. "Geez, Halsey. How did this happen? Who screwed us?" "We're working on it, Doc. I promise. Until we get more answers, we're sending extra protection for your family, for Mr. Tigree's, for Haven. We will get our man, Dr. Allende, I promise you." Blue ended the call, his jaw tight with frustration. The thought of Frank still out there, free to threaten Romy, filled him with dread. The day she'd been attacked had been the darkest of his life, even more painful than when his stepbrother had harmed her. Would the woman he loved ever be safe? "Hey, Blue." He turned towards the sound of the soft voice and smiled at Ebony. Hey yourself, gorgeous. Everything okay? She smiled at him. Yes, the baby is fine. Blue smiled and kissed her cheek, shook Atlas's hand. Congratulations to you both. And don't let anyone tell you it's too fast. I wanted to marry Romy and have kids with her the minute I met her. Atlas nodded. Thanks, man. Blue looked at him. Hey, while Ebony is in with Romy, can I grab a couple of words? No biggie. Of course. When the two men were alone, Blue repeated what the detective had told him. Atlas' good mood disappeared. Damn. Yep. Look, it goes without saying, security is a priority. Atlas nodded. Considering our combined wealth, we can throw everything at it. Agreed? Look, I think the more we coordinate our plans, the better. Is your mansion secure? It is now, Atlas said grimly. He sighed, rubbing his face. Look, there's no way else to say it, but I'm sorry. I'm sorry I didn't say anything about the threats. Atlas, there's no use in brooding over that. At least that's what I'm telling myself now. Romy's alive, I'm sorry. I liked Mateo very much, he was a great man. He was. It's Fino who I'm scared for. Ebony has been so great with him, as has Molly. Now this thing with Cormac. He's a jackass, Blue said angrily. Anyone who could do this. He trailed off. Cormac, we can handle. Atlas. You need testimonies, witnesses, we're there for you. But Frank's is a different prospect entirely. He threatened to kill my kids. He threatened to kill them, as he was butchering my wife. Frank's doesn't get to buy his way out of this. Atlas nodded slowly, holding Blue's gaze. Agreed? I swear, Romy, my family, your family, I'll do whatever it takes to make them safe. Whatever it takes. Blue could see Atlas followed his deeper meaning as the other man, his eyes dangerous, nodded. Oh yes, Atlas said in a low voice. Whatever it takes.
Chapter 17.
Ebony felt Atlas slip his arms around her waist as he got into bed beside her, and she turned, smiling at him. Strange day. Very. He pressed his lips against hers, kissing her tenderly, and then sighed, burying his face in her hair. Today, I got so excited about the baby, and yet when we were looking at the scan, I thought, how can this baby not be mine? I feel like it is, and yet I also feel strange saying that. I'm rambling. I have no idea what I'm talking about, he added with a laugh, and Ebony chuckled. Yes, you are, but I get it. Atlas, I wish with every cell in my body that it was your child growing inside me. Today was a wake-up call. I really do know nothing about the child, and maybe I should try and find the father. She looked at him with worried eyes and saw the slight hurt in them. Atlas, I love you. As far as I'm concerned, you, me and the baby are a family. Don't you think, though, it would be better to know? Isn't that what Mateo discovered when he found out about Fino? Atlas sighed and closed his eyes, pain flashing across his face. Of course, I know you're right. We should try to find out who the father is, and give him the chance to be involved. He grinned at her sheepishly. But I really hope he doesn't want you back. Ha, first, he never had me, so to speak, and secondly, no one could take me away from you, Mr. Tigree. Despite everything that's happened, loving you and this baby are the only things I know I'm sure of. Good. He took her hand and kissed the top of her fingers in turn. So, if I asked you to marry me, that wouldn't be too fast? The breath caught in Ebony's throat. Marriage? Now? Soon she realized her hesitation had grown to more than was appropriate, and that the hurt was back in Atlas's eyes. It's okay, you don't have to answer that question. Forget it. Ebony crushed her lips against his. Atlas, you are my everything. I just think we should slow down, take things one by one. You ask me that question a year from now? I promise I'll say yes. Atlas half smiled. I told you, I'm impetuous. You're right, of course. Again? She stroked his face, lightly scratching at his dark stubble and kissing him softly. I love you so much. Much as she would have loved to be with him intimately, she was as exhausted from the day's events as was he. They wrapped around one another and were soon fast asleep. Later, when Atlas was still asleep, Ebony woke with a dry throat and got up to get some water. As she padded down to the kitchen, she stopped and listened. She could hear crying. Worried in case it was Fino, she followed the sound of it until she heard a young woman's voice. Bella. Bella was crying as she talked to someone. Ebony inched closer to the door, raising her hand to knock when she heard Bella groan. No, you can't. No, that's not fair. It isn't right. But I cannot believe you're going to do this. No, I won't. No, screw you. Ebony heard the splintering of glass against a wall, and guessed Bella had hurled her phone across the room. She knocked tentatively. There was a hesitation, then, come in. Ebony pushed open the door and smiled at Bella. The red-haired girl was sitting cross-legged on her bed, her face tear-stained. She wouldn't look Ebony in the eye. Are you okay, Pumpkin? Ebony went to sit by her, and Bella shrugged. Just my mom being my mom. Ebony peeked over at the smashed iPhone on the floor. Being extra mom, I would say. Bella half smiled. She just gets to me. Want to talk about it? Bella shook her head. But thanks. Any time? Ebony got up and went to the door before Bella called her back. Ebony, just be careful. People sometimes aren't who they say they are. Ebony frowned. Who do you mean? No one in particular. Just be careful. Ebony went back to bed after looking in on a sleeping Fino. The boy had lost weight and looked so tiny and vulnerable in his bed that Ebony wanted to cuddle him, wanted to promise him that nothing bad would ever happen again. Of course, she couldn't promise that, couldn't bring Mateo back for his son. As she crawled back into the warmth of Atlas's arms, she couldn't help thinking about that terrible day. Mateo, his handsome face not comprehending at first what had happened, then understanding in grief for his son. His last thought had been for Fino, Ebony knew, and suddenly she was crying, trying not to wake Atlas, but she couldn't stop the tears. When she felt his lips against her forehead, and his arms tightened around her, she let go, sobbing out her grief. As her sobs subsided, she looked up at Atlas, her eyes determined. Atlas, ask me that question again. Ask me now. Atlas looked confused. Which one? Ebony smiled, but her face set with resolution. Yes, Atlas Tigree, I will marry you. I will marry you because I love you now, and 1 year from now, nothing will have changed in that respect. I will marry you, and together we will fight for Fino, fight for our children. No one else is going to hurt this family again, do you understand me? No one. Gathering her into his arms, Atlas' kiss said everything his heart was too full to reply.
Chapter 18.
Gracie Allende plucked her twin siblings away from their mother's abdomen. What did I tell you? She said to them primly, and Romy had to hide a smile. Gracie patted the twins on the head gently. You can't crawl on Mama's tummy. It's sick and we have to be careful. Gracie looked at her mother with wide green eyes. That's right, isn't it, Mama? It is, Petal, just for now. Just until I feel better. Then all 5 of us are going to go have fun. Daddy's already talking about going somewhere hot for a vacation. Maybe somewhere you would like, maybe somewhere with a fairy tale castle? Romy laughed as Gracie whooped. All the money in the world, Romy thought fondly, and all my daughter wants to do is go visit Mickey Mouse. Gracie frowned at her. Do you think the castle has a library? A library? Romy asked in confusion, aware her young daughter loved to read but still not connecting that with Disney. Beauty and the Beast. Juno stuck her head around the door and grinned at her sister. Come on, Romulus, keep up. Gracie giggled at her mother's nickname, and Romy rolled her eyes. Hey twins, you can't crawl on Mommy, but Aunt Juno loves it. She grinned at her sister's expression as Gracie, taking her mother's joke and running with it, handed Juno the twins. Rosa immediately spit up on Juno's sweater, grinning widely afterward, as if she'd achieved something spectacular. Blue followed his sister-in-law into the room, and Romy saw in his eyes that he had something to talk to her about. "Hey Gracie Boo, why don't you go help Juno clean up, then she might take you all for some hot chocolate?" Juno, taking the hint, nodded, and bore the children out of the room. Blue closed the door behind them, then came to sit by Romy. He leaned over to kiss her. "Hey Piccolo." "Hey gorgeous." She stroked his face. "You look tired." "It seems to be my default position these days, so I'm used to it." "Don't worry about me, Piccolo." "Not an option," she said and pulled his face closer to kiss him. "I love you, big guy." Blue sighed and leaned his head against hers. "I love you too, baby, which is going to make what I have to tell you harder." Romy searched his eyes. "Frank's?" Blue nodded. "He's in the wind. Atlas and I have people searching for him, but for now you'll notice extra security around. As long as the kids and you are safe, that's all I care about." Romy shifted and winced as her torn stomach muscles pulled painfully. Blue placed his hand gently on her belly. "Gosh, Romy, I swore I'd never let anyone hurt you again after Gaius. This wasn't your fault. It was the act of a madman, Blue, and that's all it was. Working at Haven, we've seen the results of a twisted mind, so many times, Blue, we should have suspected something might happen like this." Blue closed his eyes. "I know it's wrong, but the thought of you going back to work there. But don't you see, this is exactly why I have to go back to Haven. They don't get to win." Blue stared at her with unhappy eyes but nodded. "You're my heroine." "Ha," Romy grinned at her husband. "Well, the second I'm better, you can show me just how much you admire me, all night, every night." Blue chuckled. "That, my love, is a guarantee. Pretty woman. Yeah, real attractive in my sweaty nightgown and with greasy hair. I would kill for a shower. Might be a little while before that happens, baby." He touched her thighs. "How are the pins and needles?" "Still there, but less, I think. At least I can move my legs. I got lucky." Romy regretted her words as soon as she saw the pain on Blue's face. "Lucky?" he choked out and struggled to contain his emotion. Romy tangled her fingers in his black curls and drew him down to her. "I misspoke," she murmured, her lips against his. "I just mean I'm still here. I'm still with you." "You always will be," he rasped, framing her face with his hands. "I'll never let you out of my sight after this, my love, my life." Ebony couldn't help but tremble as she held onto her brother's arm. Ob steadied her and made her look at him. "You don't have to do this, EBs. We can go into that courtroom and tell Atlas it's too soon, or you're not ready. Just say the word." They were standing out in the hallway at City Hall, and in a few moments, Ebony would join Atlas in front of the judge, and they would be married. She sucked in a deep breath and glared at her brother. "I am ready, Mr. I got married after 3 weeks." Ob grinned, shrugging good-naturedly. "Just checking, sis. I couldn't be happier for you. I just want to make sure you're doing this for the right reasons. Having a child out of wedlock is no problem in this day and age." "It's not because of that." Ebony felt guilty that she and Atlas hadn't told anyone that the baby wasn't his. "It's because we love each other, and providing a solid family for Fino will help us in the court case." "All the right reasons." "Then all power to you both. You ready?" Ebony nodded, and they walked together to the courtroom. Ebony smoothed her dress down over her knees, a simple but elegant cream tea dress which brought out the gold tones in her skin. A single scarlet hibiscus was placed behind her ear, and she carried no bouquet. Atlas, glorious in a dark blue tailored suit, smiled widely as he saw her walking to him. As she reached him, he shook Ob's hand and bent to kiss his fiancée's cheek. "You look sensational, baby." The navy blue of the suit made his dark hair and light green eyes even more startling, and Ebony sighed over his sheer physical beauty. This godlike man was about to be her husband, and she could barely believe it. Fino, giving her a genuinely happy smile for the first time in weeks, stood next to Atlas as his best man. Ebony bent to kiss the boy's cheek. Handsome boy. The wedding vows were over in a flash, it seemed to her, but she didn't care. Atlas was kissing her with so much adoration, and she knew without a shadow of a doubt that she'd made the right decision. She gazed up at her new husband when they came up for air. Our family, was all she said, and Atlas, smiling, nodded. It's everything to me. Juno, Ob, Bella and Fino joined them for a celebratory lunch. Stanley, still in New York, had sent his best wishes, and Blue and Romy had called Ebony that morning. Ebony sat next to Atlas, his arm locked around her, both unable to stop smiling at each other. Atlas, Fino, I wanted to share this with you, she said, but I thought I would wait until now in case either of you found this upsetting. She opened the locket on her necklace and showed them both the picture of Mateo she had placed in it. I wanted your father, your brother, to be a part of our day. He will always be with us, Fino, and if we are lucky enough to become your adoptive parents, we will never seek to replace him, but carry on the fantastic way he was bringing you up. Fino nodded, his eyes filling with tears, and he launched himself at Ebony and hugged her tightly. Atlas smiled at her, his gorgeous eyes shining at her. Perfect, baby. Thank you. Oh! Bella exclaimed loudly, making everyone start. Sorry, she grinned sheepishly. It's just I made some handmade confetti at home and of course I forgot it. Ebony laughed. We can use it for something else, don't worry. A movement across the restaurant caught her eye. One of their huge security guys talking into his phone. Atlas's attention was caught too. Say, how about we take this party home? He asked the question lightly, but they were all alerted to the fact that even on such a happy day, they were all still in danger. As they got up to leave, a commotion began with one of the guards and a sharply dressed man. I have to bring this to Ms. Verlaine. He was waving an envelope, but the bodyguard wouldn't let him near her. He frisked the man, then looked at Atlas, who nodded. The newcomer, looking annoyed, walked over to them. Miss Verlaine? Mrs. Tigree now, Ebony said coldly, but yes, that's me. The man handed her the envelope. Congratulations both on your marriage and the fact that you've been served. Have a lovely day. He left the party stunned and walked out of the restaurant, throwing a glare over to the bodyguard. Ebony opened the envelope and read the letter. What the hell? What is it, baby? Ebony looked up at Atlas, confused. It's Cormac? He's demanding a paternity test. For Fino? She shook her head. No, for the baby. He thinks you're not the father. Atlas stared at Ebony, and they shared the same sense of impending dread. How the hell did Cormac know? And what would he do when he found out he was right?
Chapter 19.
Can he make me do this? Ebony asked her lawyer, her voice trembling. If he can prove to us that he has a good reason for thinking Atlas isn't the father. He may be attempting to prove that you are an opportunist, that you are claiming Mr. Tigree is the father to fool the court into thinking you are a family, that living with you would be the best for Fino. Damn. Atlas spat and stood, pacing behind Ebony's chair. Ebony is no gold digger, and as far as I'm concerned, that is our child growing inside her. How did Cormac even suspect? Ebony groaned. He must have been listening when I had the scan at the hospital. Crap, why didn't that even cross my mind? It's not your fault, darling. Damn it, he'll stoop to anything. Well, we have a preliminary hearing to ascertain whether he can force you to do this. I seriously doubt the judge will grant it, but we have to go through the motions. If you are willing to attend the hearing, it'll look good for you. Cooperating, showing you have nothing to hide. These things will strengthen our case. The day of the hearing was less than a week later. Ebony, hampered by morning sickness, held Atlas's hand as Cormac's lawyer outlined his request for Ebony to take a paternity test. Ebony was cheered by the skeptical look on the judge's face, and when he stopped the lawyer, her heart soared. He's going to shut this down. If I might ask Mr. Duggan directly, the judge said, his tone even, Mr. Duggan, why on earth would Mrs. Tigree's child have any bearing on this case? It seems to be a left-field attempt by you to embarrass a young mother-to-be for no other reason than spite. Could you clarify your reasons? Cormac stood. Of course, Your Honor. I can assure you there is no malice on my part. I'm just seeking to find out the paternity of the child. For what reason? Atlas made a disgusted noise, but as Cormac turned to face them, Ebony saw something else in Cormac's eyes. Triumph. Because, Your Honor, I have very, very good reason to believe that the child Mrs. Tigree is carrying is mine. Ebony gasped and Cormac smiled. That's right, Ebony. Don't you remember our little tryst, almost 2 months ago now? In New Orleans? In that specialist club, for want of a better description? You and I made love, and now I believe that is my child growing in your belly. You're lying, Ebony managed to gasp out as Atlas got to his feet enraged. Oh, I think you know I'm telling the truth, Ebony. Atlas, you have to come to terms with the fact, you married a tramp. Cormac smiled, knowing exactly what Atlas would do next, and Atlas didn't disappoint him, throwing himself at Cormac. The court was in an uproar, the security teams dragging Atlas off of Cormac. Ebony reached out for Atlas, but he wrenched himself from her grip. Don't touch me, he spat at her. Don't ever come near me again, you just lost me, my nephew, I never want to see you again. His eyes were wild, his face contorted with rage. The shock was so powerful that she stopped still for a moment. Then Ebony reeled away and walked out of the courtroom, too numb to run, walked blindly through the halls, past curious onlookers, out of the building into the pouring rain. Deranged with grief and guilt, she kept walking through the downpour. And through it all, the realization replayed itself over and over in her mind. Cormac Duggan was the father of her child, she knew it in her bones, and Atlas would never forgive her. She had lost everything. Stanley Duggan kissed his stepdaughter as he strode back into the mansion. Where is he? Upstairs. He's broken, Dad. That's the only way I can describe it. Bella sighed and hugged her arms around her slender body. We can't find Ebony anywhere. She gave her protection the slip and disappeared into the city. Juno and Obe are out looking for her. What about Fino? Is he here? He is, but he knows something is wrong. He keeps asking for Ebony, I don't know what to tell him. Stanley sighed. Maybe you should take him out, distract him. I thought of that too. We could go to the aquarium, I know he likes it there. Stanley smiled at her. Your mother decided to stay in New York for a while, Bella. Thank God. Stan chuckled, hugging her. Families are rarely, if ever, uncomplicated, Bella dear. Your mother loves you in the only way she knows how to. Bella rolled her eyes. Go see Atlas, Dad. I'll take Fino out. Good girl. Atlas was staring out of the window in his bedroom as Stanley entered his room. If you're here to lecture me about responsibilities, I wouldn't, Atlas warned as he saw Stanley. Stanley sighed. I'm not here to lecture anyone about anything, son. He sat on the end of Atlas's bed and ran a hand over his balding head. But there's a young woman out there, scared, distressed, and pregnant. It's not my child. I understood you knew that from the beginning. So why does it make a difference that it's possibly Cormac's child? Atlas looked at Stanley for a long moment. For the life of me, I will never understand how you could have produced a son like Cormac. He's petty, vindictive, and he's taken everything away from me. Do you think the courts will grant me custody now? He knew exactly what he was doing, he knew I'd attack him. I'll ask again, so it's his child. I take it Ebony didn't know? Atlas hesitated. I don't know. I don't know who I can trust anymore. I do. Stanley stood and put his hand on his stepson's shoulder. You can trust the woman who supported us all when your brother was murdered. The woman who sat up all night with Fino, holding him, talking to him, trying to help him process his father's death. The woman who changed her entire life to suit you. The woman who put up with your desperate urges when you were trying to bury your grief, Stanley said pointedly, making sure Atlas was clear on the fact that his behavior hadn't gone unnoticed. The woman who wore a locket with your brother's photo to her wedding so he could be part of your day, yes, Bella told me. Atlas's face set in a neutral expression, and Stanley watched him, unable to read his mood. Ebony Verlaine loves you, Atlas. She loves Fino, Bella, even me and Vita. She came into our lives when we didn't even know we needed her. Can you imagine our lives without her now? There was a long silence, then no. Neither can I. Come on, let's go downstairs and discuss how we can find her. Because this behavior, son, is not a man's. And it is not yours. Bella parked the car in the parking lot of the diner and got out. Fino, tugging his coat over his head, looked confused. This isn't our usual place. Nervously, Bella pulled him toward her. No. I thought we'd try somewhere new. It's okay, she said to the security guard with them, you can wait here. The bodyguard looked skeptical. My orders were to. And I'm telling you, you can wait here. Bella glared at him, then taking Fino's hand, they walked into the diner. Fino was immediately wowed by the retro look of the diner. This is so cool. Well, let's find a table and we'll order some food, hey sport? Bella smiled at him, even though her heart was thumping wildly. This was the plan. Get the boy to the diner, get him into the bathrooms. Bella swallowed hard. Why am I doing this? Her hands felt slippery with sweat, but then as Fino cried out, she felt a jolt of shock. Ebony. Bella whirled around to see Fino run into Ebony's arms as the other woman slid from her seat, hidden in the corner, to greet the boy. Ebony looked tired and somewhat bedraggled, and Bella felt a pang of guilt, but then realized this was even better. She had a scapegoat. She greeted Ebony with a hug. Everyone's been looking for you. Ebony seemed close to tears. I didn't know where to go, what to do. He hates me, Atlas hates me. No. Bella made her sit down, and anxious Fino snuggled in next to Ebony. Look, let me get you some hot coffee. Fino, do you need to use the bathroom? He nodded. Ebony took his hand. I'll take him. Good, this was good, except. What would he do to Ebony? The man who wanted Fino, the man who was blackmailing her. Him. Would he kill Ebony? Bella's hands bunched up into fists, but she made herself nod and turn away as the two of them went back toward the bathrooms. She leaned over to the waitress. May we have 2 coffees, please? Of course, coming right up. Bella heard the door open and saw her bodyguard walking towards her. Sorry, miss, I just checked with Mr. Tigree. He doesn't want any of you alone. He looked around. Where's Mr. Tigree Jr.? In the bathroom, she said casually. We ran into Mrs. Tigree. They're both in there. The waitress brought coffee, and with a shaking hand Bella sipped it. There was no noise, no commotion from the bathrooms, but neither did either Ebony or Fino emerge. After a few minutes, the bodyguard stalked over to the doors. Bella stood, feigning surprise as he came out, barking instructions into his phone. What is it? What's wrong? The bodyguard stared at her, his eyes trying to read hers. There's blood in the bathroom, but no sign of Fino or Ebony. They've been taken. They're gone.
Chapter 20.
What do you mean gone? How the hell did you let this happen? At some point very long ago, it seemed, Atlas had been a gentleman. Now all he did was rage, and rage he was now at the bodyguard who glanced at Bella. She looked away from him. I'm sorry, sir. I let them out of my sight for a few minutes. Atlas rubbed his face and turned away, fists clenched. It was obvious to anyone present who knew him that he was angriest at himself for how he'd treated his brand new wife. How could I have treated her that way? What is wrong with me? Terror clogged his chest as he avoided thinking that he might not get her back. That thought had to be avoided at all costs, where he wouldn't survive long enough to bring his wife home, his wife and nephew, and spend the rest of his life apologizing. Stanley cleared his throat. Look, the police are on their way. I think we know who's behind this. Carson Franks, Atlas said with a groan. Gosh, how? How the hell did he know where they were? And how did Ebony come to be at the same diner? Geez. Bella looked miserable. I'm sorry, Atlas. He didn't answer her. Stanley patted his daughter on the back. Go make some coffee for us, would you, dear? Bella disappeared from the room. The bodyguard cleared his throat. Sir, Mr. Duggan, I think you should both know that Miss Duggan insisted on going into the diner alone. This is not to tell tales or shift blame. It's entirely my responsibility, but she was quite insistent. Bella wouldn't have deliberately put them in harm's way, Stanley said, but Atlas could hear the doubt in his voice. Why would she do this? No, I don't believe Bella had anything to do with this. She adores Fino and Ebony. Stanley's shoulders slumped. Thank you, Atlas. Thank you for saying it. But it doesn't answer how the hell Franks knew they were there. Carson Franks has unlimited funds, Atlas pointed out tersely. He's probably had us all followed. Maybe when Ebony took off from the courthouse, he saw his chance. What does he want with them? He can't be holding them for ransom. Not monetary, but he'll use them to leverage an escape route, passage out of the country. He knows he's finished here, that if he's caught, he'll spend the rest of his days on death row. Damn, I'd better call Blue, let him know what's happening. First, came an angry voice from the doorway, you can tell me what is going on, and where my nephew and the mother of my child are. Atlas looked at the anger, the fear on the face of his much-loathed stepbrother, and received the second shock of the day. This one was oddly more pleasant as he realized that for once, he and his brother were united in wanting the same thing. Ebony and Fino back home, safe and unharmed. No. Oh gosh. Romy looked shocked to the bone as Blue told her about the abduction. Blue, he's a psycho, he likes to kill women. He'll murder Ebony whether she tells him she's pregnant or not. And Fino. Gosh, that poor child. She hugged Gracie to her harder, and her daughter clung to her. Don't cry, Mama. The policeman will find Ebony and Fino. Romy closed her eyes and sighed, leaning her face against her daughter's soft curls. Of course they will, Pumpkin. Thank you. I shouldn't have told you in front of. Blue looked apologetic, nodding at his daughter. It was just such a shock. Look, you are safe here. The kids are safe. Your family is safe. Stewart's arranged for protection for everyone, and the hospital is on top alert. He sighed. Gosh, I just want this over, and I feel helpless to do anything. You're doing what you can, baby. I just pray the police find Ebony and Fino soon. Blue leaned over to kiss her. I'm going to call Atlas now. You're okay for now? Perfectly, she smiled up at him. I've got my little bodyguard here. Gracie giggled as her mother tickled her, and Blue smiled. I'll be right back. Blue heard the pain in Atlas's voice, and his heart went out to the other man, knowing how he would be kicking himself around the block endlessly. Anything I can do, just ask. No matter the cost, no matter what, remember? Thanks, Blue. Atlas lowered his voice. Cormac's here and I don't have the heart to throw him out. He's beside himself. I've never seen him so human. Maybe something like this puts it all into perspective. Maybe so. Blue? Don't, Blue cut in. What you did was unacceptable, yes, but not unforgivable. You'll find them both, Atlas, and you'll make it up to them. Especially to your wife. What was I thinking? Atlas whispered. That wasn't me in that courtyard. Blue, I would never. You weren't thinking, Blue replied bluntly. You've fallen down a rabbit hole of despair ever since Mateo's death, and it's time to climb out, Atlas. Your living family needs you, my friend. There was a long silence before Atlas cleared his throat. I'm climbing, he rasped. But I haven't heard from Franks yet. The police say I should expect a call from him. I just want him to give Ebony and Fino back. I don't care if he escapes. Yes, you do, Blue said, a hint of frustration in his voice. This isn't over. He attacked my wife, threatened my children and your family too. He took your brother's life. He doesn't get to walk away. I know, Atlas replied, his voice heavy with exhaustion. But I'm at a loss for what to do next. And there's something else. I think Bella might be involved. Blue's heart sank, disbelief washing over him. No, Atlas. That's impossible. Bella loves Fino. She'd never put him in harm's way. We'll see, Atlas said quietly. Look, I have to go, waiting for a call. Is Romy doing okay? Are your kids safe? Yes, all good, don't worry about us. But you need anything, call me, man. I got your back. Thanks, brother. Talk to you later. Blue ended the call, then leaned back against the wall, exhausted. One man, responsible for all of this horror. Blue knew that if Carson Franks stood before him now, he would have no problem ending the other man's life. He almost wanted Franks to show up to the hospital, so that he, Blue, could punish him for what he'd done to Romy, to Mateo. And yet, he just cautioned Atlas from letting himself be consumed by anger, so he had to follow his own advice. Blue sighed and pushed away from the wall, heading back into the room where his family was thankfully safe. It felt like a nightmare, too vivid to be real. Ebony was bound to a large pipe, seated on cold, unforgiving concrete, her clothes damp and her head throbbing with pain. She opened her eyes to see a man looming before her, his face twisted with malice, a threatening glint in his hand. Her heart pleaded silently for her safety and that of her child. She fought to stay conscious, her strength waning. Beside her she felt the small form of her child, their soft whimpers breaking the silence. Quiet, kid, the man snapped, his voice sharp and cruel, or you'll make things worse for your mother. Mama? Was he talking about her? Ebony? Ebony. She recognized that sweet voice. Fino? She heard his sigh of relief. Ebony, are you okay? I am, sport. At least her mouth still worked, even if her head felt split in half and her voice sounded funny. Where are we? I don't know. She opened her eyes wider, fighting the dark spots at the corner of her eyes. Fino, his big eyes wide and frightened, was curled next to her, his arms locked around her waist. Their kidnapper, a blandly handsome man, was watching them. Carson Franks. It had to be. He smiled at her. Welcome back, Mrs. Tigree. It's nice to meet you at last. Let Fino go, Ebony said immediately. Take me, but let him go. Franks rolled his eyes. Yeah, because you're the one in charge here, beautiful. He suddenly scooted down next to them. Listen here. The brat's father is going to arrange a private plane for me, then I'll let him go. You, on the other hand, well, I need some sport. This, he showed them a knife, hasn't had a workout since the pretty doctor. I'll leave your body on Tigree's plane to find. No. Fino screamed at him. No, don't hurt her. She's having a baby. Frank smirked, his eyes cold. I don't care one bit, kid. Raise your voice to me again, and you'll regret it. Fino cringed against Ebony, and she wrapped her arms around him. You moster, she snarled at Franks, you pathetic little moster. Spoilt little rich boy. You'll get yours, Franks, believe me. Carson Franks' face contorted in rage, and he grabbed her face, his finger biting deep into her cheeks painfully. Ebony winced as Carson crushed his mouth against hers. She bit down on his bottom lip, then cried out in pain as he slashed at her side with the knife. Ebony felt the steel slice through her skin. Flesh wound beautiful, he snarled, next time it goes in your belly, the whole way. He got up and left them in the small room, slamming the door behind him. Ebony tried not to whimper, and Fino, tugging off his sweater, pressed it again, the flesh wound on her side. She smiled at him gratefully. It's just a scratch, sweetheart. He clung to her. I love you, Ebony. I love you too, big guy. We're going to get out of here, I promise. At least you are my precious little one, she thought to herself. That's all she could worry about now, get Fino safely away from the psychotic Franks. The room they were in was small and damp, with a window high up on the wall. Standing on her shoulders, Fino could reach it, but even from here she could see it was locked. Maybe if they could break the glass. The door opened, and someone new came in, a young, nervous-looking boy carrying a tray of sandwiches and water bottles. He set the tray on the ground and slid it over to them. "Boss says eat and drink." Ebony nodded, giving him a half-smile. "Thank you. Could you possibly open that window, let some air in? It's very dank in here." Okay, so it was worth a shot, but the boy just shook his head. "Sorry." He disappeared, and Ebony heard the door lock behind him. "Fino, eat a sandwich, please?" "Only if you will too." "I'll try." The truth was, she felt sick to her stomach. Back at the diner, when they had been taken, a cloth with chemicals on had been placed over her face, and she'd blacked out. She could still taste the acrid flavor of them now, and her stomach roiled. That, and the pain of the small wound, was making her feel as if she would be sick. She took a couple of unenthusiastic bites of the sandwich and some of the water, then feeling a little better, finished the sandwich. It became obvious all too soon that the food or water had been drugged as first Fino, then Ebony passed out. Carson Franks looked over the unconscious pair and grinned. "Time to call Tigree, I think, see how much he'll give me to get his wife and nephew back." The other man, the young boy Rex, nodded. "So, you are going to give them both back?" Carson laughed. "Not a chance." "Oh, the boy, I don't care about. We'll dump his body in the ocean, but the girl, she's all mine, and her body we'll send back to Tigree just so he knows that you never ever mess with Carson Franks."
Chapter 21.
John Halsey stood up from the chair in his office and looked at the three men. "You understand me, don't you? No heroics, no going off on vigilante missions. Let us handle this, or you risk everything." The three men stared back at him. Atlas Tigree, Blue Allende, and their unlikely comrade in this, Cormac Duggan, all wore the same expression, skepticism. John Halsey sighed. "Look, I realize men in your position believe that money can solve all woes. It can't. You give Franks an inch, and you'll never see Fino or Ebony again. All we care about is getting Ebony and Fino back safely," Atlas said, but even to his ear he knew it was more than that. All of them in this room wanted nothing more than to rip Carson Franks limb from limb with their bare hands, and Halsey could see he wasn't getting through to them. "All right, just promise me this. You won't impede our investigation, you tell me everything." He fixed them with the hard stare. "Regardless of circumstances, if you get in our way, I will arrest you for obstruction. No taking justice into your own hands." "Detective, we are men of the world," Blue said a little testily, "and we have the resources to search every inch of it, which is what we are doing. And that's fine. Just don't take unnecessary risks, is all I ask." "None of us are amateurs, Detective." Cormac Duggan was the most arrogant of the three, Halsey decided, and the most irritating. He could feel for Tigree and Allende, they'd been through hell. But this man? "Mr. Duggan, I understand why Mr. Tigree and Dr. Allende are here. Why are you?" There was a long silence, Duggan glancing at Atlas, then Atlas sighed. "Because he's the father of Ebony's baby, and he's also suing me for custody of Fino." He recited all of this in a dead voice, and Cormac had the grace to look slightly ashamed. "All I care about right now," he said softly, speaking directly to Atlas, "is that we get them back safe and well. Anything else can wait. We can resume our usual feud when they're back safe and sound." Atlas studied him for a long moment, then nodded curtly. John Halsey sighed and nodded at the door, indicating the meeting was at an end. "I'll keep you informed, gentlemen. Remember what I said." Outside the office, Cormac turned to them. "I'll be in touch as soon as my men find anything. Can I ask you do the same?" "Sure." Atlas nodded. "Come by the house later if you can. We should all be together." Atlas couldn't quite believe he was saying it, but there it was. He wanted his brother desperately right now, wanted to feel that comfort, and in Mateo's absence he would take even Cormac. And he had to be fair, it was Cormac's child Ebony was carrying. After Atlas had lost it in the courtroom, he'd calmed down enough to hear Cormac's lawyer explain the circumstances of the conception, and the dates and facts matched up. Stanley had talked to him when he'd gotten home after hours of searching Seattle's streets for his wife. And now she's gone, and the last words I spoke to her were angry and insulting. Gosh, Ebony, I'm so sorry. I'll make it up to you somehow, baby. I swear. Just be okay. Atlas drove home now to an empty house. He went to Bella's room but found no one. He sighed. Bella had messed up for sure, but he couldn't believe she had done it out of malice. His cell phone rang, and when he answered it, it was Carson Franks, telling him exactly what he would have to do to save the lives of the two people he loved most in the world. Ebony, realizing that Carson was keeping them drugged to prevent them from escaping, figured it must mean they were still near civilization. Drugging them would keep them from screaming or figuring out an escape route. She began hiding her food, instructing Fino to only eat the sides of the sandwiches and take tiny sips of water. We have to pretend we're asleep, darling, so they think they're safe to talk about stuff we're not supposed to hear. Maybe they'll say something we can use to escape. She couldn't think of any other way to explain what was happening to them. Luckily, the small bites they took didn't seem to be adulterated. When Rex came in next, late at night, Ebony had her body curled around Fino's protectively, as she always did, and pretended to be unconscious. She became aware that someone else was in the room with Rex when he said, "We keep them warm and fed, don't worry." "Are they hurt?" A shock ran through Ebony, and she clamped her hand discreetly over Fino's mouth as she felt him jerk in surprise. "Bella." It was Bella's voice. She wanted to scream, to go for the girl, to beg her to tell her why she had betrayed them so utterly. A tear rolled down her cheek, and Ebony struggled to keep up her facade of unconsciousness. "They look cold." Bella's voice shook and Rex sighed. "I'll get them blankets, but look, come on, if Cormac knew you were back here, he'd kill me." There was a silence, and Ebony risked opening her eyes a crack. She saw Bella staring down at them, tears pouring down her face. "Look, Rex, let them go. I should never have agreed to do this. Take me instead." "Ha!" Rex gave a snort. "You did it to protect your own skin, so they'd never find out it was you who let that shooter in." "I didn't know what he was going to do. He killed Mateo." Bella began to sob. "Please let them go. I'll get you money, enough to get away, live a life of luxury. Please just let's get them away from Carson." "No. Come on, get out of here before I kill you myself. You did this. Bella, remember that. Wait. Just let me hug them one last time." Before Rex could stop her, Bella dropped to her knees and put her arms around Ebony and Fino. I'm so sorry," she whispered. Ebony, shielded from Rex's view, opened her eyes and met Bella's gaze. "Run," she whispered, "get help, Bella. If you want to make up for this, save us. Save Fino at least." Bella squeezed her eyes shut, disguising her nod as a sob, then let them go. She stood, wiping her tears away, and Ebony watched as she and Rex left the room. She let out a long breath, and was about to tell Fino it was okay when she heard the gunshots. "Oh gosh, no." A second later, her worst fears were confirmed when Carson burst into the room, his face red and angry. Despicable creature. Ebony somehow knew he wasn't talking about her, but it didn't stop Carson from handling her roughly, cutting her ties and pulling her and Fino to their feet. The gun in his hand meant Ebony wasn't going to risk fighting him. If he had just killed Rex and, oh gosh no, Bella, then he would have no reluctance in killing both of them. Carson pressed the gun against Ebony's neck and stared at Fino. "One false move, kid, and I kill her, understood?" Fino, terrified, could only nod. Carson dragged Ebony out of the small cell, and along a musty corridor. At the end, Ebony saw Rex's body, half of his head missing, and pulled Fino against her belly so he couldn't see. As Carson yanked her arm, she glanced to her left and saw Bella laying on her back, her hands clamped over her stomach, coughing up blood. For a brief second their eyes met, and Bella mouthed, "I'm sorry," then went still, her eyes staring blankly. Ebony fought back a wave of nausea mixed with grief and terror. As Carson pulled them out into the daylight, both Ebony and Fino cringed, their eyes stinging. "Get in the car. You, beautiful, in the front with me. The kid rides in the trunk." "No, please don't put him in the please, he'll be scared." "I don't care." Carson picked Fino up with one arm and popped the trunk, shoving the terrified boy and shutting him in. Ebony heard Fino screaming. "Fino, baby, don't be scared," she shouted. "I'll be right here, right here." Carson smirked. He won't be scared long. He forced Ebony into the passenger seat and got in, not bothering to help buckle her in. Now that she was getting used to the light, she could see they were outside the city, a deserted farmhouse down a long dirt track. As Carson sped along the roadway, he was driving with one hand, the other aiming the gun at Ebony. She saw something out of the corner of her eye, and as the car hit the main highway, a dark sedan sideswiped them. The last thing Ebony remembered was the car rolling, smashing into a tree, and then in the seconds before she passed out, she heard Fino screaming once more, this time in what sounded like agony.
Chapter 22.
John Halsey delivered the news without sugarcoating. "They've been found. They were in a car accident, and the driver who hit them called 911. It doesn't look good, gentlemen. You're gonna want to hurry to the hospital." Atlas wanted to drive fast. He wanted to go 150 miles per hour. But getting himself killed wouldn't help Fino or Ebony, and he'd vowed to protect them from here on out. "I'm coming," he whispered as he fought the urge over and over to run red lights and stop signs, his knuckles the color of chalk on the steering wheel. "Wait for me. Don't give up, baby." Beside him, by the looks of things, Cormac was every bit as terrified and trying just as hard to hold it together. As they rounded the corner to the hospital, he spoke suddenly. "Atlas, you and I have never particularly seen eye to eye, and I think that's partially my fault. I don't give a lot of myself away, and I've made mistakes in our relationship, but gosh man, I love that boy. I adore him, he's the son I've never had, and thought I never would have. Doctors told me there was very little chance I could conceive a child naturally." His half-smile was sad. "So you can see why Ebony's pregnancy is a big deal for me." He rubbed his face, and to Atlas' surprise, reached over to grip his shoulder. "Atlas, all I care about now is whether Ebony, Fino, and the baby are okay. Everything else can wait until we know they're safe." Atlas nodded, his heart in his mouth so he couldn't speak. They parked and ran into the building at a full sprint. As they waited, John Halsey, who met them in the lobby, told them what happened. "We had our suspicions that Bella was involved, so we had her tailed. She led us right to where Ebony and Fino were being held, but before we could act, Carson shot his accomplice and Bella and took off. That's when the accident happened. One of our men sideswiped their vehicle by accident when Franks pulled out in front of him." Atlas, almost demented with worry, struggled to control himself. "Ebony? Fino?" "Ebony wasn't buckled in," Halsey said grimly. "She went through the windshield. We just don't know the extent of the injuries she received, or the baby. The doctors will be able to tell you more." Cormac was suddenly there, holding Atlas up with a firm grip on his bicep. "And Fino?" "He was in the trunk," Halsey replied, waiting until Cormac stopped cussing a blue streak. "He's shaken up and terrified, but the impact was far enough from him that the paramedics said they think he may only have a concussion." It was Atlas' turn to support the man who he'd loathed up until this day. As they sank into nearby chairs, twin expressions of anguish on their faces, Blue jogged into the hospital. He didn't stop as Atlas and Cormac jumped to their feet. "I'm on my way into surgery," he called as he shoved open the door to the stairs and vanished inside. His voice floated back before the door closed behind him. "Romy's there already? I'll come update you as soon as I can." They were staring after him when Halsey appeared again. In the overall chaos, they hadn't even noticed he'd vanished. "You can come see Fino. They have to do scans, but he checks out as okay enough for relatives." Traumatized as the boy was, his head swathed in a bulky bandage, he was admirably composed. Terrifyingly so, Atlas thought as he held Fino close before letting Cormac get in for his own hug. Who knew how many years of therapy it would take to help the kids stop having nightmares about the last month? There were so many questions running through Atlas' head, he didn't know where to start, afraid of overwhelming his already trembling nephew. So Cormac asked the hardest question. Did the man hurt you, Fino? Cormac asked, sitting down on the edge of the hospital bed even though it wasn't allowed. We know he put you in the trunk. But did he touch you or talk to you in a way that made you uncomfortable? Fino shook his head, thankfully unaware of Cormac's subtext, and Atlas swallowed a sigh of relief. He was scary, but he didn't hurt me. He hurt Ebony. He had a knife and he cut her. Ebony said it was okay, but she was in pain. There was blood? Gosh. Atlas felt the blood drain from his face. He had no doubt that had they not found them, Ebony and Fino would be dead right now. Fino reached out his small hand and put it on Atlas's face. Don't cry, Uncle Atlas. Ebony said we were going to be family and I believe her. She'll be okay. Even Cormac got teary then, much to Atlas' astonishment. He got up. Look, I'm going to go talk to the detective, and then I'm going to call my lawyer. Drop the case. In the end, Fino's happiness is all I care about. He turned on his heel and walked out of the cubicle, and Atlas could see the defeated slump of his shoulders. He looked at Fino. Fino, would you be okay alone for 2 minutes? I have to ask Cormac something. Fino looked like he was going to protest but then nodded, laying back on his pillows and closing his eyes. Atlas found a nurse to sit with him, then went to find Cormac. Cormac was standing outside, out of the rain under the hospital's canopy. Cormac? Cormac turned to look at him. Atlas went up to him, then after a second offered him his hand. Cormac shook it. Whatever differences we have had in the past, and however strange this setup is, Fino loves you, Atlas said gruffly. Ebony is carrying your child, whether I like it or not. So we have to find a way of working this out. Cormac nodded. I agree. Here's the situation. A year ago, I was told it was unlikely I'd ever have children due to medical reasons. It hit me hard, and I reacted by acting out, visiting some unconventional social venues. I met Ebony at one of those places. She seemed new and out of place, so I looked out for her. We connected briefly, but I was careful to keep my identity private. I was wearing one of those silly costume masks, trying something different, he said with a small laugh as Atlas smirked. She never knew it was me. I promise you she was clear the child wasn't yours. Yes. I respect her for that. Hell, I just respect Ebony. I'm sorry I called her a tramp, she's anything but. Tell her that. I will, I promise. Cormac sighed. So bottom line, I just want to be involved with my kids' upbringing as well as Fino's. I'll let you be a family, Atlas. Just allow me to be part of it. Please. No more shady tricks? None. Atlas regarded him for a long time. When you told me you were the father of Ebony's child, I just flipped. I felt like everything was being taken away from me. Mateo, Fino, Ebony, the baby, everything. I know. I'm sorry. I am too. We've both screwed up beyond belief, but at least you're making amends. I haven't even started yet. She'll forgive you, Cormac replied. You were out of your mind for any number of reasons that day. Doesn't make what you said right, even if I pushed you over the edge. But she'll forgive you anyway, because she's that kind of person. Atlas nodded, shrugging off more chaotic emotions. And thank you for dropping the case. Fino does belong with Ebony and me, but he needs you too. As for the baby, really, that's up to Ebony now. Agreed? Cormac rubbed his face. I wasted so many years hating you and Mateo for what now seems to be completely useless reasons. It's never too late. You're right. Cormac clapped Atlas on the back. Come on, let's get back to Fino and wait for Blue to update us. 2 hours later, Blue came to find them, and he was smiling.
Chapter 23.
1 year later. Romy grinned as she watched Ebony struggling with a very wriggly 5-month-old. Even still tiny, Matilda knew how to twist her mother around her finger. Romy's own twins, now almost 2, were chasing their big sister around with the help of Fino. "Can you manage?" she finally asked Ebony, who rolled her eyes. "Yeah, just about, she's a little monster." She blew a raspberry on her daughter's belly, which made her giggle and chirrup. Ebony kissed her soft downy cheek and hugged Maddie to her. "But I do love you, squishy girl." She kissed her again, then handed her off, somewhat reluctantly, to Cormac, who swung the child up in his arms, the usual look of elation all over his face. There was no question the man was totally besotted. Atlas watched them smiling. "What a weird family I have," he said, not for the first time, and laughed as they all groaned. "Every time you say that." Ebony touched his cheek, and he pulled her onto his lap, pressing his lips to hers. Their extended family, Atlas and Ebony, Maddie and Fino, Cormac and Lydia, Stanley and Vida, plus the Allendes, were enjoying a late summer barbecue together before Atlas and Ebony flew off for their long-awaited and well-deserved honeymoon in the Seychelles. 2 weeks of being intimate with you is all I want right now," Atlas murmured softly into Ebony's ear, and she shivered with excitement. "I'm going to have you as soon as we get to that villa on the beach. In every room, in every way, baby." Ebony hid a groan of desire. "Well, you better keep that promise." They both chuckled. Since Ebony had given birth to their daughter, Atlas still regarded Maddie as his as well as Cormac's. They had grown even closer. When Ebony had woken after days of being in a post-surgery induced coma, Atlas had spent hours apologizing to her, until she stopped him and told him to kiss her instead. He happily obliged. Ebony, in turn, was delighted that some good had come out of the horror of her and Fino's abduction. Cormac and Atlas were working on their relationship, Cormac dropping his custody suit. A devastated Stanley and Vida buried Bella. Ebony had defended the young woman, and Stanley in particular had been grateful for that. "It's what Vida needs to hear now," he said softly, kissing Ebony's cheek. They found out from Mateo's murderer that he had tricked her into letting him into the grounds that day, and that the shame of it had led her to panic when Carson Franks began to blackmail her. "Bella was simply too naive," Stanley said, and Vida nodded. Vida herself had changed, become almost unrecognizable as the slightly annoying, vapid woman she had been. The loss of her only child had made her realize what she had with Stanley was precious, and as a result they had never been closer. Romy had recovered from her attack, although she still walked with a limp and used a cane. After months of rehabilitation, she was eager to get back to work at Haven. Knowing Blue was reticent, Atlas had made sure that Haven was a safe place to work for all of his staff as well as the residents. The move appeased Blue a little, but Romy was insistent on returning. Carson Franks, knowing he was finished, made a plea deal. He would plead guilty to avoid the death penalty and was sentenced to life imprisonment without the chance of parole. He would die behind bars. The relief they all felt that Romy, Atlas, Ebony, and probably Fino would not need to testify was palpable. Later that night, Ebony kissed her daughter and held her tightly. "Are you sure you're going to be okay with her?" Cormac rolled his eyes, and Lydia, who surprisingly Ebony had become very close to over the months, smiled. "We can't wait, EBs, don't worry. Maddie is going to be spoiled rotten over the next 2 weeks." Ebony grinned. "That's what I'm afraid of, Lides." Lydia laughed and took Maddie from Ebony. "Look at this chubby face, adorable. Now say goodbye to Mommy and Daddy Freckle." Maddie grinned and waved a hand at them, making them laugh. Maddie was the happiest child Ebony had ever known, but then again she was biased. Atlas kissed his daughter. "Be good for Papa and Lydia, little one. Love you." He turned and grabbed a passing Fino, swinging the laughing boy up into a hug. "And love you too, kiddo. Look after your sister for us." "Will do, Pa." Fino kissed Atlas's cheek, then went to hug Ebony. Bye, Ma. Ebony hugged him tightly. Love you, Pickle. She met Atlas's gaze over the top of Fino's head. Both of them moved beyond words. It was the first time Fino had called them Ma and Pa. They talked about it later on the plane, and then in the taxi as they traveled over the island. Outside, the ocean was a sparkling blue, the flora and fauna colorful, and the sun's heat soaked into their skins. Atlas kept his promise. As soon as the taxi driver dropped off their bags and left with a generous tip, Atlas swept Ebony into his arms, her laughter echoing as he carried her toward the bedroom. It took 2 tries to find it, but when she saw the grand bed, draped in white mosquito netting, she flashed him a delighted smile. Atlas gently set her down on the soft mattress, his eyes warm with affection. He leaned in, kissing her tenderly, his hands gently framing her face as she sighed into his touch. Ebony wrapped her arms around him, pulling him closer, their breaths mingling in a quiet, heartfelt moment. They held each other, their connection deepening with every soft touch, their smiles mirroring the joy of being together. Later that evening, after sharing a quiet moment, they settled on the veranda with a meal, the warm air wrapping around them. Atlas ran his fingers gently through her hair, and Ebony leaned into his touch, her heart full. You know what's strange? She said softly. This feels like the first time we've truly been alone since we met. Ebony laughed. Well, technically, we are. I had Maddie in my belly the very first time we met, so yeah, you're right. They both laughed. You know what this means? What? Ebony was grinning, seeing the lascivious look in his eye, and knowing exactly what he was going to say. It means, my beautiful, attractive wife, that we can do very, very dirty stuff all day, every day. Ebony leaned over and kissed him gently. Just how dirty are we talking, Mr. Tigree? Well, he said, pulling her onto his lap, why don't we go back to bed and I'll show you exactly how dirty. Ebony giggled and stroked his face. I love you so much, Atlas. So very much. And he lifted her into his arms and took her back to bed. It was the middle of the night when she woke to a deep blue moonlight. Getting up, she went to the window and gazed out at the ocean, lapping at the little beach outside their villa. 1 year, 6 weeks, 4 days. Her life had completely changed in that time. Not only had she met Atlas, married him, and had her first child, their first child, she had become an adoptive mother and had survived kidnapping and injury. All that, and now she was on the cusp of a major moment in her career. Over the last few months, she had been working with Quartet Record Company and was about to release her first album. After this holiday, she would start to promote the record and then, in a few months' time, a tour. A tour of the best jazz clubs in America, starting with Alley Cat's in Seattle down on 6th Avenue. Ebony shivered in anticipation, then sighed happily as she felt Atlas's arm slide around her waist and he pressed his lips down on her shoulder. Bed got cold, he said, and she chuckled. I doubt the temperature here drops below 80 degrees even at night. Atlas laughed softly. Okay then, bed got empty. Ebony turned in his arms and gazed up at him. He made her heart beat faster just with that gorgeous green-eyed gaze. She smoothed her fingers over his features, drinking him in. Atlas smiled down at her. You're so beautiful. What were you thinking about? Ebony smiled, pressing her naked body against his and her lips against his mouth. Tomorrow, she said, and led him back to bed. The end.
Sneak peek for the Billionaire's Secret Desire. We hope you enjoyed listening to The Billionaire's Obsession by Michelle Love. Now please listen to a sneak peek for The Billionaire's Secret Desire by Michelle Love. The Billionaire's Secret Desire, a holiday romance.
Chapter 1.
Amber Duplass squinted at her oldest and dearest friend as he handed her a plate of perfectly cooked eggs. Knox Renault, you are a pain. Knox, his green eyes amused, grinned at her. Well then, my work here is done. But why? Amber sighed and bunched her auburn hair up into a ponytail. You're one of the wealthiest landowners in New Orleans, an incredibly successful businessman and, according to Forbes, one of the world's most eligible bachelors. And yet you stand in your own palatial kitchen, she gestured around the vast room, cooking me eggs for brunch yourself. Haven't you heard of chefs? Knox shook his head. He was used to this line of questioning from Amber. You know I don't like a lot of people around me, Ams. Amber forked some egg into her mouth, almost swooning at the taste. Which is why you're a pain. I'm worried that you'll become a hermit. I think hermithood arrived a while ago, Knox said mildly. Look, I know you mean well, but I'm nearly 40, and I'm set in my ways. I like being alone. He dumped a panful of eggs onto his own plate and sat down. And anyway, in a few days the best and brightest will be here to drink my champagne and bother me all night. Gosh, why do I do this every year? He groaned and Amber laughed. Such a Grinch. She ruffled his dark curls and he grinned, though he was sighing on the inside. The Renault family had given a Halloween charity benefit since way before Knox's birth. It had been a special project of his beloved mother's. Before the tragedy, of course. Despite his solitary nature, Knox could not bear to dishonor his mother's legacy. His eyes flicked over to the framed picture of her and Teague, his adored elder brother, on the kitchen counter. Both of them dark and beautiful, laughing and hugging. Both of them gone so senselessly. The tragedy of the Renault family was known throughout Louisiana and beyond. Tynan Renault, a respected businessman, adoring husband to the Italian-born Gabriella, and heroic father to his sons Teague and Knox, had suffered a psychotic break and gunned down his wife and eldest son one night before turning the gun on himself. Knox, away at college at the time, had been destroyed. After dropping out of school and coming home to the huge plantation mansion out on the bayou, he had struggled for years to understand what his father had done. Amber and his other friends had tried to persuade him to sell the place where his mother and brother had been murdered, but Knox refused. He took over his brother's business with his friend Sandor, and together they had made a success of it. The company, Rencar, quickly became an outlet to forget his pain, with Knox pouring 20 hours a day into the work. Luxury food importing had never been his dream, was it anyone's, but he had found something he was good at, and that was enough for him. His boyhood dreams of becoming a musician were pushed aside for something that would utterly distract him. The studio his mother had set aside for both of them to work in had stood empty for almost 20 years now, as had Knox's heart. He realized he wasn't listening to Amber now and apologized. She rolled her blue eyes. Knox, I'm used to you spacing out on me, but listen, this is your party. I'm just saying, why don't you try to be more gregarious for a change? These people pay a lot of money to come here. Mostly to see the murder house, he mumbled, and Amber made an annoyed click with her tongue. Maybe so, but the money we raise goes to a good cause, doesn't it? Something good to come out of. Damn it, Knox, you're not the only one who lost someone. To his horror, he saw tears in her eyes. He reached over and took her hand. Ams, I'm sorry, I know. I miss Ariel too, every day. He sighed. So much pain, so much death. Amber was right, he needed to get out of this self-pitying funk. All I ask is for you to do your part on the night. Mingle and talk to your guests. Amber's tone was calmer now and she smiled at him, her face soft and her eyes on his, holding them for a beat too long. Knox nodded, looking away finally. I promise. After Amber had gone, he wandered into his living room and flicked on the television. Local news station WDSU was doing a feature on Halloween New Orleans, the magical manic mayhem of the festival the city threw every October. Knox sighed and waited for the inevitable mention of his party. Wait for it, he muttered to himself. Will it be the Renault family curse, or the mansion with the dark secrets first? The anchor looked serious. Of course, before the festivities kick off on Halloween night, the New Orleans elite will gather at the Renault mansion out on the bayou. Regular viewers will know that the annual Creepy Cocktails Gala benefit is held every year at the place some locals call the mansion with the dark history. More on that after these messages. Knox clicked off the television with an annoyed flick of his hand. Same story every year. And now his guests who watch the news would be all the more curious about the only remaining Renault. Damn it. His cell phone rang, and he answered it gratefully. Sandor, man, you have impeccable timing. His friend laughed. Any time. Listen, we may have a deal on the Laurent restaurant chain. Knox sat up. Really? The Laurent business was worth twice what they had offered, but had been on the market for 2 years with no interest. Knox knew if they got it at a cheap price and refurbished it, it could make them a fortune. He and Sandor had decided to branch out into buying restaurants to serve their luxury foods as a new income stream. Not that either of them needed it, but they both were bored with their business. They wanted to get their hands dirty and do something physical rather than just importing food for, well, people like them. Yep. Gustave Laurent is getting a divorce, and he wants to get rid of the property quickly. Knox was astonished. Gus is divorcing Catherine? Seems so. Seems like she was sleeping around on him. Knox made a half-amused, half-scornful noise. Like Gustave hasn't been cheating on her for years. You know Gus. Sadly, yes. Listen, I can be there in a half hour. Good, Sandor replied. And afterward, I'll spot you lunch. Deal? Knox smiled down the phone. Deal. See you then. Livia Chatelaine balanced 3 plates expertly along her left arm and carried them to the table. The 2 women and the child seated at the table smiled gratefully at her as she laid their food in front of them and returned their grins. Enjoy, folks. Let me know if you need anything else. She skirted back to another table that was waiting for their check and settled up with them quickly and with her innate friendliness. She had been working at Le Chat Noir Café in the French Quarter for 3 months now, ever since she had packed her whole life into her battered old gremlin and driven across the country from San Diego. Moriko, her best friend from college, had been in New Orleans for a year and had gotten her the job at the cafe. It didn't hurt that the owner, a handsome dark-haired Frenchman called Marcel, had a huge crush on Moriko and would have hired anyone she recommended. Thankfully though, Livia and Marcel had become good friends, and Livia showed up early, stayed late, and worked hard for him. In return, he gave her the shifts that fit best with her studies, and paid her enough that she could afford the tiny apartment she shared with Moriko. Livia had decided, as she left San Diego, that she wouldn't return to her hometown again. It held no interest for her now, and there wasn't any family left there that she cared about. An only child, her mother had died when she was young, and Livia had brought herself up. She'd worked hard at school and at various jobs to put food on the table, while her father drank himself into a stupor every night and screamed at her if she disturbed him. Livia had stopped caring years ago about the man. As far as she was concerned, he was merely the sperm donor. What she remembered of her mother were warm, happy memories. Cancer was a monster, and it had stolen her happiness away when she was 5. Livia's last memory of her mother was of the beautiful woman kissing her goodbye one day before school, and that was the last time she had seen her. Her father hadn't let her see her after she died. Livia had put herself through college on a scholarship, and by working 3 jobs, and it had become second nature to always fight and scrape for everything. It gave her energy and reason, and when she had graduated top of her class, it had all been worth it. Her tutors had been loath to let her go, and had championed her to apply for postgraduate research scholarships, but it had taken Livia 4 years to finally secure an offer from the University of New Orleans. Hey dreamer. Moriko nudged Livia out of her reverie, and her friend smiled at her. Moriko, a tiny Japanese-American of exquisite beauty, and she knew it, hoisted herself up onto the counter. Marcel needs a favor. Livia hid a grin. When Marcel sent Moriko to do his dirty work, it meant that, whatever the favor was, it would be a big and probably inconvenient one. What is it? Well, he's been asked to cater the Renault party on Saturday. You know which one I mean? Livia shook her head. Nope. Moriko rolled her eyes. It's an annual thing Knox Renault does. He throws a Halloween gala party and gives a ton of money to charity. Never heard of him or it. So what's the favor? Livia thought she could guess. Marcel needed waitstaff. A moment later, Moriko confirmed her suspicions. He was going to hire in silver service staff, but apparently they don't want anything but canapés and cocktails. Silver service staff would cost him more than he's making, so? Livia smiled at her. It's no problem. Usual uniform? She pulled down on her too tight white shirt and tucked it back into the black mini she wore to serve. It barely contained her lush curves and softly curved belly. Her legs, long and slender, were encased in black tights, and she wore flat pumps, absolutely refusing to wear heels to wait tables. Livia wasn't the tallest girl, but her long legs made her look taller than her 5'5" height, and her long tawny waves were her crowning glory. She had pulled her almost waist-length hair into a bun, but it was forever escaping the clips. Moriko grabbed it now and twisted it up for her. Livia shot her a grateful smile. Thanks, boo. I really should cut it all off. No way, Moriko said, her own shiny black hair falling in a straight curtain down her back. I'd kill for your curls. So, Saturday night, waitressing for the rich muckety mucks? I'll be there too. Hey, at least we get to snoop around the rich guy's house. Livia sighed to herself. She honestly didn't mind helping Marcel out, but she had very little time for rich boys with too much money. She'd had to wait on them enough in her time. She went back out to the cafe and grimaced. 2 regulars had just come into the restaurant. Speaking of rich muckety mucks, she thought, plastering a fake smile on her face. The woman, an icy-looking blonde with bright red lipstick and cold blue eyes, looked at her dismissively. Egg white omelet with spinach and a mango teeny. She didn't look at the menu once. Her companion, a suave-looking man who at least smiled at Livia and said please and thank you whenever he was in, nodded. Same for me, please, Liv. Good to see you again. Livia smiled at him. She judged him for the company he kept, but if she was fair, he was always polite to her. She knew his companion was called Odell, and her father was one of the richest men in the state. It didn't impress Livia. You too, sir. Sure I can't interest either of you in some French fries to go with your salad? Odell looked horrified, but her companion grinned. Why not? Livia grinned and disappeared into the kitchen. Marcel slunk in and smiled at her. Thanks for Saturday, Livy. I'll pay you double. She kissed his cheek. No problem, pal. Marcel, his eyes so dark you couldn't see the pupils, nodded to the restaurant. I see Elsa and Lumiere are in the restaurant. Livia laughed. You're getting your Disney all mixed up, and anyway he's okay. But yeah, she is the Ice Queen. Don't let their wealth get to you. It was all inherited, not earned. Oh, I know, and it doesn't bother me. Money can't buy breeding, Livia shrugged off the woman's rudeness. I can honestly say these people and their ways don't keep me up at night, Marcel. I'm just saying because I know the man, Roan St. Mark, is Knox Renault's best friend. It's more than likely they'll be at the party on Saturday. Marcel grinned at Livia, who rolled her eyes. Just promise me you won't tip their meals into their laps. Livia snorted. I promise, honey. Good girl. Livia finished out her shift, then walked home through the busy streets of the French Quarter. She had fallen in love with this city, the slow, sensual heat, the sultry, laid-back nature of the people. Strangely, for a city known for its voodoo and black magic, she had never felt uneasy walking the streets at night here. Moriko was still at work when Livia got back to their apartment, so Livia took a long hot shower, then made herself a bowl of soup, grabbing some saltines from the pack in the kitchen. As she ate, she flicked through the television channels but soon got bored. Dumping her bowl in the sink, she washed it out, then decided to go to bed to read. She had a piano recital coming up, and she wanted to go through the score again, miming her keystrokes in the air. She fell asleep with Moriko's cat cuddling in next to her, and didn't hear her roommate come home. Out on the bayou, Knox too had fallen into a deep sleep, but his was not so peaceful. The nightmares came swiftly. A young woman, strikingly beautiful yet familiar in a way he couldn't place, called out to him, her voice desperate, pleading for rescue. Shadows cloaked the grand mansion as he ran, heart pounding, through endless halls, hindered by an unseen weight that slowed his steps. A dark, oppressive presence loomed, blocking his path to her. Her cries fell silent, sharp and sudden, and he knew he was too late. Collapsing to his knees, Knox was consumed by helpless grief. He felt a hand on his shoulder and looked up. His mother was smiling at him. "Don't you know you'll never save them?" she said softly. "Everyone you love will die, my beloved son. I died, your father, your brother. Ariel. You'll always be alone." Knox awoke, gasping for air in a pool of his own sweat, the certainty of his dream mother's words screaming around his mind. "Don't fall in love. Don't risk it. Don't let anyone else get hurt."
Chapter 2.
Odelle Griffonji lit another cigarette and stood out on the balcony of her bedroom. She hated this holiday and hated this party. And yet Roan, of course, wanted to support his best friend Knox, and so now they were getting dressed to attend. Thank Knox never had a dress code for the cocktail party. Odelle would have feigned a headache otherwise. She glanced back into the bedroom where Roan was getting ready, his dark gray suit complementing his striking features, medium brown hair and vivid blue eyes. His strong, confident presence filled the room, and she couldn't help but admire how effortlessly he carried himself. Roan St. Mark was alongside Knox, one of the most captivating men in New Orleans, perhaps even the state, and he was hers. Odelle might have been brought up in the upper echelons of New Orleans society, but she knew her brittle beauty would only last so long, and that her cool, aloof nature wouldn't make her many friends. That's why she was staggered when Roan, known as the fun-loving one in his group of Harvard grad friends, made a play for her. He could have had anyone. Odelle turned back to see the crowds on the streets of the city. New Orleans went crazy for Halloween, parties everywhere, people haunting the streets, and the locals playing up the myths and legends to sell more drink, food, and tourist crap. The normally serene street where Odelle and her cohorts lived were no different. Pumpkins and jack-o'-lanterns, trees bedecked with twinkle lights and fake cobwebs, and Odelle's least favorite thing, kids trick-or-treating at every house. Her doorbell rang, and although Odelle knew her staff would answer it, she couldn't help an irritated, "Oh, buzz off." Her voice carried down to the street, and she heard Roan's throaty laugh from behind her. "Don't be scared, Deli. It's a rite of passage, trick-or-treating." Odelle made a disgusted noise. "I never did that." Roan smiled at her, sliding his arms around her waist. "No, you were too busy casting spells and mixing potions." Odelle studied him coolly. "You think I'm a witch? Cue cheesy line from me, about you casting a spell on me." "No, baby, I don't think you're a witch, and mostly, not even difficult. You just have a warmth deficiency." He said it with a grin, and although Odelle knew he meant it as a joke, it still stung. "Because it's true," she told herself. "What is wrong with me? Why can't I be more like Roan? Or Knox, whose heart was so big it actually scared Odelle? Or even Amber, her frenemy, who had once had a thing with Roan?" "No," Odelle told herself. "Don't go there. Not tonight." She attempted a smile, as Roan brushed his lips against hers. "You're right. It's just one night." "That's my girl," Roan said, his eyes sweeping over Odelle in her elegant black dress, a spark of admiration lighting his gaze. "Knox won't mind if we take a moment." Odelle smiled, turning to lean against the balcony railing, the city lights twinkling below. She glanced back at him, her heart fluttering as she lifted her hand to beckon him closer. Roan chuckled softly. "Out here? What will the neighbors think?" With a warm grin, he stepped behind her, wrapping his arms around her waist, his touch gentle yet firm. Odelle sighed, leaning back into his embrace, feeling the steady rhythm of his heartbeat against her. She turned her head and their eyes met, the connection between them electric yet tender. Her fingers brushed against his, and she shivered with warmth, lost in the quiet intimacy of the moment. Roan turned her to face him, his hands cupping her face as he kissed her deeply, his lips soft and full of promise. "You drive me wild, Odelle," he murmured, his voice low and sincere. She grinned, resting her hands on his chest, feeling the warmth of his affection. One more moment like this, and then we'll head to the party. With a shared smile they lingered, wrapped in each other's arms, the world fading away as they savored the closeness before stepping back to join the evening's festivities. Livia and Morocco helped Marcel and his sous chef Katerina, Kat, load the trays of canapés into the restaurant's van before Liv and Morocco hopped in the back for the drive to the Renault mansion. Livia was trying to keep the trays from tipping and tying her thick mane up into a chignon at the same time, but the weight of it would not stay clipped. Morocco grinned at her. Just pull it back. You'll never get it all up. I refuse to be beaten, Livia muttered. Eventually, Morocco pushed Livia's hands out of the way. Let me. As Livia held the trays of food, Morocco deftly worked Liv's hair into a messy bun at the nape of her neck. That's the best you're going to get, girl, so live with it. Livia tentatively patted it. You're a miracle worker. From now on, I'll pay you to be my hair wrangler. Morocco laughed. You couldn't afford me. When they arrived at the mansion, they were stunned into silence. The old plantation home had been modernized to some extent. A plaque on the door detailed its history and its passage to the Renault family in the 1800s, wherein all slaves were freed and the plantation became a family homestead rather than a working freehold. The imposing white building with shuttered windows and soft light radiating from within was decorated with high-quality Halloween trimmings. Morocco grinned at Livia as they passed a batch of expertly carved pumpkins. You think they got Michelangelo to do them? Livia rolled her eyes. The place screamed money and opulence, but Livia wasn't impressed. As they moved into the kitchen, she saw Marcel talking to a young man who was dressed in a dark navy sweater and jeans, and who Livia guessed was the owner's assistant. He had dark curls and the most intense and beautiful green eyes she had ever seen. The stranger sensed her scrutiny and looked up. Their eyes met, and Livia felt a shudder of desire ripple through her. Gosh, if even the staff looked like supermodels here. She nudged Morocco. Does Marcel want us to change now or after we've set up? After? Apparently, there's a dedicated room for us. Fancy. I know, right? Usually we have to squat in the back of the van to get ready. Livia snorted, and between them, they quickly arranged the canapés on the silver trays. When they had finished, Livia saw the handsome assistant had gone, and Marcel was nodding at them. Lovely job. The food looks great. So this thing kicks off in an hour, but guests are starting to arrive, so we'll start with the welcome pumpkin spice sidecars first up. Think you can cope? No worries, boss, Morocco hugged Marcel, who turned red with pleasure. We'll show these rich kids a good time. Wait, that sounded dirtier than I meant it to. Livia snorted with laughter, as Morocco shrugged. Come on then. Let's get dressed. A half hour later, Livia was regretting the tightness of her skirt. It had been her go-to throughout college, short, black, and figure-hugging even back then when she was 10 pounds lighter. She dragged it out of her closet this morning. It had been the cleanest, most professional skirt she could find. I need to go shopping, she told herself as she plastered a smile on her face and made the rounds with a tray of drinks. The mansion's main ballroom, she'd muttered to an amused Morocco. Because the other ballrooms are too small. Was decorated beautifully, even the cynical Livia had to admit. Twinkle lights draped the walls, and soft music was playing as the guests milled around, talked, and drank. Morocco was making the first pass with a canapé tray, and Livia could tell her friend was gritting her teeth, fending off unwanted remarks and come-ons. Hey, Livy. She heard Roan St. Mark's voice behind her and turned. She was actually relieved to see a friendly face. If the guests weren't turning their noses up at her presence or trying to talk her into bed, they looked through her as if she were invisible. Roan's smile was friendly. He indicated the man he was talking with, a tall, dark-haired man with a neatly trimmed beard and dark brown eyes. San, this is my friend from my favorite restaurant. Livia, this is Sandor Carpentier, a good friend of mine. Sandor Carpentier had a warm, open smile as he shook Livia's hand. She grinned at them both, happy to see friendly faces at last. Can I get you fellas a refill? She waved the bottle of Krug she was holding and topped up their glasses. Boss tells me the good bourbon will be out soon, she said with a wink. If I know Knox, it will be, Roan said and looked around. Speaking of whom, have you met our Lord and Master yet, Liv? She shook her head. But he would probably tell me to get back to work. Nice seeing you, Mr. St. Mark, Mr. Carpentier. Sandor, please, the man said, and Livia decided she liked his merry, twinkling eyes. He didn't seem as aloof as the others. And if you knew Knox, you'd know that's unlikely. He'd probably insist you join us for a drink. Livia smiled and made her excuses. Despite what they said, she didn't want Marcel to get into trouble if she was caught fraternizing with the guests. She made her way back to the kitchen to refill her tray. Moriko was just coming in from the garden. Hey boo, I just finished up my break and Marcel told me to let you grab one now that I'm done. There are a couple of good places to hide, and take your shoes off out there. Livia smiled at her friend gratefully and headed out of the kitchen door into the lush gardens. It was darker down here than at the front of the mansion, and she could see a fog coming in off the bayou at the end of the property. Livia thought it was much spookier, befitting the Halloween vibe of the party, and yet more beautiful than any of the decorations inside. With a soft moan, she eased off her heels and wondered why she hadn't worn her usual flats. No, she knew why. She had wanted to make a good impression for Marcel. She knew she could pull off the cool professional vibe with her heels on, and at least it gave her a few extra inches when she needed to be seen. Still, her feet pulsed with pain, and when she put her hot soles on cool ground, she sighed with relief. She crept barefoot into a little grove, and seeing the edge of a stone seat, headed for it. She stopped, seeing the other end was already occupied. Sorry, she said, then saw it was the assistant she'd shared a moment with earlier. He had changed out of his sweater and jeans, and was now wearing what looked to be a very expensive black suit. Perks of the job, she suspected, but her attention was drawn by the way it fit his broad shoulders and slim figure so well. She meant to turn and go, but the sheer sadness in his eyes took her breath away. Are you okay? Her voice was soft, and the man stared at her, his eyes intense, before he half nodded, then shook his head. Not really, but common manners dictate I say I am. So? His voice was deep, a beautiful deep baritone that sent a shiver through her. Livia hesitated for a moment, then sat down next to him. Escaping from the melee? Me too. Just for a minute. She smiled at him, noticing again how gorgeous he was, except for that pain in his eyes. She wished she could take it away for him. Are you hiding from the muckety-mucks? His mouth hitched up in a half-smile. Kind of. She leaned forward conspiratorially. I won't tell, she whispered, and he laughed. It changed his whole face, turning it from brooding and slightly dangerous into a boyish, joyful thing. Right back at you. He looked at her name tag. Livia? Not Olivia? She shook her head. No, just Livia. She shivered at the cool air coming up from the water. It really is beautiful here. He nodded, and seeing her trembling, he shrugged out of his jacket and put it around her shoulders. She felt her face get hot. Thank you. They gazed at each other for a long moment, and Livia felt tongue-tied. He smelled wonderful too, all clean linen and woodsy spice, and for a moment she found herself having to resist the urge to run her fingertips over his long, thick lashes. They were so black, they looked like he had eyeliner on. She swallowed hard, the desire to kiss this stranger overwhelming and bewildering. She cast around for something to say. I was thinking, that mist from the bayou must have known there was a Halloween party here tonight. Gosh, could she have sounded any dumber? She cursed herself, but he smiled at her. I guess it must have known. I find it romantic. Dark and malevolent, perhaps. But also sensual. Livia felt her heart race, a warmth spreading through her that she hadn't felt in ages, if ever, if she was honest. A spark of connection crackled in the air between them, intense and undeniable. She took a steadying breath, trying to ground herself before she acted on impulse. She had Marcel and Moriko to consider, and she couldn't let her emotions lead her astray. She nudged him with her shoulder. "Hey, you better get in there before all the food is gone. Honestly, they're like sharks, these people. Fins and everything. The food is really good, too. I hope your boss agrees." Another smile, amused and sweet. "I'm sure he does." He stood and offered his hand. "Shall we sneak into the kitchen and grab something then?" Trembling, she took his hand, the skin surprisingly soft and dry, and stood. "Okay. But afterward, you have to tell me your name." Their bodies were close now, and Livia could feel the warmth of his presence through her clothes. He gently traced a finger along her cheekbone, sending a shiver through her. She smiled but took a small step back. "I think we'd better head inside," she said softly, her heart racing with the unspoken pull between them. His smile remained warm, and he gave her hand a gentle squeeze. "Of course." "Knox?" A woman's voice called from across the garden. "Knox, where are you?" A flicker of surprise ran through Livia as her companion responded. "Right here, Ams. I'm coming." Livia froze for a moment, realizing this was Knox Renault. He flashed her a playful grin, pressing a finger to his lips briefly before his smile widened into a shared, secretive moment. "I have to go." She nodded, slipping off his jacket. "Here, you'll need this back. I'm heading inside anyway." He thanked her, taking the coat, and with a final lingering glance, he turned toward the voice calling him, disappearing into the garden's shadows. "Oh no," Livia muttered under her breath. "Way to keep it professional. Catering Rule 1, don't almost kiss the client." Goodness. Her face flaming with embarrassment, she went back into the kitchen and managed to work the rest of the party while avoiding any contact with Knox Renault or his friends. Difficult but not impossible. When it became clear the party was winding down, Livia hid out in the kitchen and dealt with the cleanup. Marcel was all smiles when he came to thank them both. "Liv, you didn't need to do this," he said, looking in amazement at the stack of empty, clean trays she was loading into the van. She grinned at him. "No problem, boss." She made herself busy untying her apron. "Did you get good feedback?" "Very good feedback. And a somewhat unexpected bonus, which you'll find in your paychecks." "No, don't argue. Say what you want about the Renault family, but Knox is a very generous man. He also told me that I was his go-to caterer for the future, which isn't saying a lot because he rarely entertains guests, but it's still something." "It is something. It's a big something." Moriko kissed Marcel's cheek, and he gave her a hug. "Thanks, Maury. He also said he'd be recommending me to his friends and clients. Good guy. Geez, look at the time. Come on, kids, let's get out of here. I'll buy you both a late dinner." Later, at home in bed, Livia could not help but look up Knox Renault on the internet. She flicked through pages of photos of him, drinking in the shape of his face, the green eyes that looked just as sad in his childhood pictures as in every photo of him as an adult. She traced his face with her finger. In some pictures he had a beard, which made him look even more handsome, she thought. When she began to read about his history, the murder-suicide of his parents and brother, the mysterious death of his teenage sweetheart, the years of suspicion aimed at Knox himself, she learned he'd been thoroughly investigated after the death of Ariel Duplass. Knox was only 18 at the time and was the only suspect, but the police had completely exonerated him. The piece Livia was reading made it clear that his family's deaths had broken the handsome young man. Since his family tragedy and the subsequent investigation, Renault has kept a low profile. His luxury food importing business with friend Sandor Carpentier has made him a billionaire, but this has just served to draw more attention and comparisons to other tragic figures. Many locals referred to him as New Orleans' own Howard Hughes, a reclusive man with a myriad of secrets. Only once a year do we really get to see the man, at his annual benefit on Halloween, but it doesn't stop gossip magazines the world over wondering about the romantic life of this devastatingly, and some say dangerously, handsome young man. As he approaches 40, will Knox Renault ever break free of his past? Gosh, I hope so. The thought came unbidden to Livia, as she slid her finger over his photograph. Not that it would have anything to do with her, but she had sensed something special in the man she had met, that he was more than just another handsome rich boy. There were hidden depths there, she was sure of it. When she went to sleep that night, she dreamed of Knox Renault and his beautiful green eyes, and of the moment his lips would press against hers.
Chapter 3.
Amber rolled her eyes as Knox sat down at the table. It was the French Quarter, with busy streets and lunchtime crowds, and the restaurant Amber had chosen was almost full. "You're late again, Renault. Where's the Rolex I bought you last year?" Knox sighed, kissing her cheek. "You know I don't like to wear it out in public. It looks too ostentatious. Not that I'm not grateful for it," he added, seeing Amber's frown. "It was a lovely gift. I just don't know if it's really me." Amber opened her mouth to argue, then gave up. Knox looked different and had seemed different, lighter since the party. Amber had wondered if it was just the relief of getting it over and done with for another year. But it had been a week since the party, and every time she had seen him, Knox had been happy. "What's going on with you?" she asked him now, and Knox, who was reading the menu, glanced up and smiled at her. "What do you mean?" "I mean, you look different. You look lighter." "I haven't lost weight, far from it." Amber rolled her eyes again. Knox was nowhere in the vicinity of overweight. "I mean emotionally. You seem to be carrying yourself more cheerfully than usual." Knox laughed, his green eyes twinkling. "Do I? Fine, don't tell me then." Amber snatched the menu from him grumpily and sulked behind it. Knox smothered a grin. "Ams, you ever have one of those moments in life, however fleeting, where someone or something just reminds you why you're alive? Someone who sets off a thought process that makes you reevaluate your entire existence? Is this your fancy way of saying you got laid?" Amber felt a twinge of jealousy go through her, and brushed it away. "He doesn't belong to you, he never did." Knox shook his head. "No, I haven't. No. I just had a moment with someone, a woman at the party. I'd like to see her again is all." "Really?" Amber ran through all of the party guests in her head, and Knox just smiled and shook his head. "Who?" Knox hesitated and smiled ruefully at her. "Can I just have this secret, for a little bit? I swear, the moment it becomes more than a moment, you'll be the first to know." Amber relaxed. "Of course, honey." She reached over and squeezed his hand. "I'm very happy for you. It's about time you got your pickle tickled." Knox burst out laughing and Amber joined in, her blue eyes amused. As they ordered their food, she studied her friend. They had known each other for more than half their lives. They'd been drawn together by Amber's twin, Ariel, who had come home from school one day and told her family that she had met the most beautiful boy in the world. She hadn't been wrong. Knox Renault was the kind of boy that sculptors made statues of. That strong jaw, those perfectly symmetrical features. Big green eyes. Sensual mouth. Gosh. More than once since Ariel's death, Amber had wondered if she and Knox would end up together, mostly out of convenience, but he'd never made an advance and she had never found the courage. She had to admit, it hurt a little that Knox had finally shown interest in someone, and it wasn't her, but she could not begrudge her friend his happiness. Amber's own love life was complicated. She always kept 2 romantic partners at a time, but never let either near her heart. Her beauty, her wealth, her position in society. She didn't need a husband, which made her lethal to the women of New Orleans who kept their husbands away from her. Little did they know, Amber wasn't interested in any of them. What she wanted was far more complex. Far more Knox-like, she told herself, then pushed the thought away. He would never be hers, and she would have to accept that. "So when are you going to make your move?" she asked Knox, who blinked with nervousness. To her amazement, 2 spots of pink appeared on Knox's cheeks as he shrugged. "I don't know. I've been working on getting the courage up to approach her." Amber almost spat her water out. Knox Renault, billionaire, drop-dead gorgeous businessman, was nervous about asking a girl on a date. "Wow. I haven't seen you like this since." She trailed off and looked away. Ariel was always there, always between them. Amber swallowed the lump in her throat. Knox's smile had faded, and he nodded. I never thought this day would come, Ams, and look, no one will ever replace her. I know that, sweetie, but hopefully someone will mean just as much to you someday. His eyes danced in a way she hadn't seen for years. I hope so too, Ams. I really hope so too. Livia tried to stop thinking about Knox Renault as she practiced her scales up and down, using the plain rhythm to distract herself. In the weeks since she'd met him, her body had felt wired, her brain whirling. To have that much chemistry with someone she probably would never see again, it didn't seem right. She faltered in her playing, and then crashed her fingers down on the keyboard. Unless you're going for some kind of weird Stockhausen thing, a voice behind her said. I'm guessing you're having an off day. Livia turned to smile at her tutor. In the few months she had been at the college, her tutor, Charvy Sood, had become more than just a teacher to her. The two women had bonded over their love of jazz, of Monk, Parker, Davis, and to Charvy's delight, their mutual admiration for Judy Carmichael, the reason Livia had fallen in love with the genre. Listening to Carmichael's radio shows when she was living at home with her father, her headphones plugged in, to dull the sound of her father shouting drunkenly at the television, she had used the genre as her way to transport herself out of the San Diego heat and here to New Orleans. Charvy put down the stack of scores she had in her hand and peered over her glasses at her young student. You okay? You've been in here practicing all week. You can rest, you know. It may be your master's degree, but rest is vital for brainpower. Livia smiled at her. I know. I'm trying to distract myself from thinking about a boy. It's very annoying. Charvy laughed, shaking her head. It happens to the best of us. Want to share? Livia picked out a tune with her forefinger. It's embarrassing. He's way out of my league and... Let me stop you there, young lady. No one is out of your league. Livia sighed. It's Knox Renault. That stopped Charvy. Ah. Well, I would say the problem there isn't that you're out of his league, it's that he's Knox Renault. Livia looked at her friend curiously. You know him? I knew his mother. I've met Knox a few times. He's an enigma. At least if you believe the gossip. He has the saddest eyes I've ever seen, and he seemed so sweet. Lonely but sweet. Nice. Gosh, nice is such a bland thing to say, but he was friendly and warm and... You have an enormous crush on him. Livia shrugged. Yes, but it doesn't matter. It's not like we run in the same circles. Forget I said anything. Charvy smiled. Well now, let's channel that desire into your playing. Give me something slow and sensual. And make it up as you go along. Think about Mr. Renault, and let your fingers move across the keyboard. At first Livia was embarrassed, feeling exposed, but as her fingers stroked the keys, she began to find a melody. She closed her eyes and thought about the feeling of him trailing his finger across her cheek, the scent of his skin, the ocean green color of his eyes. She played a melody so sweet she wanted to cry, and when she finished and opened her eyes, she felt her face burn red. Wow, you have it bad, Charvy teased her and held up her phone. It needs work, but there's something there. I've recorded it, and I'll email it to you. Your homework is to score it and mold it into a piece you can perform at the end of semester recital. Livia gaped at her. Are you kidding me? She felt panicky at revealing something so personal to an audience. But Charvy nodded. I'm deadly serious. That was the most connected I've ever seen you with your piano, Liv. She checked her watch. And I have a seminar. Work on it, Liv, and I swear you'll see what I mean. Left alone, Livia checked her laptop. Charvy had indeed emailed her the MP3, and as Liv played it back, she realized there was something there. She grabbed some blank score paper and began to write. Knox looked up as Sandor knocked on the door jamb. Hey. Sandor grinned. You still working? Dude, it's Friday night. Let's go out and have drinks. Knox chuckled. I would, but I'm waiting on a call from Italy. Haven't you got a date? Sandor shrugged. She blew me off. I'm kind of relieved, to be honest. I'm getting too old to be dating a different pretty girl each week. My heart bleeds for you. So I'm your consolation prize? Sandor grinned. Yup. Grab your cell phone and take the call on that. We're going drinking. Knox hesitated. All right, but let's go to the French Quarter. Want to mix with the tourists? Come on then. An hour and 2 shots of bourbon later, Knox relaxed back into his seat and glanced around the bar. He hadn't told Sandor that the bar he'd chosen was across the street from Marcel Pessu's restaurant, or that ever since they'd gotten here, Knox had been looking for any sign of Livia. He hadn't had one night of peace since he'd met her. The feel of her soft skin, her huge chocolate brown eyes, the way her tawny hair fell in messy waves over her shoulders, it all haunted him. The faint flush of pink when he'd touched her face. He'd been so close to kissing her, which would have been entirely inappropriate. But gosh, the feelings he had thought he'd never feel again were whirling and thrashing through him like a storm. He had to see her again, to see if the connection between them hadn't been just that moment in time. To see if it was real, tangible, and something they could build on. Also, he really needed to kiss her gorgeous pink mouth. It was driving him crazy. Knox? Buddy? Knox blinked back into the present. Sorry, what? I was talking to Roan at the party. He seems pretty keen on working with us on the Feldman project. Knox snorted and sipped his bourbon. What does Roan know about the luxury food trade? Nothing, but he does know about the shipping trade. Sandor gave Knox a reproachful look. Look, I know you think he's a playboy, but he's got a good head on his shoulders. Besides, he wants to buy his way in. What? He told me he wants us 3 to go into business together. He wants in on the company. For the first time that night, Knox stopped thinking about Livia, leaning forward to study his friend. How come he hasn't said anything to me? Sandor chuckled. Because he knows you think he's a playboy. He's your best friend, but there's always been the joker in the pack, and it's always been Roan. He was feeling me out, in the hope I'd do the approach. So I am. I think it's something we should talk about. He wants to impress you, buddy, is all. Knox considered. I'm open to talking about it, certainly. Sandor smiled. So I can tell him yes? Talking about it, San. Nothing more at this stage. I love it when you get masterful. Another drink? Go for it. Knox leaned back, his eyes flicking automatically to the restaurant on the other side of the street. He could see the pretty Asian girl who was working with Livia at his party, waiting on tables, but there was no sign of Livia. He thought about what Sandor had said. Roan was Knox's oldest friend, but he was also someone who acted on impulse. He would best be described as reckless. Knox had worked too hard on the business, and not even his love for his friend could override the fact that Roan was not a good bet. Knox rubbed his eyes. Maybe he should loosen up, take a risk. Take a risk. His mind went back to the lovely girl he'd met at his party. Yes, he would take a risk. Enough of skulking like a creep across the street. Tomorrow, he would go to the restaurant and ask for her. If she wasn't there, he'd leave his number. If she was there... He was still smiling when Sandor returned with the drinks. It was after midnight when Livia left the practice rooms, and as she didn't have enough cash on her for a cab, she decided to walk home. When she got back to the French Quarter, she decided to go to the restaurant and see if Moriko wanted company on her walk home. As she turned into an alley leading to Bourbon Street, she suddenly felt herself being jerked back, and a heavy arm locked around her throat. Shocked into action, she threw her elbows back with all her strength, cussing and screaming at her attacker. Get off me, creep. She slammed her fist back into the man's groin and he groaned, releasing her. Her anger at full flood and the adrenaline spiking in her system, Livia punched and kicked the mugger until, still groaning, he took off. Yelling "wretch" at her as he ran, she unleashed a litany of curse words at him, beyond caring who heard her. Finally, she caught her breath and picked up her bag, turning to go to the restaurant. She stopped. Knox Renault was looking at her, astonished admiration in his eyes. Livia's breath caught in her throat. "Well," he said finally, a grin slowly spreading across his face. "Hello again."
End of sneak peek for The Billionaire's Secret Desire, a holiday romance. Secret Babies Book 1. Please like and subscribe to support this channel. It helps more than you know.